Welcome to NBA Jam PatmanQC on Fire Edition. Boom shakalaka!
Happy little games. The year of 2024 was a challenging year to say the least. I had some extreme highs with getting to attend the Midwest Gaming Classic and being interviewed on a panel for 45 minutes which was hosted by Tiger Chainsaw. I also got to make some new friends, including Retro Rob, and meet some of the icons of the business such as Eugene Jarvis and Brian Collin, and was quite flabbergasted they knew who I actually was. Also in attendance at the show was the 1966 Batmobile, which was quite a surprise. I also had some extreme lows that literally almost cost me my life. After being in the hospital for almost 4 months, my YouTube output was drastically reduced, and it took a while, but I eventually got back to producing content on a regular basis. Typically, I would churn out around 45 videos a year, but this past year I was only able to do around 30. With that being said, I didn't have as many videos to choose from this year, but I did pick out some of the ones I thought turned out rather well, and hopefully you did too. So here we go, everybody. These are some of my best videos of 2024. Growing up in the early 80s was a magical time, especially if you were a fan of video games. Also, growing up in a family full of bowlers helped because every Saturday I would hit the lanes to knock down a few pins, but also check out the latest and greatest arcade games. When Pac-Man made the cultural splash that it did, it was not uncommon to see 4 or 5 machines lined up and every one of them full. Something else that was great about the golden age of arcades was the multiplayer aspect. If someone was playing a co-op game, all it took was a quick hello while dropping in your quarter to have a little multiplayer madness. Today, we are taking a look at a title that offered not only a 2-player option, but 3 players simultaneously. This game featured a big, hulking brute who would go into a rage and decimate anybody who got in his path. No, this is not a Will Smith simulator. This is Rampage, and it was released by Bally Midway in the arcades in 1986. This simultaneous 3-player Monster Mayhem extravaganza was wildly successful upon its arrival, and it would go on to create a franchise that resulted in a big budget movie starring Dwayne Johnson. Where did the inspiration for these monsters come from? What problems did corporate have with this game? Did this series actually show nudity? So let's destroy some tanks and climb some buildings, because this is the history of Rampage. Video games where giant monsters are creating all sorts of mass destruction have been a thing since even before Rampage. One of the first games to tackle this would be 1981's Crush, Crumble and Chomp by Epic Software. The company would also release the movie Monster Game, which was also released in 1986, but I couldn't determine if this was released before or after Rampage. And of course, in later years, we had the stellar King of the Monsters on the Neo Geo. However, when speaking about Rampage, this game did not start out as a giant monster title. Artist Brian Collin was hired by Bally Midway for an animator position in 1982. Although he struggled at first, he kept at it, and soon his distinctive pixel art would soon be seen in games such as Discs of Tron and Spy Hunter, among others. It was around this time that Mr. Collin was getting the itch to allow his art style to evolve. He wanted to use larger characters that would show more emotion, but this would require large multi-sprite characters. In 1985, Mr. Collin attended an industry trade show and was excited about the beautifully animated backgrounds and characters in the competition's arcade games. He had been discussing the limitations of Midway's MCR3 hardware with his contemporaries. The underpowered board did not allow hardware scrolling, scaling, or animated backgrounds. After not taking no for an answer, Someone on the team said that he could animate a rectangle and that was about it. He paused for just a moment and thought of a building falling into itself. He figured they could cover up the missing pixels at the bottom with dust clouds. And what could tear down these giant buildings but giant Kong-sized characters? Mr. Collin immediately got to work designing a document, and the first character he created was a large ape-like creature. In a line straight from the document, players discover the biggest, meanest, the baddest dudes they've ever seen in an arcade game, and they control them. He felt that the punch was the key to the game's success, so he spent a lot of time getting it animated properly. Since George turned out great, he presented it to their bosses, and their response was
Denied!
Mr. Collin decided to go above his boss's head to the vice president of engineering, who loved the idea but felt that they couldn't show cops being eaten. He also couldn't have the player being the bad guy. Mr. Collin tried to explain that he always felt that the monsters were victims, not unlike Lon Chaney or Boris Karloff in the classic 30s monster movies, but to no avail. Rather than be dissuaded, he started work on it anyway just to prove the concept. It ended up being a good thing he kept working on it because the top 3 people at Midway were replaced. Their replacement was Maury Furchin, who absolutely loved the idea and greenlit the project. Contrary to popular urban legends, the monsters were not based on the Universal Monsters, nor were there ever any licensing agreements in place. According to Mr. Collin, he was always a huge fan of Ray Harryhausen's stop-motion puppetry, so George is based on King Kong. Lizzie is not based on Godzilla, but rather Ymir from 20 Million Miles to Earth, and Ralph is Ralph because he's just George with his head swapped out using a different color palette. This way they could squeeze 3 monsters into the game without using 3 times the sprites. It's a little known fact that Mr. Collin based the portrait of George on himself, Lizzie on his wife, and Ralph on programmer and designer Jeff Nauman. Mr. Collin did not just do the art and animation for the game, but also designed the gorgeous cabinet graphics as well. When it comes to the actual gameplay, there is no right or wrong way to play. You can choose to either play competitively or cooperatively, which was a devious play mechanic that helped with the sales. When playing in a multiplayer game, you have the freedom to either attack the other players or destroy the buildings and eat the military as quickly as possible. Rampage was released by Bally Midway in the arcades in 1986. The team suggested a press release, but the idea was lost on the marketing VP. Mr. Collin took it upon himself to write, print, and mail hundreds of press releases to the major newspapers of all the U.S. cities destroyed in the game, resulting in hundreds of articles worth of free press. As far as the game goes, you take control of a trio of humans who have been transformed into gigantic monsters due to various experiment-related accidents. George is transformed into a Kong-like creature by experimental vitamins. Lizzie is transformed into a giant reptile by a radioactive lake, and Ralph, who is apparently the Sausage King, was transformed into a giant wolf by way of a strange food additive. No idea if Clark Griswold was behind this, but he also lives in Chicago, so who knows. This is a 3-player simultaneous giant monster fest which you have to destroy all the buildings and eat as many people as possible, all the while avoiding the military and trying to stay alive. The game is set across 128 days in cities all across North America. The game starts in Peoria, Illinois, because as the old adage goes, if it will play in Peoria, it will play anywhere. The controls are fairly simple, with you maneuvering your character with an 8-way joystick and utilizing a punch button and a jump button. You will travel from city to city, laying the smackdown all along the way. These are different cities, mostly in name only, as the graphics don't really change. The building placement will change and you will have different obstacles such as bridges and trains. According to the game's flyer, There are 768 scenes that take place across 85 cities. After day 128, you end up in Plano, Illinois, in which you are given a mega vitamin bonus which heals all the monsters and provides a large point bonus. The mega vitamin bonus occurs 6 times throughout the entire game, which is every 128 days. After this, you start back over in Peoria, but with a higher difficulty, including more police and military. This game is an excellent quarter muncher where you have to climb each building and knock them down one punch at a time. The more you punch a building, the more it deteriorates until it finally collapses upon itself into a huge heap of rubble. You don't have to climb a building to cause damage, as you can stand directly in front of it and punch up. It's not going to be all rainbows and lollipops though, as there are plenty of obstacles looking to take you down even though you are just a misunderstood monster. Immediately, you'll have to contend with the police and military who are constantly throwing bombs and shooting at you. You also have to deal with helicopters that will hover about firing at you. All of these will result in damage to your character, along with sticks of dynamite and even punches from other characters. Falling off buildings will also damage you as well. The helicopters can also be punched out of the sky, and the military can be snacked upon. Another meal of choice are the lovely NPCs that are either in the buildings or running alongside. Speaking of the NPCs, each character can pick up one in particular and hold them. These are known as the designated victims. When you grab them, the National Guard will stop firing at you. The lady in red is George's victim. The NPC in a yellow shirt is Lizzie's, and the guy in a suit is Ralph's. After you hold them for a random period of time, they will attempt to get away by punching you in your jaw and forcing you to drop them. However, if you are not down with that, you can always just go ahead and gobble them up. There are a number of enemies in the game that are looking to take you out, such as helicopters, paratroopers, police cars which are quite speedy and fire fast, and heavily armed tanks which are so powerful they can knock you off a building. You also have to watch out for various things found in the buildings that can hurt you, such as light bulbs which can harm you if they are lit, poison, television, dynamite, and people in bathtubs. You have to eat the people in bathtubs quickly, otherwise they can squirt water which will knock you off the building. There is also a photographer who is trying to take your picture. If his flash goes off, so do you right off the building. The 3 monsters all have different attributes. George is the most rounded character who climbs and jumps better than the other 2. Lizzie is the fastest, and Ralph is the strongest. Something I always thought that was cool was jumping from building to building, especially when one is just getting ready to crumble to the ground. There are some good items located inside which will increase your health, such as fruit, milk, turkey, hamburgers, and other things. If you are looking just for points, there are bags of loot, flower pots, manhole covers, and civilians. A number of vehicles can also be destroyed, such as taxis and trains. The cool thing about the trains is in 2-player mode, you can play a game of ping pong smashing the train back and forth. When your character is about to meet his maker and your energy bar is almost depleted, his facial expression will change, looking as if he is about to keel over. When your energy is depleted, your character transforms back into his human counterpart, naked and afraid. At the time, Mr. Collin had a young daughter and didn't want to have the player characters die on screen. Now we won't be seeing any pixelated boobage in this game. That would come at a later game, but more on that in a few minutes. According to Mr. Collin, these few small pixels of nudity got us in more trouble than eating policemen, eating the National Guard, stopping civilians, and destroying cities. He also felt that this sight gag actually played into the competitive co-op gameplay. Typically when playing, If another character reverts back to his human form, it was a scramble for them to put a quarter in and regenerate their monster before their friends could eat them. The arcade game was a, no pun intended, monster success and ended up being Midway's most successful game for a long period of time. One test location reported that 20,000 quarters were deposited into the game within 5 days. The arcade operator, despite the added revenue, asked that the game be removed because of the constant crowds. Apparently the title appealed to both girls and adults and not just 14-year-old boys. It was also released for just about every home console and computer under the sun, but more on those later. Almost 10 years after the release of Rampage, Brian Collin and Jeff Nauman were developing a multi-character fighting game for Midway when it was decided they should do a sequel to Rampage. Rampage World Tour was released in the arcades in 1997. The game started out life not only as a 3-player monster mash, but actually it was going to support 4 players at the same time. However, this was dropped a few months into development. The team wanted to make sure that the sense of humor from the first game was preserved for World Tour, which resulted in the cartoonish characters that had a claymation type appearance. In the 10 years since the original game was conceived and developed, technology had advanced at a rapid rate. The game shows off its technological power with its fantastic visuals. This time around, the monsters are not relegated to destroying only the major cities of North America, but they take their destructive antics worldwide. To aid you in your worldwide destruction, not only do you have a punch and a jump button, but you've also been given the ability to kick, meaning you can literally kick the crap out of all those big, nasty buildings. It's possible to unleash your burly leg strength and take out whole floors at once. One new addition to the gameplay is Vern, which is short for Violently Enraged Radioactive Nemesis. Vern is actually a flying, highly powerful secondary mutation of any of the 3 main characters. On certain half of the wrecked buildings, you can also bounce on the girders, causing a bit more destruction. The buildings are larger and more detailed in this game, allowing for the screen to scroll in various directions. There is a bit of a story this time around in which busty Dr. Betty Veronica unleashes George, Lizzie, and Ralph due to an explosion at Scum Lab's facility. The game takes place across a number of days throughout various cities all across the world. Similar to the first outing, the game starts off in Peoria, Illinois. Once again, you have to destroy all the buildings while avoiding or destroying the military who are trying to take you down. They have their trusty but perhaps rusty jets, bombs, and tanks. There are also trampolines scattered throughout the city that will allow you to jump just a little bit higher. Something else to keep your eye on is when your character will have his energy depleted and transform back to their human forms. In a blink and you'll miss it little bit of naughtiness, you'll see some uncensored pixelated body parts, which definitely warped me as a child. The ending of the game was also a bit controversial, as Dr. Betty Veronica, who is the sole survivor of Scum Labs, decides to wipe out the remaining traces of her employer's corrupt legacy and shrinks the monsters down to size. Lizzie decides to use Betty's ample assets as a trampoline and stays right in between for the remainder of her life, and I, for one, can't say that I blame her. World Tour was another wildly successful arcade release in 1997, but the booby trampoline ending was censored for the various home conversions. Game Refuge, which was Mr. Collins' development team who created World Tour, wanted to do a 3D Rampage for the next game, but Midway felt it was too ambitious of a project. Game Refuge ended up leaving Midway, so Avalanche Software was in charge of creating the follow-up to World Tour, which resulted in Rampage 2 Universal Tour. This time around, the game skipped arcades completely and was released for the PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and Game Boy Color in 1999. The PlayStation version featured different music, but it also included full-motion video cutscenes, which the Nintendo 64 version lacked. This time, the original trio have been captured and confined for the entire world to witness. George is held captive in New York City, Lizzie is held in Tokyo, and Ralph is held in London. All three of these cities are possible references to King Kong, Godzilla, and An American Werewolf in London. Scum Labs, who had just recently rebuilt their facilities, has another accident that results in 3 new monsters: Boris, a rhinoceros, Curtis, a giant mouse, and Ruby, a giant lobster monster. The player has the option of choosing which of the original 3 monsters to rescue. The gameplay is pretty much the same, in which you have to destroy buildings, cars, the military, and also eat lots and lots of people. When you free one of the original 3 monsters, they become playable characters. This game is a lot of fun to play, and the new monsters definitely bring something to the table. If you've never checked it out and are a fan of Rampage, you definitely should. The following year saw the release of Rampage Through Time, released exclusively for the PlayStation. Scum Labs have once again rebuilt themselves, but this time they created a time machine and sent employees back to deal with the destruction. Unbeknownst to them, the monsters from the previous games have somehow returned to Earth, this time joined by Harley the Warthog. There are a few different modes of play, including the campaign mode, with each time zone consisting of 4 stages. This is a single-player affair, but the CPU will randomly select 2 other monsters to knock the stuffing out of you while you're trying to play. After each city, though, you are rated on how much damage you did to the property and people. There is a multiplayer minigame that's also selectable. These are typically riffs on classic arcade titles such as Asteroids, Breakout, and Shootout. The game was not favorably received back in the day, but I always thought it was fun, especially for playing as the new monster. 2001 brought us Rampage Puzzle Attack for the Game Boy Advance, which honestly I've only played a few times and I thought was merely average. The gameplay is similar to Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, and it does offer a 2-player mode. Rampage Total Destruction was released in 2006 for the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Nintendo Wii. Those dirty little devils from Scum Labs have brought themselves back and this time created Scum Soda. A man by the name of George is taste testing the product, causing George to mutate. This ends up with a number of other mutations. The gameplay is very similar to the original Rampage, although this time around you have the ability to climb up the front of a building to destroy it. Hidden inside each city are special tokens that, when eaten, will unlock brand new characters and special abilities. The more destruction you cause, the faster your special meter will fill, which utilizes special abilities for each monster. One cool thing is that the original arcade versions of Rampage and Rampage World Tour are both included on the disc. The Nintendo Wii version also features some new upgrades, including 10 more monsters and a new city. It plays a decent game of Rampage, but something feels just a bit off.
Combo! Speed boost!
In 2018, the game was made into a big blockbuster summer action flick entitled simply Rampage, and it starred Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. The 2018 arcade game, which can still be played at places such as Dave & Buster's, is an updated version of the original title with some insanely detailed visuals. The game has 3 monsters similar to the first game, including George, Lizzie, and Ralph, with the monsters having their designs changed to match their movie counterparts. You need to destroy all the buildings as you advance through the levels, eating as many people as you can, destroying helicopters, tanks, and police cars all along the way. The gameplay is a lot faster than previous games, meaning buildings can be destroyed much quicker. You can collect power-ups, which will see your on-screen character grow in size. It's a pretty fun little title, and I was amazed at how detailed the graphics were. While the game still retains its 3-player simultaneous style of gameplay, everything has been simplified. In this game, you have a joystick but only 1 action button instead of 2. Speaking of the movie really quick, I enjoyed it for what it was, which was a simple popcorn flick. Mr. Collin informed me that he didn't receive any royalties from the movie, although the company did reach out to him. The game itself has been merchandised over the years with everything from t-shirts, stretchable figures, Funko Pops, figures from the movie, the obligatory Tiger LCD handheld game, and even a tabletop version of the game, which unfortunately plays the NES version and not the arcade. However, whereas the original NES title omitted Ralph, this version puts him right back where he belongs. More on the NES version in just a moment. The fantastic people at Arcade 1-Up even released an actual Rampage arcade cabinet, which turned out really cool. The arcade game has a cameo in the 2018 Dwayne Johnson film. There's also an extremely quick, blink and you'll definitely miss it arcade cabinet in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Thanks to Retro Gamer magazine, we have a list of all the monsters that have appeared in all of the games. In 2002, Midway licensed Rampage along with a number of other Williams Electronic games for Shockwave, which would allow you to play these classic games in your browser. It has also been included on a number of compilations over the years, including the Arcade Party Pack for the PlayStation, Midway Arcade Treasures for Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube, and also Midway Arcade Treasures Extended Play for the PSP. It was also a big part of Midway Arcade Origins. Midway's arcade app also received a version for the iOS. In 2015, the original arcade game was an unlockable as part of LEGO Dimensions.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Now an important announcement from Rampage. You heard it, Rampage Rampage World Tour from Midway is now available for Nintendo 64. Now 1 to 3 players can destroy the world while eating anything they can find.
Now let's talk about the various home conversions. As with any other conversions at the time, some of these turned out really good and others have quite a bit of stank on them. Okay everybody, I don't mean to start this look at the various conversions on such a sour note, but the first one we are taking a look at is the Atari 2600 version. The little wood-grained machine will always have a special place in my heart, but some conversions just shouldn't be attempted. Take a look at Double Dragon for the 2600 and you'll see what I mean. This game tries its mightiest and I have to give it props for at least looking a little like the original arcade game. While the buildings are strictly rectangles with very little animation, a lot of the arcade's content has been brought over, including a very nice title screen and in-between cutscenes. We get plenty of buildings to demolish with helicopters, cop cars, and the military shooting at you. You still have to climb the building and punch them to destroy it, but it's all done with only one fire button. As far as the monsters go, they look like something that crawled right out of my toilet, but overall, the game could have been a whole lot worse. Have you ever wondered why the Atari Lynx version looks so different? That's because it started out life as a totally different game. It was originally a clone of Rampage called Monster Demolition, which saw your monsters, including both Godzilla and King Kong, create all sorts of destruction. After the license for Rampage was acquired, it became the game we all know and love today. The Atari Lynx version uses large sprites in order for everything to be seen on the tiny screen. With these large sprites means that the levels now have to scroll, which is not that big of a deal. This allows for the Lynx to flex its 16-bit muscles and show off its color palette and detailed characters. This game even introduced a new monster in the form of a giant mouse. While the music is a bit basic, the sound effects are really nice and are very reminiscent of the original arcade game. The controls are pretty good and it's a lot of fun to play. The game was also released for the TRS-80 Coco and it turned out pretty good. The graphics are large and colorful, and while the sound effects could have been better, they're not too bad. All three monsters are here and the gameplay is very speedy. If you can get past the googly eye inducing color clash, the Xenix Spectrum turned out rather good. The monsters, the vehicles, and the trains are all monochrome, but everything else has a nice color to it, although that does include some purple and yellow buildings. However, the gameplay is fast and it controls well. The sound effects are pure 100% queefalicious with little bitty blasts right in your face. The Amiga version turned out really good, starting with the excellent title screen and arcade presentation. The actual gameplay is fast and furious, although the monsters look slightly different. The sound effects are absolutely fantastic with some slick stereo sound. It plays really well despite only having one fire button. Typically, the Amiga and Atari ST versions are very similar, although this time the Atari ST version was done by a different developer and it definitely shows. The graphics on this version look like they were done using a koala pad on the Commodore 64. Everything just looks off, especially when compared to the Amiga version. The buildings are a bit on the wide side and the animation is a bit ropey. The music is not bad and there are sound effects while you play, but they aren't that great. The gameplay is very fast though, and it controls fairly well. The Atari 7800 version is not bad, although the graphics are a bit on the goofy side. The monsters look like bobbleheads with craniums so large it's amazing they're able to stay upright. The game plays pretty well with plenty of action on the screen and no slowdown. The sound effects and music are not good, but they do get the job done. Surprisingly, the Amstrad CPC version is not just a run-of-the-mill Spectrum port. This is fantastic with large, colorful sprites and fast gameplay, even with 3 monsters on the screen. There are plenty of objects that give you grief, such as the helicopters and police cars, but don't worry, there's still plenty of people to eat as well. This is fantastic and even features music and sound effects. Good old Commodore 64 version received not one, but 2 different ports. The first version was released in the UK and it's not very good. The colors are a bit on the drab side and there are quite a few bugs in the actual gameplay. The screen also shakes violently when a building collapses, which can make the uninitiated feel a bit nauseous. The controls are also a bit finicky, with your monster sometimes getting stuck on the side of a building. A couple of years later, a brand new version was released for the USA market and it is much better. The buildings are much more arcade accurate and the bugs that plagued the European version are nowhere to be found. The gameplay is fast and furious with all the usual obstacles you would expect, such as helicopters and police cars. It also controls really well and has some pretty good sound effects and music. Sticking with the 8-bit computer market, the Apple II version is up next and I really wish it wasn't. Great big colorful globs make up the monsters and they are not animated very well. The gameplay starts out slow, and as soon as a few helicopters decide to join the fray, it almost comes to a complete halt. I do believe my grandma's bowel movements are quicker than the animation in this game. The animation is so slow that it really hinders the gameplay. However, just getting something that even remotely resembles Rampage up and running on the Apple II is quite the achievement. The Atari 8-bit computer line is rather fugly. The monsters, while large, are only single color sprites, and there is a lot of color clash going on. With that being said, despite the wide load buildings, the gameplay is fast, almost a bit too fast, but it does offer some decent music while you play. The controls are sticky though, making buildings extremely hard to climb unless you're in the exact position. The NES version is up next, and as I mentioned, Ralph is completely missing, which leaves only two selectable monsters, George and Lizzie. The graphics have been sanitized a bit, and the colors are not that attractive. The gameplay is fairly smooth thanks to some pretty good animation on everything from the buildings to the actual characters themselves. Unfortunately, you can't jump between buildings, which was always fun to do in the original arcade game. The sound effects are decent, and we even get pretty good music while we play. The Sega Master System is absolutely fantastic. While it's not as close to the arcade game as we would like, the gameplay is nice and tight. The sprites are large and colorful, and the buildings are animated fairly well. It's amazing how much better this version turned out over the NES. The sound effects and music are fine, and it controls fairly well, although again you have to be lined up with the building just right in order to climb it. Overall though, it's an excellent version of the arcade game. The game was even ported for the MS-DOS platform, which came in two flavors, CGA and EGA. These look similar to the TRS Coco versions, but not quite as good. The animation is a bit choppy, and it's not very fast. This all results in a game that's a bit of a chore to play. Rampage is a bona fide classic. There is something about controlling those mutated monsters and causing all sorts of destruction that is oh so much fun. Throw in the ability to eat people and give your friend a good smack in the face for no reason, and you've got a game that's a lot of fun to play. If you've never had the chance to visit downtown Peoria, all the while climbing buildings and punching military helicopters out of the sky, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Just wanted to say thanks to Rampage creator Brian Collin for answering my questions. Growing up in the mean streets of Iowa, I knew a lot of bad dudes. You really had to watch your P's and Q's, otherwise you might end up face to face with the likes of a Biff Tannen, a Johnny Lawrence, or the baddest of them all, Arthur Fonzarelli, who would give you a quiver in your liver with just one look.
Whoa!
I always wanted to be a dude with an attitude, so thankfully I was able to live out my dream of being one of those guys in a video game Bad Dudes. This knuckle-smashing, kick-throwing, pop-drinking brawler provided an insane amount of enemies to put the hurt on, as well as a pretty ridiculous ending sequence, which is why I love it so much. Despite this, the game doesn't take itself too seriously, and it's a whole lot of fun to play. What is the connection to Marvel Comics? So crack those knuckles because I've got just 2 words for ya. I'm bad! This is the history of Bad Dudes. The year is 1987 and Data East developer Makoto Kikuchi is looking to develop an arcade game that would appeal to people in the West. Mr. Kikuchi was heavily influenced by the 2-player brawling action of Double Dragon, and also buddy cop comedies such as Running Scared and 48 Hours. He wanted to design a game that was fast-paced, but also do it with tongue planted firmly in cheek, with everything just a bit over the top from the power-ups to the enemies and to the ending. While the game was designed from the ground up to appeal to the West, he also wanted it to appeal to a worldwide audience. There were some significant regional differences which I will get to in just a bit. Right from the start, the game was designed to offer 2 players simultaneously similar to Double Dragon. Unlike Double Dragon though, there would be minimal slowdown even with 2 players. He was often heard uttering the phrase, "double the players, double the profit," which is a similar adage he used for one of his later games, Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja. The viewpoint of the game is seen strictly from a side point perspective similar to Green Beret and Kung Fu Master. One major difference between these games and Bad Dudes is that much like Shinobi or Rolling Thunder, you can leap up and down depending on your position. The game was designed to run on the Data East MEC-1 hardware board, which played host to a few other popular titles such as Heavy Barrel and RoboCop. If there was ever a game that epitomized testosterone-filled 1980s Hollywood popcorn action flicks, it would be this game. From the macho attitude to endless amounts of ninjas to the wild and wacky bosses that you have to fight as you make your way through the various levels. Thanks in part to the huge amounts of male testosterone or possibly a little bit of those Hulk Hogan vitamins, the sprites are large and beefy, allowing you to unleash a whooping on those nefarious enemies. Bad Dudes was released in the arcades by Data East in 1988. Here in the States, the game was known as Bad Dudes vs. Dragon Ninja, but over in Japan, it was known simply as Dragon Ninja. As the story goes, President Ronnie has been kidnapped by the evil Dragon Ninja. Arnold Schwarzenegger apparently is not a bad enough dude to rescue Ronnie because he is asking for our help. This is a 1 or 2 player simultaneous co-op game in which you take control of Blade and Striker as you set out to take down the various multicolored ninjas as you attempt to rescue President Ronnie. This is a pure balls-to-the-wall action fest which is set across 7 varying stages. Your character is controlled with an 8-way joystick utilizing a button for attacking and a button for jumping. The pixel art is fantastic with lots of little details and smooth animation. The music is mostly low-key, but the sound effects are great with hard thumping hits and even some digitized voices depending on which version you are playing. The enemies are crawling out of the woodwork, and from the get-go, you will be swarmed by ninjas with gameplay reminiscent of Kung Fu Master, but a lot more polished. The gameplay is pretty swift, with your character pummeling the enemies with close-range kicks. You can duck down and attempt to sweep the leg with fast rabbit-like boots. If you find yourself being surrounded, you can also do a spinning back kick by pressing both the jump and attack buttons at the same time. You can also do jumping attacks, but the big power move in your arsenal is the charge punch, which sees you invoke a mini power punch that would make Luke Cage proud. This powerful attack sees you knock down a number of ninjas all at the same time. The different colored ninjas engulf you with their ninja magic, and some come brandishing swords as well. It's not just male ninjas that attack you, but there are also a number of kunoichi as well as vicious dogs who emit a blood-curdling whine when you kill them. You will also encounter in your travels a character who is on fire, as well as a ninja brandishing claws. Clearly, these two were inspired by Marvel Comics, the Human Torch, and Wolverine, to the point where Data East attempted to get the license to use these characters in the game from Marvel. When they were unable to obtain said license, they did the next best thing and used them without permission. Certain ninjas will also throw shurikens, but you can use your powerful kicks to deflect them. Thankfully, the red ninja warriors also have butterfingers because they will drop various items. These range from knives, which offer a short range attack, to the nunchucks, which have a long range attack and is the best in my opinion. Keep in mind though that if you die, you do lose your weapons. They also drop time bonuses as well as a red soda can for increasing energy. For the North American release, these are red cans which can be indicative of Coca-Cola, whereas in Japan, the color has been changed to blue, perhaps in reference to Pepsi. As I mentioned, the levels are varied, which sees you fighting ninjas on top of an 18-wheeler to attempting to take down the leader of the Dragon Ninja as he attempts to make his getaway in a helicopter. There is a boss rush on the last level, so if you had fun fighting them the first time, you get to do it all over again, although they are a bit weaker this time around. The bosses also come in all shapes and sizes, including some original characters as well as some thinly veiled rip-offs. You'll also see the return of everyone's favorite fire-breathing, tassel-twirling Russian strongman Karnov. After defeating the mini-boss at the end of each level, your character lets you and everyone within earshot know just how bad of a dude he really is. I'm bad! The levels you encounter are the streets.
Got it. Got it.
18-wheeler.
Got it.
The sewers.
Got it.
Forest.
Got it.
The train. The cave. And finally, the Ninja Den.
Got it.
bosses you encounter are Karnov, Iron, Shadow Ninja, Animal, who was clearly based on professional wrestler Road Warrior Animal, Akai Cage, Devil Pole, and finally, the big kahuna himself, the Dragon Ninja. After you defeat the Dragon Ninja, President Ronnie appears on the screen thanking you for your service and offering to take you out for hamburgers. After this, the credits roll while you stand in front of the White House alongside President Ronnie, who is filling his face with those lovely burgers. A nice tune plays and the credits roll. There are some significant differences in the Japanese version, starting with the game being known simply as Dragon Ninja. The audio samples are different as well, so instead of yelling, "I'm bad," they shout a generic "Oh." Thanks to the Cutting Room Floor website, we can see all the differences in the sound samples between the two versions.
Okay. Got it. Oh! I'm bad! Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
The logo on the side of the truck now says Kikuchiko in reference to the game's designer rather than Data East. Instead of going for burgers, President Ronnie tells us how thankful he is and that he is now safe because of you. A statue is erected in your honor while a different tune plays in the background. Personally, I would have rather had the burgers, especially if they were White Castle. The employees of Data East have been known to put references to their previous works in other video games, and Bad Dudes is no different. We have not only the mini-boss Karnov, but also a sign warning you of his imminent arrival on the first level. Also on the train level, we have a train car that is transporting the frozen ice pop Chelnov. The arcade game was converted to a number of home systems with mostly great success, and I will get to those in just a moment. In 1990, a spiritual successor to Bad Dudes was released entitled Too Crude or Crude Buster, or even Two Crude Dudes, depending on which version you played. This featured two even badder dudes, in which players take control of a couple of mercenaries hired by the United States government to stop a terrorist organization known as Big Valley. The Valley has threatened a nuclear explosion, so it's up to the crude dudes with attitudes to stop the organization and retake New York City. Now, if you thought the gameplay mechanics were over the top in Bad Dudes, then you haven't seen anything yet. The gameplay is very similar to the original dudes, although this time around Steroidomania is running wild because these two guys are jacked. For example, you can pick up objects such as cars and traffic lights to use them as weapons. It's even possible to pick up the other players and enemies and use them as projectiles. To replenish your energy, there are also cutscenes where you have to beat the snot out of a power cola machine, causing those precious drinks to fall out. If you would like a more in-depth history on this game, be sure and check out my dedicated video to this title. There have been numerous references over the years in pop culture to our beloved dudes, including the 1989 film Parenthood.
Get this guy. Oh, well, they're bad dudes. That's why they call the game Bad Dudes. Okay, I should go.
An entire arcade filled with Data East titles, including Bad Dudes, can be seen in the film RoboCop 2. The strange thing is, the Bad Dudes cabinet can clearly be seen, but it's actually Sly Spy running on the inside. There is also a reference in the 2008 video game Sam & Max Beyond Time and Space, and more. There wasn't a whole lot of merchandise available back in the day aside from t-shirts and a pretty cool looking tabletop LCD game made not by Tiger but by Remco. The arcade game was released on the Zibo, which was a Brazilian home console, in 2010. The arcade game was also released in the compilation Data East Arcade Classics for the Nintendo Wii in 2010. The arcade game has also been re-released a number of times over the years, including the latest for the Nintendo Switch back in 2018. The original NES version was included as part of the Retro-Bit Data East All-Star Collection. This was a brand new NES cartridge for your original NES console. It was also a part of the dedicated console Super Retrocade released in 2017. This has 90 different titles, but in a bit of a twist, it has both the original NES versions and arcade versions of Bad Dudes. The game was also released as part of the Data East collection on the Evercade. It was one of 4 titles offered in the dedicated arcade 1-up Burger Time minicab, along with Caveman Ninja, Karate Champ, and of course, Burger Time. A tabletop version was also released, which is cool in itself, but unfortunately it only plays the NES version. An updated version of the game was announced for the Intellivision Amico, but no screenshots were ever released. Since this system is turning out to be vaporware, who knows if this game will ever get released someplace else. At one time, filmmaker Ben David Grabinski wanted to make a film adaptation of the game. He had a pretty cool story idea involving the dudes rescuing the president, but the rights to the game couldn't be sorted due to the bankruptcy of Data East. Due to this, the idea floundered and eventually died. Attempts were made for a crowd-funded Bad Dudes 2, but the goal was not reached.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Arcade Arsenal, RoboCop and Bad Dudes for Nintendo.
Creep.
Part man, part machine, all game, RoboCop.
Stay out of trouble.
Bad Dudes, the forces of good have never been so bad. If you're bad enough, then you're good enough for Bad Dudes and RoboCop for Nintendo.
The game was released on a wide variety of computer platforms, but only received one console release, which was the NES version. We will get to that in just a few minutes. As far as the quality of these conversions go, we have some good, some bad, and some fugly. The computer conversions featured some pretty cool title screens, including the Amstrad version, which had never heard of the phrase copyright infringement. Then we had the Commodore 64, which only shows one character. I felt they should have changed the name to Bad Dude instead. Let me just issue a blanket statement as far as the majority of the computer conversions go, because you are only allowed one fire button. This does hinder the gameplay just a bit, but the more you play it, the more you adapt. The NES version doesn't suffer this fate as it offers two buttons. Also, none of the 8-bit versions feature simultaneous two-player action, although this option is still available on the Amiga and Atari ST. There were 3 different developers involved with this license, as Data East produced the NES version, Quicksilver produced the Apple II and MS-DOS conversions, and Imagine Software was in charge of the European computer conversions. The first one we are taking a look at is the Apple II version. This game turned out to be quite the mess. Although it does play reasonably fast, the colors make it seem as if someone ate a box of pastel colors and threw them up all over the screen. There are no intro or ending graphics, and the storyline text has been changed as well. The characters also have some floaty weight physics going on, not to mention some really odd hit detection, in which you don't even have to be anywhere near your character in order to hit them. The characters are also small and the screen doesn't scroll. Rather than barreling through the game and trying to reach the end of level boss as quickly as you could, in this one you have to defeat all the ninjas before you can proceed to the next screen. The perilous fight on top both the 18-wheeler and the train is a lot easier for the bad dude since they don't appear to be moving. The sound effects are pure FOTS with a little bitty blasts all throughout the game. Sticking with Quicksilver software, let's go ahead and take a look at the MS-DOS version. For starters, the game is squished into a window that takes up 2/3 of the screen. The characters are large and resemble the arcade original, but playing this game, I'm getting flashbacks of Double Dragon for the Amiga. While the gameplay is fast with lots of enemies on screen, the animation is choppy, making for a not so great experience. Not to mention the fact that the bosses have to load before each fight. For the MS-DOS platform, this conversion was pretty typical. The sound effects are pure PC beeper with nothing but bloops and bleeps. After some digging, I did find that the DOS version did support 2 buttons, so it did help the gameplay experience. The Spectrum version is up next, and if you liked watching the 1969 moon landing, then this is the game for you. In all seriousness, it's really not too bad. Yes, the graphics are in monochrome aside from some nifty colors around the border, but the game plays at a fairly consistent speed, although it is a tad slower than the arcade original. As I mentioned, there is only one button, which makes everything feel just a bit off. Due to the graphics being in monochrome, the characters tend to get lost in the backgrounds when the action gets hot and heavy. With that being said, they are large and animated decently. The backgrounds are detailed, and we even get some slick parallax scrolling. We also have some nice music on the title screen, but that's about it. The sound effects are tiny little whiffs and nothing to get excited about. As a standalone Kung Fu Master knockoff, this game would score pretty high on the Specky, but as a conversion of Bad Dudes, it's a bit suspect. If you were checking out the Spectrum version and thought to yourself, slow down there, big fella, then you should definitely play the MSX version. This is a straight up port of the Specky, although running at about half the speed. With the loss of speed also comes horrible controls. I would run far, far away from this conversion. One of my favorite versions of Bad Dudes to play at home back in the day was definitely the Amiga version. Upon booting up the game, you are greeted with an arcade-accurate title screen and introductory scenes. Despite the arcade game being released as Bad Dudes in Europe, the game is based on the Japanese version of the game. This means that we lose out on all of the English samples, including I'm Bad. The graphics are very detailed with large character sprites, although the scrolling is a bit jerky. There are lots of enemies on screen at once, and I believe I counted 15 at one time. The game features some nice parallax scrolling and some excellent music. Yes, we get sound effects and music at the same time, which is always a plus in my book. The game controls pretty good, although it could have been much better if it had 2 buttons and the scrolling was just a bit smoother. You still get President Ronnie offering to take you out for burgers at the end. In still shots, the Atari ST version looks pretty good, although once it starts to move, it all falls apart. Instead of counting frames per second, we should be counting seconds per frame. If you ever wanted to experience a brawler in low gravity, then this is right up your alley. Despite this, the game has the entire arcade presentation with both intro and ending scenes intact. As far as the graphics go, it's very similar to the Amiga, although obviously running a whole lot slower. The music has also taken a hit, and there are no longer any digitized samples as far as the sound effects go. It controls decent if you can wrap your head around the slow frame rate. Upon first glance, the good old Commodore 64 version doesn't appear very impressive as far as the in-game mechanics go. The game opens up with some fantastic music by Jonathan Dunn, which really puts the SID chip through its paces. As a matter of fact, all the music in the game is excellent. The backgrounds are fairly detailed, and we do get some good parallax scrolling on a couple of levels. The sprites themselves are high res, and although a bit on the small side, are detailed with fairly smooth animation. On occasion, you will get some sprite tearing, but not very often. The gameplay seems a bit too fast at times, but it still plays pretty good. Thankfully, the Amstrad version is not just a port of the Specky. This turned out really well with large colorful sprites and fairly smooth animation. The backgrounds are very detailed with multi-layered parallax scrolling to boot. Although the introductory and ending graphics are missing, everything else has been included, plus there is a nice treat for 128K owners. The game becomes a single load, and you even have digitized voice samples in the game. Despite only having one fire button, the controls are nice and tight. And finally, we have the home conversion that most people were familiar with, which is the NES version. The controls have been reinstated since we now have two separate buttons, one for jumping and one for punching, and it makes a world of difference. Something that was not reinstated though was 2 players simultaneously. Although the graphics are microphallic in size, they are detailed for the most part, but there is a lot of flickering. There are less enemies appearing on screen at once, but thankfully they don't take as many hits to disperse of. The entire arcade presentation is here, from the opening cinematics to the ending sequence, complete with hamburgers. What's also here is the I'm Bad voice sample at the end of each level. However, the voice that comes from the speakers sounds like it's coming from a 70-year-old man who just got through gargling razor blades. I'm bad. Something else that was changed was the ending. Instead of President Ronnie, we now have President Bush, since he had just been elected into office. The Japanese version, released by Namco, does offer a few differences over its American counterpart, such as short intermission screens in between each level after stage 2. Regardless, I still had a ton of fun playing this back in the day. I always loved me some Bad Dudes. It was the quintessential 1980s beat-em-up that was large and in charge and to the extreme. There is nothing finer than you and a buddy strolling down the street, kicking the crap out of ninjas trying to make it to the end of the game. If you've never had the chance to drink some pop, use nunchucks, and tell everyone just how bad of a dude you really are, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Since the dawn of time, legends have been told of sword-wielding barbarians who would rule their land with an iron fist, typically with a fair maiden by their side. Thanks to some fantastical artwork by Frank Frazetta, as well as a certain Austrian appearing on the big screen, the general public would once again get lost in its lore. This particular lore transcended from books to the big screen to finally arcades everywhere, thanks to the rather excellent game from Taito that we are talking about today, which is none other than Rastan. This epic hack and slash would go on to become synonymous with the genre and is fondly remembered by retro gamers to this day. What was the inspiration for this game? What game-breaking bug crippled one of the home versions of this game? What was the major difference between the Japanese and North American release? So grab your sword and get ready to slice and dice, because this is the history of Rastan. In the year of 1986, arcade manufacturer Taito is looking to continue its successful line of arcade hits. The company got its start in the mid-1960s producing electromechanical games, and then finally moving to video arcade games in the early 1970s. The company produced a staggering amount of games, with a number of these going on to become bona fide classics. They produced one of my favorite arcade wrestling games, Mapmania, Bubble Bobble, Renegade, and Arkanoid, and that was just up until 1986. Designer Yoshinori Kobayashi had been tasked with creating Taito's next arcade hit. Mr. Kobayashi had been fascinated with sword and sorcery dating back to his childhood, but once again, influence came from the West in the form of the action-packed Arnold Schwarzenegger flick, Conan the Barbarian. While Mr. Kobayashi was directly influenced by the movie, he was also fascinated with the numerous covers of Conan the Barbarian by legendary artist Frank Frazetta. Rumor has it that when development was first started, it was intended to be a Conan the Barbarian game. Apparently, the company had tried to acquire the license for Conan, but at the time, all video game rights for the property were held by Datasoft. They had produced a fairly successful game based on everyone's favorite barbarian for numerous PCs back in 1984. It was at this point that Mr. Kobayashi borrowed certain concepts from Conan and implemented it into his brand new game. As a matter of fact, you can still see the influence of Arnie's Conan in the game itself. On a side note, released around the same time as Rastan was Barbarian, the Ultimate Warrior for PCs all across the world. This bloody hack and slash decapitation extravaganza is still considered to be one of the best sword fighting games on the 8-bit market. It's not clear which game came out first, but it's still a classic and deserves a mention. The North American version of Rastan never received a full-size dedicated arcade cabinet. It was released only as a kit or conversion, which allowed arcade operators to convert existing cabinets into brand new ones by adding additional marquees, bezels, joysticks, and PCBs. Rastan, or Rastan Saga, as it was known in certain parts of the world, was released in 1987. As the story goes, at least in the Japanese version, an aging Rastan sits atop his throne, contemplating the nasty life he had led. He used to be a thief and a murderer, but it was necessary to survive in such difficult times. He would like us to gather round and listen to the heartwarming tale of his days as a bloody barbarian. As the game starts up, Rastan is seen walking along, letting us know he obtained the consent of the princess for slaying the dragon for all of the treasures of the empire. It's up to you to take control of your giant sword and slay the dragon, obtaining all the riches for yourself. The entire intro and attract scenes were removed from the US version, which turns it into a generic hack and slash. Also in between each round is a short cutscene that further explains the story. In the US version, this was changed to a generic screen that remains the same after each round. That's okay though, because this game had everything else going for it. This game is a 1 or 2 player hack and slash fantasy epic in which you take control of Rastan as you set out across 6 sprawling levels, vanquishing the vast enemies you encounter. From the get-go, this game is pretty difficult, but it's nowhere near as bad as some of the other games of the era, such as Ghosts and Goblins. You control Rastan with a standard 8-way joystick utilizing a couple of different buttons. One is for jumping and the other is your attack. Something of note is the longer you hold the jump button, the higher Rastan will jump. While in midair, you can also attack both upwards and downwards, giving you a slight advantage. Your character also doesn't stop moving when he attacks. There are a vast number of enemies in the game, each with lots of color and nice, crisp details. As I mentioned, the game is set across 6 levels, with each one broken up into 3 distinct areas. The first area sees you take on weaker enemies, giving you a feel for the controls, while the second area involves an indoor section, typically inside of a castle. The third area of each level is the boss fight, which takes place inside of a throne room. The playability is fantastic, with you having nice tight control over your loincloth wearing hero. The graphics themselves look fantastic, with lavish level design, which was unheard of for an arcade title back in 1987. You won't have much time to appreciate these visuals, as you will be attacked by hordes upon hordes of enemies. With a little bit of memorization and fast reflexes, you can get pretty far in the game pretty quick. That's not to say it's a cakewalk though, because the enemies are relentless, especially in the US version. Taito decided to make the game here in the States just a little bit more difficult, so if you find yourself lingering too long on a level, bats will swarm your character and sap your strength as fast as my wife saps my wallet. You have a typical energy bar, which will deplete with the more hits that you take. There are a few power-ups you can achieve along the way, such as a sword that shoots fireballs, an axe which is extremely powerful, and a hammer that has longer range. Enemies will also drop certain items that will increase your life. You can also pick up a shield which reduces damage, a mantle which reduces damage by 1/2, armature which will reduce all enemy damage, And finally, medicine, which will give you a much needed health increase. Watch out for the red poison though, as that will reduce your energy. Finally, you can pick up jewels for point bonuses and other odds and ends, such as rings, which will speed up your weapon. Although there is no time limit, something those clever programmers have implemented is that the further you get into a stage, the background details will change, such as the sun going down. When this happens, the enemy attacks increase, so beware. There are also lots of pitfalls and hazards to watch out for, including spikes, stalagmites, and other traps. Water and fire will kill you dead instantly. One of my favorite sections of the game would have to be the swinging ropes over the fire, but not so much for Commodore 64 owners everywhere, which I will get to in just a bit. In addition to these nice tight controls and the visceral experience including smooth parallax scrolling is the mesmerizing music. Surprisingly, there are only 3 different songs that play, one for the outdoor segments, one for the castles, and one for the boss fights. However, these songs encapsulate what this game is trying to achieve, and it ties everything together in a nice little bow. The main theme has been living rent-free in my head for over 35 years, and anyone who has heard it will know exactly what I mean. Big shout out to the original composers Naoto Yagashita and Masahiko Takaki, who were definitely influenced by Conan the Barbarian, but they did put their own spin on it. The sound effects are really good as well, with grunts and groans littered throughout the game. Rastan does let out a painful cry whenever the game is over. Also, a beating heart is located next to your health bar, which will rapidly increase the lower your life bar drops. When it gets almost empty, a heartbeat sound will accompany the animation, making for an already tense situation even more nerve-wracking. The game is a definite quarter muncher, but you are allowed to continue up until the last level. At that point, if you lose your lives, then it's game over no matter what. The game featured a wide variety of enemies to dispose of, including chimeras, centipedes, giant bats, lizardmen, and skeletons with swords and shields, which is a direct nod to Ray Harryhausen's legendary creatures from the movie Jason and the Argonauts. The levels themselves are not named, so I will just show them off in order. So we have round 1. Round 2. Round 3. Round 4. Round 5. the last area, round 6. The mini-bosses you face are King Grayton, King Slay, Simple Gotties, Lalos, the Hydra, and finally the big boss of the game, the Red Dragon. After defeating the Red Dragon, you are treated to a nice ending sequence while the credits roll. The Japanese version lets you know that after obtaining all the treasures from the princess, you leave the kingdom to find another country for you to conquer and become its king. In the US version, all of this text is missing completely while Rastan stares off into the distance for a few short moments. After this, the game is over. Rastan was very successful when it was released in the arcades and it spawned a number of home conversions. There were actually 2 different albums that featured the Rastan soundtrack released all the way back in 1988. A Rastan pinball table was also developed for the Ad Games Legends pinball machine. As any red-blooded 11-year-old boy will tell you, putting dirty words on the high score table was both a thing of beauty and creativity. However, if you try to put in the initials SEX, the initials are changed to AHA or AHA. The character of Rastan made a couple of cameos over the years. In the first one, he exchanged his sword for some of those good old-fashioned Hulk Hogan vitamins and became a professional wrestler in the arcade game Champion Wrestler by Taito. In the Little Scene arcade game Dino Rex, your character is revealed to be Rastan at the very end of the story. This arcade title was also produced by Taito. Surprisingly, the Sega Master System version even featured a bit of nudity in the Rastan manual. Apparently, Medusa forgot to put on her bra when she left the cave that morning, as she is exposed for all to see. As a matter of fact, all of the quote-unquote female characters are sans proper attire. I, for one, was extremely appalled and quickly made a phone call to my local congressman. In 1989, Taito rushed to market the follow-up to Rastan, which was Rastan Saga 2 in Japan, but it was known as Nastar or Nastar Warrior in Europe and North America. The visuals have been given a shot in the arm, which is apparently what Rastan has had done because his sprite is now huge. Speaking of the sprites, all of them are now large and in charge, and while they do look good with a lot of color, the animation is terrible and the gameplay is quite a bit slower than the previous title. Speaking of the animation, aside from the limited frames given to Rastan, the enemies themselves only have a few frames in total. The gameplay has been upgraded a bit, as you now have the ability to block just by simply standing still. You do have power-ups similar to the previous game, such as a lightning attack, long Wolverine claws, fireballs, and projectiles that rotate around you that damage the enemies. The game consists of 6 rounds with an indoor, outdoor, and boss area in each one. You have your typical pitfalls such as fire and spikes, as well as the obligatory ropes that you can swing on. Whereas the original game featured nice tight controls, this game feels like your character is chugging through mud. To be fair, the music is good, but it doesn't compare to the original arcade's tunes. Despite the not-so-great reception to the second title, Taito decided to try it one more time and return to greatness with Warrior Blade Rastan Saga Episode 3. The game now more closely resembles Golden Axe than the previous 2 titles, and the arcade version is noteworthy for using dual screens. There are now 3 different characters to choose from, this time including Rastan, Dewey, and Sophia, each one with different attributes. The game was only released in Japan, but it was released here in the States as part of the compilation Taito Memories. The game uses a number of cutscenes to deliver the story and also branching paths to increase replayability. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the animation has been vastly improved along with the gameplay speed, which results in a game that's a lot of fun to play. The crisp controls that you found in the first Rastan arcade game makes its return along with a number of other wacky enemies to destroy. This time your character can run as well as smashing on enemies who are already knocked down. Your character can even ride dragons. Similar to Golden Axe, your character can pick up and use magic, which is pretty cool to see. The game also lets you choose which order to tackle the levels, which is a nice change of pace. The graphics are outstanding with some really cool level design, including some basic platforming. The music is also good, so if you've never had a chance to play this title, you should definitely check it out.
Ich lösch dich aus! Ich lösch dich aus! Verdammt!
Follow this path.
For some strange reason, Taito decided to publish the PlayStation 2 title Barbarian in Japan, but decided to change the name to Warrior Blade Rastan vs. Barbarian Saga. This title has no significance whatsoever on the lore of Rastan aside from his character being in the game. This is a 3D arena fighter which is extremely lackluster in my opinion. This game was brought to us by the fine folks at Titus Software, who also blessed the world with the game Superman 64. The original arcade game was included on a number of compilations over the years, including Taito Memories, Taito Legends, and Taito Legends Power Up. It was also recently released as part of the arcade archives for the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation. Taito introduced the Taito Egret 2 Mini, which included 40 classic Taito arcade hits. The game did receive one fairly obvious clone, which was Warrior King, released for the TRS-80. We have swinging ropes, green monsters, and even an actual beating heart for the life bar, just like Rastan. The character is even known as Rastan with 2 N's. This game isn't bad, but the scrolling is pretty choppy and I couldn't get the audio to work at all. Before we get to the official conversions, I wanted to make note that there is a homebrew version coming out for the Amiga that is being developed by Basement Ape and it looks fantastic. It uses the Scorpion engine and features slightly updated graphics. This even features the arcade attract screens. There is an alpha version you can download to try it for yourself. Hopefully it gets a full release because what I've played so far is fantastic. A version was in development for the Atari ST, which thankfully was preserved. It is extremely early with no enemies or sound, but it is cool to see what could have been. The game was converted to a number of home systems with the 8-bit computer ports done by Imagine Software. Some of these turned out pretty well, and you will be shocked to learn which ones they were. Let's get this party started with a whimper and check out the Amstrad CPC version. In still shots, the game looks great with nice details and colors, but once it moves, it jukes and jives like me after a few beers. When Rastan is on the screen by himself, the speed isn't bad, but as soon as you add one enemy character, it drops by about 50%. The audio also doesn't do the game any favors either, with no music whatsoever. It does get a few points for following the arcade game's layout, but that's about it, just a few points. The ZX Spectrum version may be a little off-putting at first, but it features some nice, tight controls with fast gameplay. It features large, detailed sprites and, similar to the Amstrad version, is faithful to the arcade game's layout. Everything is in monochrome though, so enemies will sometimes get lost in the background. The game even features parallax scrolling though, and it looks great. However, as far as the audio goes, holy queefaroo, Pac-Man! Even I was repulsed by some of the sounds that were coming out of the speakers. If you decide to play this version, I would suggest muting the audio. There is a 128K version which does feature music while we play, and honestly, it's not as bad as the 48K version, which features that good old nasty queefy goodness. The MSX2 version was programmed by Taito, which typically means higher quality than everything else. This game was programmed to the computer's strength, meaning the first thing to go would be the scrolling. Rather than have herky-jerky scrolling as found in the Amstrad version, they decided to go with a playstyle that didn't allow the screen to scroll. This works out pretty good for the most part, and it keeps the gameplay fairly fast. The graphics are nicely detailed with lots of colors, including the character of Rastan being a multicolored sprite. All the enemies though are single color, but it's really not too noticeable. There are also only a few enemies on screen at once. The level design has also been changed with some elements missing completely, such as the rope sequence over the flames. There is music while we play and it sounds pretty good. There is even a little bit of digitized sound effects as well. I was pleasantly surprised with this version. The only home console port that this game received was for the Sega Master System. Despite its slightly smaller sprite size, the game turned out rather well. Similar to the MSX version, the level layout has been redesigned and are shorter, but overall it's pretty faithful to the arcade original. To make it a bit more difficult though, they decided to add more pitfalls and traps than found in the arcade game. The playability is nice and tight, although there is a bit of flickering going on. For some reason, they even added a wall jump for Rastan. The graphics are nicely detailed with lots of color and pretty good sound to boot. This even supports FM sound, which sounds really good. All of the cutscenes found in the arcade game are missing, but otherwise, this turned out to be a really good version. Sticking with the Sega brand, the Game Gear version is up next, and it's pretty much the same as the Master System. When playing on actual hardware, the game looks a bit fuzzy due to the Game Gear's lower resolution. Otherwise, it's the same excellent conversion, only in the palm of your hands. The good old Commodore 64 version is up next, and it didn't turn out very well. First, the positive, which should be obvious to anyone who plays this for any period of time, which would be the fantastic music. Enough can't be said about the awesome soundtrack, and composer Martin Galway deserves all the kudos in the world. As far as the rest of the game goes, everything is a muddy mess with drab and dreary colors and not so great graphics. This was due to the inexperience of the artist working on the game, as this was the first game she had ever worked on. There is a fair amount of detail in the backgrounds and the scrolling is nice and smooth, but the playability is dreadful with slow character movement. The collision detection is not good, with your sword sometimes going right through the enemy. There was even a bug involving the rope swing that crashed the game, making it impossible to get past unless you were using a cheat or a trained version. It's also extremely difficult. You should at least fire it up for a few minutes just to listen to that awesome soundtrack though. A neat little extra buried inside the cover of the Commodore 64 version is a short comic giving our titular barbaric hero a bit of a backstory. The story doesn't really jive with the official storyline from the game, but considering the USA version doesn't have one at all, I guess it doesn't matter. Still, it's cool to see. My first foray into the world of the internet was through AOL in the mid-90s, where one of my friends sent me a copy of Rastan for the PC. The MS-DOS version was converted by Novalogic, and I was blown away at how good it was. This is extremely faithful to the arcade game, including the original attract scenes, cutscenes, and endings. The game runs in EGA mode, but it looks fantastic with lots of colors and background details. The scrolling is a little choppy, but it plays really good. The game has support for ad-lib sound, so you don't have to use that nasty squeaky PC speaker. This turned out to be one of the better home conversions of Rastan, but not quite the best. The best home conversion of Rastan is for, surprise surprise, the Apple II GS. Take everything that was great about the MS-DOS version and crank it up just a bit, and what you are left with is a very close replica of the arcade original. Thanks to the improved colors of the GS, everything looks a bit better over the DOS port, and it even has better sound thanks to the advanced audio capabilities of the system. The nice tight controls and fast gameplay are here as well, and you really couldn't ask for a better conversion. And there you have it, everybody, the history of Rastan. This video was originally done by me 5 years ago, which at the time My research is nowhere near as in-depth as it is now. The original video was only 8 minutes long, and this one clocks in at just over 32. This one features a lot of new info and conversions, plus the original microphone I was using sounded like it was recorded in Oscar's garbage can. This has always been one of my favorite hack and slash games, and it really is the perfect package when it comes to music, graphics, and gameplay. If you've never had the chance to swing a giant sword, all the while wearing a nice, tight loincloth, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Just wanted to give a big shout out to my good friend Dave, who I saw at our local comic book convention over the weekend. He facilitated my meeting the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, which was pretty freaking cool. Thanks again, Dave. Throughout the past 8 years and over the course of 275 short documentaries, I have brought the best of the best and the worst of the worst when it comes to video game goodness. Every once in a while, I'll get a wild hair and decide to cover an entire system while also showcasing some of its best games. I've done features on the Neo Geo, Sega CD, the 32X, and today I am going to give some love to the utterly powerful and fantastic portable, the Atari Lynx. Every time I played mine back in the day, I would get a surge in my fingers that would travel all through my system and give me a little tickle in my taint. This system wasn't well received, which is unfortunate because it received some absolutely killer games. What is Apes and how does it involve this system? How close was Nintendo to becoming involved with this handheld? So sit back, relax, and let's learn about the history and the games of the Atari Lynx. Way back in the dark ages of the 1970s, the Atari VCS was breaking new ground and entertaining people of all ages all across the world. Video games were a huge business and helped establish Atari as the bona fide leader in home entertainment. Speaking of Atari, they were synonymous with video games as kids were asking to go play Atari instead of asking to go play a video game. Any self-respecting home computer owner would know the name Epyx at the very least for their brightly colored neon boxes. The fact that these boxes would also contain some pretty awesome games inside was just a bonus. They released a huge string of hits in the 1980s, even sprinkling in some licensed properties such as Barbie, G.I. Joe, and Hot Wheels. There were also the original titles that blew the socks off just about anything else on the market, including Impossible Mission, Summer Games, Winter Games, and of course, California Games. The Amiga computer was designed by a group of engineers including Jay Miner, Dave Morse, R.J. Michael, and Dave Needle. Michael and Needle, who were now working at Epic Software, wanted to create a sort of continuation of the Amiga architecture, but putting it instead in the palm of your hands. The trio of Morse, Michael, and Needle were out to lunch at an upscale restaurant in California when they devised this idea. During that 90-minute lunch on napkins, they had sketched out the designs for the handheld codenamed Handy. The first prototypes were completed in early 1987 on 4x4 sheets of plywood covered in chips that would simulate what the final hardware could do. The original prototype utilized a black and white screen but didn't have the zing that they thought it should have. Other people in the group wanted to switch to black and white because the color screen would affect cost, battery life, and weight. Switching to color gave the little handheld that could a palette of 4,096 available colors with 16 on screen at once. For a time, the system would use a thumbstick instead of a traditional directional pad, but this was dropped. The system was powered by dual CMOS chips codenamed Mikey and Susie, both running the 65CO2, which ran at 16 MHz. This was a variation of the processor that powered such systems as the Apple II, NES, and Commodore 64, only clocking in at 4 times the speed. This was actually the first home console that included a blitter chip, which was also found in the Amiga. The blitter helped offset the complex calculations that the CPU would have to do. The display was finally settled on a 3.5-inch LCD backlit display with the resolution of 160 by 102. Due to the cost of the glass and the components, this is what they were limited to. Thanks to the custom chips involved and the powerful 16 MHz clock speed, the system was capable of utilizing an unlimited number of blitter sprites that also included hardware sprite scaling and rotation. A 4-channel custom sound chip was created with the ability to play digitized or sampled sound on each one of the channels without stressing the CPU.
How about another ball?
Battery life would always be a concern when it came to the system, as it sucked the life out of 6 AA batteries in 4 to 5 hours of continuous play. You could always get around this by using the optional AC adapter, but be warned, your lights could flicker like an old black and white prison movie. This was another reason why people in the group wanted to switch to a black and white screen so the system wouldn't utilize mass consumption of batteries. The system would also use the tried and true format of cartridges, although rumors have suggested that initially they were looking at some sort of tape loader, which Michael denies, although he does say that a hard disk was considered. The Potato handheld would be both left and right-handed friendly, which was well received in 10% of the population, including southpaws like myself. During its development at Epix, it was considered top secret even within the company. The development area was sealed off with security locks on the door. There was a sign on the door labeling it the Epix Electronic Nuclear Toaster, so this could be considered its original name. Epix programmer Peter Engelbright brought these little details to light in the Atari Age forums, including how one of the programmers opened up the ceiling tiles and crawled over to sneak a peek. By that point, the secret was out and it was known internally as Handy. Handy was also the name of the very first Atari Lynx emulator for Windows. The sexy little handheld would also give players the option of a little multiplayer madness, allowing 17 systems to be linked together via the ComLinks cable, although the most any game would use would be 8, which was Todd's adventure in Slime World. Originally, the system was going to be networked via infrared technology and was codenamed Red Eye. Later revisions would give you the option of turning off the backlit screen to save on battery life. The system also supported a handy, no pun intended, headphone jack. The system made its debut behind closed doors at the Winter Consumer Electronics Show in 1989. Around this time, Epix was starting to suffer serious financial difficulties and did not have the capital to bring the Handy to market. A meeting was quickly put together with the president of Nintendo in an attempt to sell the system outright so the company could release it as one of its own products. After an embarrassingly strong-armed pitch by Epix board member Joe Horwitz, the trio were essentially asked to leave the building. Before they had the opportunity to leave, a couple of boxes were brought into the room. Nintendo opened the boxes and revealed 2 handheld video game consoles that were connected with a communication cable. This tiny little gray handheld was playing a portable version of Tetris and was ready to go to market. The trio would end up making a similar pitch to Sega, but they also declined. They were literally at the end of their rope when they decided to give Atari a chance. Atari had actually been toying with the idea of a portable machine, the Atari 2200, which was based on the 2600, but they weren't very successful at developing the idea. Jack Tramiel, the company's chief executive officer, had a less than stellar reputation when it came to dealing with other companies, but the team really didn't have much choice. It was decided that Atari would manufacture and market the handheld while Epyx would create the games, getting paid by Atari for each title that was produced. However, in the contract was a clause that issued Epyx a deadline. Epyx had 60 days to fix any bugs that Atari wanted rectified. Atari would typically wait until the very last minute to mention these bugs, which would often be inadequate time to make the necessary fixes. Due to the clause in the contract, this would give Atari the legal right to withhold payment to Epyx, sending the company into financial turmoil. This would ultimately lead to its bankruptcy. Atari threw a lifeline and offered to pay Epyx provided they sign over the handy lock, stock, and barrel. Atari had considered going with the name Atari Portable Entertainment System until it was pointed out that the acronym would be APES, so they changed it. The name Lynx was chosen for its ability to link systems together and nothing to do with the feline family.
Hey, Mr. Block, can I go to the bathroom?
2 minutes.
Oh, yes! Good there. Oh, yes, yes! I'm in the tube! Oh, yes, yes! Oh! All right!
Introducing Lynx from Atari, the color video game you can get away with. Well, sometimes.
It debuted in September 1989 here in the States, just 2 months after the Game Boy. While the system itself had a larger footprint than the Game Boy, it was also twice the price, clocking in at $179.99. This was also leaps and bounds above the Game Boy in just about every way possible except for its library. The system launched with 3 titles: Blue Lightning, Gates of Zendikon, and Electrocop. However, the big pack-in title that came with the system, at least initially, was California Games. This was a fantastic conversion from the much beloved computer game, and honestly, surfing is still so much fun to play to this day. When I purchased my system, it came with the option of a free game of my choosing, and I picked Blue Lightning, which was a fantastic game that really showed off the system's potential. What's funny is, you had to mail in your Atari UPC label, which, coincidentally enough, was the post office 3 miles from where I lived. The system would have 71 official releases over its brief lifespan, but the system has been kept alive thanks to its thriving homebrew and modding community. In that time, a number of prototypes have trickled out, including some almost fully complete games such as Road Riot, We recently got our first glimpse at one of the holy grails for the system that a lot of people thought was lost forever, which was Rolling Thunder. In the meantime, if you needed to accessorize your little dark gray beauty, then there was always the extra battery pack, car adapter, screen protector, and carrying case. In an attempt to compete with a juggernaut known as the Game Boy, the price was reduced a couple of times, finally ending up at $79.99. The cartridges initially were flat and were designed to be stackable. While this proved to be efficient, it was difficult to remove from the console, so a second version included a ridged underside was released. Finally, the third and final style, the curved lip housing, was utilized. The cartridges weren't the only thing to get a revision, as in July of 1991, Atari emerged with the Lynx 2. This included a smaller, lighter version of the system with rubber grips and a slightly clearer backlit display. The backlight could also be turned off while the game was paused to save on battery life. The mono headphone jack was also replaced with a stereo version. The battery life increased by about an hour with this new revision. The price would also drop to $99 without any accessories. It was in 1992 that a movie tie-in with Batman Returns offered up Atari Lynx commercials to be played before the movie in theaters. Not to mention the actual Batman Returns game, which launched alongside the movie in the summer of 1992.
Coming to a screen near you in over 4,000 colors with full stereo sound on the largest portable video game screen in the world. Free only on Atari Lynx. Batman Returns, a $50 value, free with any purchase of the Atari Lynx game system, now for a limited time only.
A number of promotions were issued at this time, including t-shirts and stickers among others. The system would become known for its huge number of fantastic arcade conversions such as Stun Runner and Road Blasters, but it also offers some pretty good original IPs, but I'll get to those in just a moment. At one point in time, His and Hers units were considered and even reached the prototype stage, but they were never released. Speaking of units, it doesn't get much stranger than the uber sexy red variant, which was part of the promotion for Marlboro cigarettes. You had to collect the points off of each pack you smoke, and once you had enough, you could mail it in for a free red Atari Lynx. It also came with a free motorcycle game, which makes perfect sense because the best time to have a puff on one of those long, thin cancer rods was when you were tearing down the road on your Harley. By the way, the game itself wasn't very good either, with droning sound and repetitive gameplay. Unfortunately, there was just no way to stop the itty-bitty gray Game Boy. While the Lynx sold a respectable 2 to 3 million units, the Sega Game Gear sold 10 million units, and by the mid-90s, the Game Boy sold around 20 million units. In its lifespan, along with the Game Boy Color, it would sell close to 120 million units, making it the fourth best-selling console of all time. In 1993, however, Atari decided to focus all of its efforts on the launch of the Jaguar, letting the Lynx die a slow death. By 1995, they officially discontinued the system. As I mentioned, the Atari Lynx fanbase have taken it upon themselves to create some truly spectacular products, especially in the year 2024. We have modern LCD replacements, rechargeable batteries, VGA and HDMI out, and even a controller mod that lets you use an external controller. A flash card that allowed you to use existing ROMs on a real Atari Lynx handheld was also available. In 2022, a compilation of Atari titles was released in conjunction with Atari's 50th anniversary. It was entitled Atari 50, which included 109 titles for systems such as the Atari 2600, 5200, 7800, Jaguar, and the Lynx. As previously stated, there were only 71 official titles, with new ones constantly being worked on thanks to the homebrew community. These games I'm going to showcase are some of my favorites, so let me know down below what some of your favorites are as well. When I purchased my Atari Lynx, one of the first titles I was hopeful that would receive a conversion was Stun Runner, and thankfully, the version we received lived up to its name. Converting a powerful Atari coin-op onto lesser hardware is always a bit tricky, and most of the time it never lives up to the hype. Just take a look at the travesty on the Amiga, and in particular 8-bit conversions of Stun Runner. However, the version we received for the Lynx was absolutely fantastic. The presentation here is spectacular, with music and most of the digitized speech for your listening pleasure. The graphics and animation are extremely fast and smooth, showing you exactly what the Atari Lynx was capable of in the proper hands. The controls are nice and tight, which is something that you need when it comes to an arcade racer. Speaking of racers, I might as well go ahead and mention Road Blasters, which was also programmed by D. Scott Williamson, who also programmed Stun Runner. Road Blasters is phenomenal, although there appears to be a bug with the emulation making everything run way too fast. I had this back in the day and don't recall this being anywhere near as speedy on my actual Lynx. This was ported over using the source code from the arcade unit, which is why it was so close in terms of accuracy to the original. The music, sound effects with voice, and graphics with its smooth scrolling are all something any self-respecting racing fan needs to experience. And sticking with D. Scott Williamson one more time, another fantastic game is Toki. This was adapted from the arcade run-and-gun game of the same name, in which you control a strange half-monkey, half-human, but all-man, who has to make his way over the various levels and rescue the beautiful Princess Miho, who was kidnapped by the evil Vukumedio. Thanks to your half-monkey state, you also have the power of Super Spit, which will take out the enemies in your path. You also have to encounter large mini-bosses at the end of each level. Fans of the arcade game will feel right at home, as pretty much everything from the arcade game has been translated faithfully, although we don't get the nipple slip that was found in the Atari ST version. It's not one of my favorite games, but I wanted to point out what a missed opportunity hard driving was on the system. The smooth scrolling found in games such as Road Blasters and Stun Runner is nowhere to be found, as we are reduced to low frame rate polygons and horrendous controls. If you thought the computer versions of this game controlled terribly, then be sure and give this one a try. No music and basic sound effects round this one out, although we do get the digitized moo. So far, this list is made up of mostly arcade conversions, so I might as well mention another one, which is Rampage. This is a fantastic conversion of the Little Scene arcade game, but it was converted to pretty much every system and computer on the market. This is a game that combines a number of genres, from strategy to puzzle to shoot 'em ups, in which players control and defend a territory involving castles and cannons. You have to play offensively and defensively, building up your walls and attempting to destroy the enemy. The game was lots of fun to play, and it translated nicely onto the Lynx. The gameplay has elements of Tetris, in which you are given bricks of different sizes to rebuild your castle. The graphics and animation are very nice, with a spectacular opening and nice music. There is also plenty of digitized speech. There is also some fun multiplayer madness thanks to the Comlinks cable. If you've never had a chance to play this game, be sure and check it out. One game that I had a ton of fun playing was Awesome Golf. The game features some nice colorful graphics and even a little bit of sprite scaling with the ball. The large character graphics are smooth and well animated, which also includes the rest of the game. The hitting mechanics of the gameplay take a bit of getting used to, but once you have it down, it becomes second nature. There are even voices littered throughout the game to add to the overall experience. This is a nice, fun, relaxing little game. Batman Returns is your typical brawler, but the game is extremely difficult. Graphically, the game is quite nice with large sprites and plenty of variety in the enemies. The animation is also extremely smooth. The controls are fairly simple, with you having to jump, somersault, punch, and throw batarangs all around. Did I happen to mention that the game was difficult? The enemies are absolutely relentless and you only have one life with no continues. The game only takes place across 4 stages, but with only one life, that's pretty much all you need. The music and sound effects are pretty good, with some nice moody tunes while you play. If you were a fan of the Afterburner arcade game, then Blue Lightning was right up your alley. This is an arcade combat flight title which is very similar to the aforementioned Afterburner. You have to complete a series of tasks over the course of 9 missions. The graphics were phenomenal at the time, with smooth scaling and fast gameplay. The game was impressive back in 1989, and even today, the smooth scaling can still be appreciated. The developer was also influenced by Spectrum Holobyte's Falcon, but wanted to lean more towards an arcade-style shooter. The playability is fantastic with nice, tight controls. Atari Lynx owners didn't get a version of Tetris, although a homebrew version did come out recently. We did have Clax. Clax is a puzzle game in which you control a small paddle on the lower part of a conveyor belt, moving left and right, attempting to line up colors from the various tiles. You can score points by making a row of 3 tiles horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. This was one of the rare games that was developed right alongside the arcade game, and it clearly shows because this version is extremely close to the original. The graphics are bright and colorful, and the sound effects, as you would expect, are awesome with plenty of voices, claps, and spoken instructions. You even had to hold the Lynx on its side to view it vertically, which worked out great. This is yet another fantastic arcade conversion for a fantastic handheld.
Clack Wave.
When it comes to arcade pinball, my top 2 favorites are the Addams Family and Terminator 2. Prior to these 2 though, my absolute favorite was Elvira and the Party Monsters. A big part of this was not only the excellent pin action, but also the speech and sound effects straight from the horror icon herself. When I saw that this game was going to be released as a 2-pack, I couldn't wait to get it, and I was not disappointed. Now granted, one of the hardest things to get right in a pinball game are the ball physics, which this game does a decent job of. They are good, but nowhere near as good as, say, Pinball Fantasies on the Amiga or Future Pinball on the Xbox. In 1991, This was as close as you were going to get to a licensed pinball game, and I thought it turned out great. The playfield is bright and vibrant with smooth scrolling of the table. The sound effects and voices have also made it over. Throw in the fact that it also includes the table police force, and it's well worth the cost of admission if you are a pinball fan.
10-4, we're going in.
I have mentioned the surfing event in California Games, but overall, the entire package is well done. There are 4 events in total, including Half Pipe, in which you whip out your skateboard and perform some pretty gnarly tricks. This also makes excellent use of the hardware scaling feature found in the Lynx. There's also Footbag or Hacky Sack, which allows you to perform multiple tricks with your feet, knees, and possibly toes. And the last event is the BMX minigame, in which you take control of what else? A BMX bike as you race downhill, navigating various hazards along the way. Special kudos to the programmer of this game for including the 1966 Batman theme. Another game that doesn't get a whole lot of love is Dracula the Undead. The storyline is taken straight from the book, in which you take control of Jonathan Harker as he attempts to escape from Dracula's castle. The game is a point-and-click adventure, which is very unusual for the Atari Lynx, but this game is a lot of fun to play. For starters, the music is perfect with haunting themes and fantastic sound effects. You control your character with the D-pad, but you have to select a number of actions to interact with various objects you come across. There are lots of devious puzzles in the game as well, making it pretty difficult to play. Not to mention the fact that there is no save feature either. However, if you like these sorts of games and the source material, you just might want to have a look. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but Robotron 2084 is another excellent conversion for the Lynx. Right out of the gate though, obviously the twin sticks are missing, so the controls have been changed, but once you adjust to it, it becomes second nature. The graphics obviously are a bit on the small side, but it plays silky smooth. The audio is fantastic with the same sounds ripped straight from the arcade game. Factor in all these features and you've got another fun Atari Lynx game. Another of my favorite conversions for the system is APB. I absolutely love the arcade game with its goofy humor and voices, as well as the ability to become a member of the not-so-long arm of the law. Nothing will compete with the steering wheel that was found in the arcade game, but the Atari Lynx does a decent job at replicating the controls. You have a button for your throttle and another for your siren, which is used to arrest the offending perps. Hitchhikers, people who litter, and the big bad of each level are all people you have to apprehend. While the game is not arcade perfect by any means, it really captures the feel of the arcade game. The amount of speech and digitized sound samples are staggering. However, What is missing though are the interrogation cutscenes. In the arcade game, after capturing a known wanted felon, you would have to mash the buttons really fast in order to beat a confession out of the perp. It's all good fun, but unfortunately it didn't make the cut. It's wild, it's wacky, and it's pretty funny. Throw in lots of digitized speech straight from the arcade game and you've got another excellent arcade conversion. And there you have it, my friends, the history and the games of the Atari Lynx. This is a fantastic handheld, and with the modern mods that are available, its popularity continues to grow. These titles are just some of my favorites. There are a lot more, so if you would like to see a part 2, let me know in the comments down below. Thanks everybody for watching. People were shocked when Mortal Kombat came along with its spine-ripping, heart-grabbing, butthole-puckering violence, but this was nothing new. Video game violence started back with the arcade game Death Race, where you had to mow down humans, gremlins, with your car. While this was in black and white, and the violence is nothing compared to a trip to my local Walmart, it was very controversial for the time. Arcade violence would increase in intensity with the arcade game Chiller by Exidy. Chiller was a light gun game released in 1986 that sees you have to torture, maim, and ultimately murder helpless victims. This arcade game was so controversial, typically it would be set towards the back of the arcade or even behind closed doors where young kids couldn't see it. However, in 1988, Williams Electronics released one of the most popular violent arcade games of its time, which was the two-player run-and-gun game NARC. This side-scrolling action fest sees the player take down a number of killer clowns, dopers, and pushers in an attempt to take down the notorious Mr. Big, all the while urging the player to just say no. What's the story behind the red and blue main characters? What PC game famously ripped off this arcade game? So put on your gear and watch out for the crackheads, because this is the history of NARC. The year is 1986 and legendary designer Eugene Jarvis is trying to come up with an idea for his next arcade game. Mr. Jarvis was already a legend in arcades everywhere, designing such hits as Robotron 2084 and Defender. After the mid-1980s, after the golden age of arcades, arcades in America had started to decline ever so slightly. According to Mr. Jarvis, there was a massive decline in player interest in video arcade games due to the rise of PCs and quality home consoles such as the Nintendo Entertainment System. Mr. Jarvis felt that American arcade games had also become a bit stagnant when compared to titles from the land of the rising sun. He was thoroughly impressed with the graphics and gameplay from the likes of Sega and Konami and wanted Williams to return to its roots. The arcade hardware that the company was still using for its arcade games in 1986 was the same technology that was developed for its earlier hits such as Defender dating back to 1980. I asked Mr. Jarvis about it, and this was his response. Yeah, the old 320 by 256 by 16 color system had to go. NARC was 512 by 400 by 256 colors per object. 16-bit color total out of 65,536 colors. The system utilized the Harvard architecture. Plus, we could write the screen 10 times in 1/60th of a second. We used the system for 10 years. NARC, Smash TV, Mortal Kombat series, Terminator 2, NBA Jam, etc. Best 2D system ever. What impressed him the most about these Japanese titles were the animation and graphics. He didn't know if Williams could compete with those companies. He needed something to help his idea along and give Williams a shot in the arm. One thing that did inspire him though were movies. Since most movies were live action and animation was only a small percentage, he had the idea of using real actors in video games. This had been done once before in Bally Midway's arcade title Journey, which came out in 1983, and included digitized images of the various band members' heads on small cartoon bodies. While this looked fantastic at the time, the digitized images were only in black and white. Mr. Jarvis knew that modern technology could do a much better job. He had a 2-year plan, which included using a 256-color arcade system utilizing the 34010 GSP or Graphic System Processor. This was a powerful new CPU from Texas Instruments, which was a breakthrough because its core included new graphics-related features. The chip could handle graphics on its own without the need of a coprocessor. Hardware architect Mark Lafredo designed a VLSI Blitter chip for the system as well. The system allowed 256 colors with a 512 by 400 resolution, which allowed photorealistic digitized graphics. Since the great video game crash, Williams refocused its attention back onto the pinball machines and ended up creating High Speed, which was a massive hit, giving the company a huge influx of cash. Mr. Jarvis had a 2-year project for his new advanced game, which would allow it to be released in 1988. He felt this would be enough time for a rebound after the arcade crash had settled. As far as for what type of game it would be, once again, Mr. Jarvis took inspiration from various Hollywood movies. Most of the popular arcade games at the time took place in a fantasy world or a galaxy far, far away. He wanted to create something that would take place in the real world and let everyone know that Williams Electronics was back. A group meeting was held, and when asked what the next game was going to be, he simply held up a sign with 4 simple letters NARC. The only idea Mr. Jarvis had was for a man to walk to the right shooting things. The entire drug motif would not come into play until much later. Warren Davis, who was one of the programmers of the game and also created that cute little orange guy who had a foul mouth by the name of Cubert, had started playing around with video digitizers, which would become a huge part of his career. By the way, this guy either designed Cubert or directed Star Wars, I'm not sure which one. Mr. Jarvis had purchased a Sony handheld camera and started experimenting with digitization boards. Williams would later upgrade to a more powerful system called an Image Capture Board or ICB, which was designed by the AT&T group named Epicenter. While the board was powerful, the software didn't do everything that the team needed, so Mr. Davis had to write his own capture and art tool software. After getting everything dialed in, it looked fantastic. Within 5 minutes of shooting someone walking on a treadmill, they had an animated sprite on the screen. Artist Jack Hager was also enlisted to help bring the game to life. Mr. Hager's work can also be seen in another number of popular Midway titles, including being the lead designer on one of my favorite light gun games, Carnival. Mark Lafredo has also worked on a number of other successful Midway titles, including WWF WrestleMania and NBA Hang Time, among many others. He would also lend his likeness to a number of characters in the NARC series, but more on that in just a bit. Not long after development on this title began, the drug scenario started to play out. The term war on drugs was popularized by the media after a 1971 press conference by President Richard Nixon in which he declared drug abuse public enemy number 1. During the Reagan administration, First Lady Nancy Reagan, with the help of an advertising agency, started her youth-oriented Just Say No anti-drug campaign. Everyone from Mr. T to Gary Coleman were telling everyone to just say no, and I pity the fool if you didn't listen. Mr. Jarvis felt that a couple of cops who were attempting to take down drug labs and pill pushers would be perfect. Mr. Jarvis had lost co-workers, family, and friends to drugs, so the theme was deeply personal. The video sessions were closely monitored, with the team using actors or even some of the staff on treadmills to achieve consistent cycles. The team used other tricks to help improve the standard of display. According to Mr. Jarvis, we found we could get great detail using baggy, loose-fitting clothes, or grant more definition to characters by rubbing white flour in the front of their jeans. We even put oil on leathers to get more sheen for the camera. The Doberman pinchers in the game were also digitized, with the crew getting some incredible footage of the dogs attacking the trainer's heavily padded arm. Apparently, one of the dogs became frenzied and got loose and was wandering around the studio. According to Mr. Jarvis, we all but pissed our pants, but fortunately, the trainer was able to lure the dog back before we became lunch. The inspiration for some of the crazy characters in the game were also a bit on the dark side. Artist Jack Hager was apparently obsessed with the carny scene, and as previously mentioned, would go on to create the phenomenal Carnival light gun game. He created the creepy clown Kinky Pinky, who was based on real-life serial killer John Wayne Gacy. Gacy was also a real-life clown and did some pretty deranged things. I spoke with Mark Lafredo, who was also on the design team, and he verified that the character of Mr. Big was based on the Ironside TV show, where the main character was in a wheelchair. However, it was indeed his face used as the basis for Mr. Big. He also proudly proclaimed that it was his real tongue. Another character he portrayed was the thug in the Das Loaf gang. Fans of this game will notice that the main characters of Max Force and Hitman will never take off their helmets. This was done intentionally, as it helps anonymize the characters who have had enough of the city's drug-fueled crime wave and are going to do something about it. Initially, the two characters were going to play very differently, but due to memory constraints, they decided to use a simple palette swap. The red and blue color scheme for each character would also be reused for Mr. Jarvis's next game, Smash TV. Something else that would be reused for Smash TV was the concept for the final boss, Mr. Big. He wanted something to extend the boss fight, prolonging the need to feed the machine your quarters. They came up with the concept of the Russian nesting doll, where multiple bosses exist inside, allowing for different strategies for each one. They did the same thing for Mutoid Man and other bosses in Smash TV. NARC was released in the arcades by Williams in 1988. As the story goes, you control the characters of Max Force and Hitman, who are a couple of narcotics officers who are on a mission to destroy the evil criminal syndicate known as Crack. You need to take down punks, psychos, clowns, and junkies in an attempt to destroy these evil forces and eliminate the big bad of the game, Mr. Big. This is a 1 or 2 player balls to the wall, insanely violent run and gun arcade game which sees you set out in an unnamed city, traversing through the various levels, taking down all the various thugs. Right from the start, you can tell this production is a step above anything else at the time. The colors, details, and speech are second to none, especially in 1988. On the title screen are the two resident heroes in front of their tricked out Porsche, which has a license plate that says, "Say No or Die." The controls are fairly simple, with you having dedicated fire, jump, crouch, and rocket buttons. The action takes place across 9 sections, in which you have a couple of different ways to play. Not only do you have to contend with the various junkies and pushers, but you also have to watch out for the rabid pit bulls. You don't have to worry about PETA getting their nipples in a twist because you don't actually kill the dogs. Shooting them reverts them to harmless little pups and they turn around and run away. On certain levels, you even get to drive the NARC-mobile, running over those nasty individuals in the process. The NARC-mobile is a tricked-out Porsche equipped with machine guns and rockets to aid you in your quest. Also, safeguards are needed to be picked up and used to proceed to the following level. You do have a couple of different ways of playing the game. You can do your best Clint Eastwood impression and shoot all the bad guys, or walk up to them and arrest them instead. You do get a bigger point bonus for doing this. The bad guys will routinely drop ammo, drugs, and money, which will be tallied up at the end of each level. The enemies will blast you with everything from flamethrowers, to guns, to knives, to hypodermic needles, so you best be on your toes. You will even have to contend with pink classic cars and even helicopters, so watch out. Ammo is pretty plentiful, but rockets are not, so use them sparingly. Straight out of the Arcade Defender, the game features a radar giving you an idea of where everything is. At the start of each level, courtesy of your NARC 2000 mobile scanner unit, you get the lowdown on what baddies you have to contend with. It gives you a nice little breather and it also showcases the system's graphics. The enemy assortment is vast and varied. Not only are the levels filled with enough grime and grit to feel right at home on the main streets of Chicago, but they also feature some nice little Easter eggs, such as an advertisement for Eugene's nightclub, which is obviously a reference to Eugene Jarvis. The area code is listed as 304, which means the game takes place on the crime-infested streets of West Virginia. Fitting in with the rest of the skanky streets are a number of adult bookstores scattered throughout the game. But the oldest profession in the world is also on display. Loads upon loads of prostitutes are beating the streets, and for a second I thought the game was based in Amsterdam. As previously stated, Mark Lafredo portrayed the Das Loaf Gang and Mr. Big, but as far as the prostitute goes, unsurprisingly, she was portrayed by your mom. Speaking of the ladies of the night, you do get a bonus for rescuing them. The enemies you face are the seed of the underbelly of society, including the Das Loaf Gang,
Spread 'em. Freeze. Freeze. Wait.
Dr. Spike Rush or Hypo Man, Joe Rockhead, who is a PCP addict and is darn near indestructible. Even attempting to run him over with your Porsche will not stop him. He is nicknamed the Dumpster Man because he throws dumpsters at his victims. Kinky Pinky, who is a knife-wielding psychopath who runs the adult bookstores as well as the ladies of the night. Kinky Pinky, in addition to Joe Rockhead, cannot be busted, only eliminated.
Ooh. Ooh.
Spread 'em.
Ooh. Ooh.
Sergeant Sky High, who is a pretty convincing Rambo clone and is also stoned out of his mind. The the HQ posse, who are Uzi-wielding gangsters defending Mr. Big.
You're busted! Spread 'em!
And finally, the mastermind of the crack organization, Mr. Big. Unlike other games, there are no boss fights at the end of each level. The only time you actually face a boss is when you take on Mr. Big. After defeating him, you load up on gold bars and the game is over.
We got it.
The levels are vast and varied, seeing you run through a number of areas, including, according to the arcade flyer, the ghetto streets. The detail on the backgrounds are fantastic with loads of color and crisp, clear visuals. You have to destroy the crack labs for a big bonus and even confiscate ganja plants in order to proceed through the game. The animation is extremely smooth and the audio is fantastic. There are loads upon loads of digitized screams, explosions, and voices. On the game over screen is an excellent little ditty showcasing the sound hardware and various samples.
You're busted. You're busted. Police, please. You're busted. You're busted.
Oh no, the knife, man! Oh no, the knife, man!
You're busted.
This game was definitely a quarter muncher, but it was oh so much fun to play. The arcade game was very successful, with the company having shipped over 3,700 units. There were a few items produced at the time, such as the NARC LCD game by Acclaim. A NARC Elite Team promotional jacket was also produced, but these are very rare. The animated series The Power Team, which was a video game review show, featured some of the characters from the NARC universe, as well as other characters from video games published by Acclaim. These included Tyrone from Arch Rivals, Kuros from Wizards and Warriors, Bigfoot, the monster truck, and Quirk, the tomato. Mr. Big and his henchmen Spike Rush and Joe Rockhead were the main villains. Max Force was also one of the heroes, but he was redesigned to look like a SWAT officer, and instead of guns, he used a utility belt. The main theme by Brian L. Schmidt was recorded by the band Pixies and released as a B-side to their single Planet of Sound in 1990. In 2004, the game was included in the compilation Midway Arcade Treasures 2. A remake was released in 2005 for the original Xbox, which was a third-person action shooter in which you play as dual characters, Jack and Marcus, in the elite NARC squad. Once again, you have to take down the powerful crack drug cartel and rid the streets of the various criminals who have taken over. Not only do you have a number of weapons to use at your disposal, but you also have your Fists of Fury to take them out. Before proceeding with any conversions, we have to take a look at one of the biggest rip-offs since the Great Guiana Sisters. Access Software had released a number of games for the Commodore 64, including one of the best bowling games to appear on any 8-bit or 16-bit computer, which was 10th Frame. However, In 1990, they released the game Crime Wave. This took the concept and pretty much all of the gameplay from NARC and expanded upon it. The company had been experimenting with using real actors on green screens and utilized this idea with the gameplay of NARC. The story revolves around the president's daughter being kidnapped by the Kingpin, and it's up to you to rescue her. This game actually made it to home computers before the official version from Ocean Software, so I did play this one quite a bit. The graphics are really good with some nice digitized animation, which was extremely unusual for its time. The PC version, rather than use farts and queefs for its audio, used its patented real sound technology, which allowed for sampled voices and real music to be played through the internal PC speaker. Access Software couldn't care less who were ripped off, with a number of unauthorized billboards in the game for Coca-Cola, Ringling Brothers, and more. The game was released for MS-DOS, Atari ST, and the Amiga. Since it was released on the MS-DOS platform, you can play with the keyboard, allowing you to use 4 separate buttons, making the gameplay a whole lot easier. Yes, this game is a blatant ripoff, but it's still fun to play. Surprisingly, Williams never brought a lawsuit against this company.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
NARC, the arcade smash for your Nintendo Entertainment System. NARC, with simultaneous 2-player action. NARC, your match force taking on Mr. Big and busting his criminal empire. NARC from Acclaim. No one had the guts until now.
The game was released for a number of computers and one lone 8-bit console. The port most people are familiar with is the NES version, which was published by Acclaim but actually converted by Rare. Since this was made for the kid-friendly Nintendo Entertainment System, a lot of the game's adult themes had to be toned down, but more on that in just a minute. This turned out to be a decent conversion, although a bit on the basic side. Aside from the emulated versions, which would come out years later, all of the controls had to be compromised in some way. The NES version utilizes 2 buttons, which sees you having to crouch by holding B and jumping by tapping it. Also, you need to hold the A button to fire the machine gun and tap it to shoot rockets. It definitely takes some getting used to. This game was heavily censored when it was released, but that was to be expected. For starters, the name of the criminal organization Crack was changed to Quack. Any and all references to drugs, whether it be visual or written form, were removed. For example, instead of destroying the secret drug lab, you have to destroy just a regular secret lab. Joe Rockhead has apparently gone to rehab because instead of being a sole PCP addict, he's just a straight-up addict. Even on the criminal portraits on the NARC 2000, the characters no longer smoke cigars or brandish any sort of mind-altering substances. Something else that is missing are the stanky, skanky women of the night. It's okay to show loads of violence with body parts exploding everywhere and even adult bookstores, but cigars and prostitutes are a big no-no. Speaking of, the blood has been removed as well. The core gameplay remains the same with the majority of the levels included. The extremely slick visuals of the arcade unit were watered way down on the humble 8-bit NES, and to be honest, they don't look that great. Everything looks sort of plain with not a lot of attention to detail. The music is okay, but none of the voices made it over to this version. The gameplay though was fairly smooth, but only a few enemies appear on screen at once. The 2-player mode has been retained as well. When Rare was converting this game, they decided to put in as much of the adult themes as possible. They had created this version specifically for a trade show to show off to potential buyers. Nintendo did not like what they saw and made Rare go back and remove some of the content. A prototype of this version was leaked sometime in 2022. Prior to that, a fan-made patch was created that put some of the items back in that Rare was forced to take out. The ROM hack even added things that were not in the original uncensored Nintendo version, including the blood splatter on the title screen and the nude movie posters on the Sunset Strip level. The ZX Spectrum version is a bit on the slow side, but overall it's a decent conversion. Yes, everything is devoid of color for the most part, but the graphics are extremely detailed with lots of enemies on screen. I do believe this version features the most enemies on screen at once than any other port. With that though comes a decrease in speed. It's not bad and it doesn't detract from the playability too much, but it's still not quite as fast as the arcade game. Everything from the presentation made it over, including the cutscenes and getting to drive the NARC-mobile. The sound effects are another story completely. It sounds as if they were recorded at my home on Taco Tuesday. The 2-player mode has been retained, and if the game had been sped up by just maybe 20%, it would have been an utterly fantastic conversion. The port I played the most as a kid, aside from the arcade game, was the Amiga version. Everything has been combined into a single fire button, which is you having to press the fire button to shoot your gun and hold it to fire your rockets. You have to quickly tap up to jump and tap down to crouch. The graphics for the most part are not bad, although the colors are a bit on the bland side. The sound effects are really good with plenty of sampled speech straight from the arcade game. The Amiga version even retains the NARC Game Over song, and it sounds fantastic.
You're busted. You're busted. You're busted. You're busted.
Oh no, the knife, man! Oh no, the knife, man!
You're busted.
There is no in-game music though. The animation is smooth and the game does retain the co-op 2-player mode. Once again, everything from the arcade game made it over in its full uncensored glory. Technically, the Atari ST and Amiga versions are very similar except for one big difference. The Atari ST version looks as if you are playing the game with sunglasses on. The sales curve, the company who was converting the game, forgot to reset the color palette, resulting in the solar eclipse effect. How this game was released in this state is beyond me. You mean to tell me that not a single tester, programmer, duplicator, or any other person at the company couldn't have seen this and noticed it was a problem? The Pompeii Pirates group on the Atari ST released a patch that fixed this back in the day, which is what I will be showing you in this video. This conversion turned out really well with some excellent scrolling and animation. The graphics look good and the gameplay is nice and fast. Even the audio features the same sound samples that were found in the Amiga version. The good old Commodore 64 version was home to an excellent version of NARC. While the graphics are a bit on the blocky side, the scrolling and especially the animation is nice and smooth. All of the levels have been included, as well as the arcade presentation, including the between level cutscenes. The game was programmed by Simon Pick, who also worked on the Commodore 64 version of Shinobi, as well as Silkworm for the Amiga, among many, many others. As I mentioned, the controls are fantastic with lots of enemies on screen and plenty of items to retrieve. And last but certainly least is the Amstrad version. Now I applaud the game for attempting to keep as much of the action found in the arcade game, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, this game is slower than a turtle fart. While the game does see 4 or 5 characters on screen at once, the action along with the scrolling is very slow. If herky-jerky action is your bag, then this is the game for you. The action takes place in a small window which was supposed to help with the speed, but obviously it didn't work. With the slow speed comes slow gameplay, and it's more of a chore to play than anything else. The only audio found in the game is a rat-a-tat-tat found in the cutscenes, and that is about it. With that being said, everything from the arcade game has been included, which is a nice bonus. If you have a friend, you can always play co-op, but after playing for just a short while, he may not be your friend anymore. And that, my friends, is the history of NARC. This game made a lasting impression on me, and it's amazing what has come out of the mind of Eugene Jarvis. If he didn't do that voodoo that he do, then we wouldn't have wonderful games to play such as Robotron, Defender, Smash TV, and CRUIS'N USA, among others. If you've never had the chance to kill some pill pushers all the while rescuing a hooker in distress, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. I wanted to give an extra special thank you to Eugene Jarvis and Mark Lafredo for taking the time to answer my questions. When it comes to classic arcade racers, it doesn't get much better than Sega's sprite-scaling Mamma Jamma Outrun. The game featured a working gear shift, foot pedals, and the option to select 3 different tunes, including Passing Breeze and Magical Golden Shower. The iconic music bounces around from eardrum to eardrum as you white-knuckle your way down the scenic road. It made an impression on gamers everywhere, from a certain 12-year-old PatmanQC who saw it for the first time at Pizza Hut to one of the giants of the arcade industry, Eugene Jarvis. Mr. Jarvis would take his love for racing down those wide open spaces and create something truly memorable, which is what we are talking about today, CRUIS'N USA. This point-to-point racer infuses various elements of Outrun with a healthy dose of cutting-edge arcade technology. What was the original concept behind CRUIS'N USA? Why was the game censored when it was released on the home consoles? So put the pedal to the metal and don't hit any cows, because this is the history of CRUIS'N USA. If you ever wanted to know what a bona fide superstar in the realm of video game creators looks like, all you have to do is check out the track record of a certain Eugene Jarvis. He got his start as a designer of pinball machines, first for Atari and then later for Williams in the 1970s. Thanks to the rise of microprocessor-based arcade games which caught fire thanks to the likes of Space Invaders, he would go on to create another classic by the name of Defender. Not one to rest on his laurels, he created the dual joystick shooter Robotron and its successor Smash TV. As the 80s came to a close, he would also create the ultra-violent run-and-gun game NARC. Fast forward to the early 90s, Mr. Jarvis had an idea for a racing game. He was quite enthralled with Outrun, and he wanted to capture some of its magic and put it into a racing game of his own. He loved the idea of jumping in the car and going for a drive, which is what Outrun provided, but he wanted to have a really good 3D simulation as well. According to Mr. Jarvis, the cool thing was the spirit of just having fun and going out for a drive. It wasn't like a hardcore race. So my idea was to have a really good 3D simulation that was responsive to the driver, and by using 3D texture mapping, we could have realistic digitized backgrounds. Another game that inspired him was Atari's Hard Drivin' with its fully polygonal world, but he was not a fan of the controls. He was also not a fan of the tracks, which he felt were far too unforgiving. When his game was first conceived, it was going to be called CRUIS'N Route 66, which would see the player travel the legendary route across the USA. Mr. Jarvis felt that this pigeonholed the game, and he wanted to give the player the ability to explore more of the United States using virtual tourism. At this point, the title was changed from CRUIS'N Route 66 to CRUIS'N USA. After the huge success of the Super Nintendo console, fans were wondering what was going to come next. There were rumors that Nintendo were offering up a 64-bit system, which actually came to pass. In early 1994, Nintendo signed a licensing agreement with WMS Industries, which was Midway's parent company. This allowed Midway to release 2 arcade games advertised as the first branded Ultra 64 hardware. These 2 titles were the fighting game Killer Instinct and CRUIS'N USA. Although the arcade game bears the brand of Ultra 64, it is in name only, as at the time the game was developed, only Rare had access to the Ultra 64 development tools. The game actually runs on Midway's V-Unit hardware. Nintendo had wanted an arcade racing title to compete with the likes of Namco's Ridge Racer and Sega's Daytona USA. They specifically wanted this racer for their upcoming home Ultra 64 console, now named the Nintendo 64. Mr. Jarvis had been reading up on a new technique called texture mapping that they were using in the movies and thought they could apply that to their brand new driving game. He realized that it would look pretty cool if they could have realistic scenery and not just big blocky polygons. First and foremost, when it came to the actual game's design, were the controls. He wanted controls that were much more responsive than, say, Hard Drivin', so that if you did run off the road, you would bounce around just a bit, giving you the chance to get back in the race. There would also be just enough rubber banding so that you would never be completely out of the race. During development, Mr. Jarvis's company had financial difficulties, so Nintendo and Midway both stepped in to help out. The game took 3 years to develop, with 6 people in total working on the title. He soon realized they had a hit on their hands when the janitors and maintenance crew would spend all night playing the game rather than doing their jobs. To get everything looking just right, the team actually went around and took numerous photographs and filmed footage with their big camcorders of all the locations that were in the game long before Google Street Maps was a thing. Although the visuals were hyper-realistic, including the lovely ladies who wave the flags and hold the trophies, some things were not, such as the actual tracks you race around on. According to Mr. Jarvis, it was like the whole world was a Hollywood set, just basically a paper facade. Something that looked real but just made out of, a billboard. One of my favorite parts of the game is racing through the redwood forest, and you can just run over these redwood trees and flatten them like they're cardboard stand-ups. It's so silly and great at the same time. Although the game contained hyper-realistic visuals, it also included a bit of violence as well, including running over animals, leaving them a bloody mess. Mr. Jarvis reused a concept that was quite successful, which was the scanner in Defender. This allowed you to go over hills and tell if there was somebody coming around the corner. Or you could just go balls to the wall and white-knuckle it all the way through. Thanks to the upgraded AI, computer racers are less predictable. As with prior racing games, drone cars would go at a constant speed, but with CRUIS'N USA, the drone cars would actually overtake other cars, but they were also safety conscious. They would stay in their own lane and not intentionally try to hit the other drivers. However, collisions did happen, but Mr. Jarvis wanted players to get back on the road as quickly as possible if in fact there was a huge pileup. Rather than stopping the player eating up precious seconds off the clock, your car could do a flip and land right back on its wheels, losing only a couple of seconds.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
The first of its kind, 3-axis, full-motion cabinet duplicates every moving detail of your cross-country excursion. Full-throttle bumps and jumps, heart-stopping collisions, twisting turns and skids, and breakneck acceleration.
CRUIS'N USA rolled into arcades in 1994. As the story goes, you hop into your car in a cross-country road trip against 9 other competitors racing from coast to coast, all the while avoiding all the cars in hopes of coming in first place. The arcade game came in a few different flavors: a stand-up model, a deluxe sit-down cabinet with a racing-style seat, and a deluxe full-motion cabinet. This one resembles a red Corvette and rocks you back and forth as you swiftly make your way across the country. There is also a 2-player Link cabinet as well. Upon stepping up to this big mamma jamma, you'll notice a steering wheel, gear shift, and foot pedals to provide that realistic driving experience. One of the benefits of switching from 2D sprites to 3D texture-mapped graphics allowed visual freedom. This included 3 different viewpoints: Lowrider, which is the viewpoint like you were inside the car; Cruisin', which is the behind the car viewpoint; and Sky High, which is a view from a helicopter. You also have a radio button that allows you to change the music during gameplay. This really does take the concept of Outrun and cranks it up to 11. There are 4 cars to choose from, including the 63 muscle car, Italia P69, La Bamba, and the Devastator. There are 3 hidden vehicles you can access by holding the View number 2 button, and these are the ATV, School Bus, and Cop Car. Each one of these vehicles all have different attributes. As you can see, the graphics are fantastic with silky smooth scaling and fantastic attention to detail. The force feedback controls are very responsive, especially when playing on a real arcade unit. Nothing was better than finding 2 of these linked together for some head-to-head action. Thanks to the total freedom when it comes to choosing which tracks to race on, this game has a ton of replay value. The action is hot and heavy and fast and furious, and it's so much fun barreling down the road, making your way up the leaderboard and trying for first place. You can even double tap on the gas, which allows you to pop a wheelie as flames shoot out of your exhaust. Very cool indeed. To help you along the way, there are shortcuts littered all throughout the tracks. There are loads of little Easter eggs, such as birds splattering your windshield or birds dropping that doo-doo that they do in various areas such as Iowa. Thankfully, if you switch viewpoints, it'll go away. Speaking of Easter eggs, there is one on the Iowa race which just so happens to be one of the programmer's girlfriends. It is literally a blink and you miss it type of deal, and it happens just after the second cornfield you encounter. Thanks to the various photographs and camcorder footage, the courses are extremely detailed and very colorful. It's so cool racing across the Golden Gate Bridge as well as under the elevated train in Chicago. Aside from the deer and cows that may wander into the road, there are also other objects such as pillars and toll booths you have to watch out for. There is even a train you could potentially crash into. There are 14 races in total, with each race having its own difficulty level. But if you are feeling a bit like Memphis Reigns, you can opt for Cruise the USA, which is a trip from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. If successful, you get to jam with the president in the White House hot tub. The races you experience are Golden Gate Park, San Francisco.
Check it out, San Francisco. Checkpoint.
US 101. Redwood Forest.
Oh, wow. Redwood.
Beverly Hills. LA Freeway. Death Valley. Grand Canyon.
So this is the Grand Canyon. Checkpoint.
Arizona. Iowa. Chicago. Indiana. Appalachia. And Washington, D.C. After completing first in any race, you are given a trophy by a bikini-clad trophy girl. To receive the true ending, you have to complete the Cruising the USA mode, which sees you head to the roof of the White House where President Clinton is waiting for you. Looks like he is having a good old time with a couple of busty bikini-clad beauties in a hot tub, along with some Secret Servicemen and cows. You gotta have the cows. After this, the game is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Cruis'N, come on down. I love it. Come on in the hot doggy. Y'all come back.
Before the game's release on the Nintendo 64, it was revealed that it was going to be censored. It's okay to show exploding heads and spine-rip fatalities, but apparently Cruis'N is just a bit too much. Mr. Jarvis had this to say in regards to the matter. It seems like Nintendo doesn't have any sense of humor. I don't know what's going on with those people. As far as the censorship goes, you are no longer allowed to run over animals since they have been removed completely. When selecting your transmission, it's no longer referred to as a power shaft. The trophy girl who wore a bikini in the arcade now has a shirt on, although there are still girls in bikinis such as the ones holding the flags. The $100 bill tunnel no longer shows Hillary Clinton smoking a stogie, but now shows the generic Benjamin Franklin. Perhaps the mighty power of the Nintendo 64 could not do a proper rendering of her mug. Something else that was removed from the arcade version was the billboard for Corn Pops, although obviously the Nintendo billboards still remain. And finally, the big one is the party with Slick Willie himself. Instead of chilling with the Commander-in-Chief, he has gone MIA, but you still get to go to the top of the White House where your car is on display, being protected by Secret Servicemen and cows. You gotta have the cows. The game was supposed to be a launch title for the Nintendo 64, but it was delayed at least a few months. The game was built from the ground up as the Midway V board was completely different than what the Nintendo 64 had under its hood. As far as the conversion goes, it's decent, but not as good as we were led to believe. Most of the game's presentation is here, but the graphics are a bit on the bland side. The frame rate is also very inconsistent. They did add a 2-player split screen mode, but that lowers the frame rate even more. The loud banging music of the arcade game has been replaced by low quality MIDI, and it doesn't sound that great. One nice addition is the use of the analog stick, but it's very touchy, similar to the steering in the arcade game. It's okay to use, but it does take some practice. As far as the gameplay, it's very reminiscent of the arcade original, but there are some annoying collision detection issues that hampers your enjoyment. The arcade game was a smash success and, as I mentioned, felt like the proper follow-up to the game Outrun. This title, along with Atari's Area 51, would soon become ubiquitous in bowling alleys, pizza joints, and movie theaters all across the country. Due to this overwhelming success, it didn't take long for Mr. Jarvis and his crack team to get back to work and bring us the follow-up entitled CRUIS'N World. Initially, he felt that different locations in the USA would be the best way to go, but then he decided to think bigger and make it a worldwide excursion. Mr. Jarvis and his team would travel the world with their Hi-8 cameras, taking photographs and videos of all the various locations. While the core gameplay remains the same and even runs on a modified version of the Midway V board, they did add a few things. This included the various stunts the players could do while driving. You can also pop a wheelie by double tapping the accelerator, allowing you to jump over other cars. These were functional stunts because they reduced your lap time. There is even a speed boost which actually didn't increase your speed, but it still looked pretty cool. There are also multiple routes for each race. Also, certain tracks would work better with certain vehicles. If you race on rough surfaces, then you would be better off with an off-road vehicle. Speaking of the vehicles, there are brand new ones including a Humvee ATV, Venom SST, Kamikaze AWD, and the Zombie XXX. There are a number of new locations all over the world including New York, France, Italy, China, and Australia, among others. The graphics have also been given a slight boost and they look great. The audio has been upgraded and sounds really good, and there appears to be more voice clips as well. Something else that was upgraded was the network ability, which allowed 4 players to link together instead of just 2. The Nintendo 64 conversion turned out much better than the original effort, including 4-player split-screen action. CRUIS'N World was another big success for the company, so Jarvis and his team decided to go even further and brought us the wonderful CRUIS'N Erotica. Oh, my bad. That's CRUIS'N Exotica. This arcade title was released in 1999 and provided a huge jump in the graphics department thanks to the upgraded Midway Zeus 2 board. The game offered a number of new vehicles plus the ability to choose which driver is visible on screen, such as a baby, a clown, or Martian. Some of the exotic locations that you get to travel to include Hong Kong, Atlantis, the Amazon jungle complete with dinosaurs, Tibet, and Las Vegas. The game features a pin system to track your progress, which was similar to what was used in San Francisco Rush 2049. The game offered a number of upgrades such as multiple routes through each race, even more big air, and a number of shortcuts. The only way to properly play this game at home is on the Nintendo 64 or the Nintendo Wii, as the arcade game has not been emulated properly in MAME. It's a fun racing game that improves upon its predecessors in almost every way. CRUIS'N Velocity was released for the Game Boy Advance in 2001 by Midway. Keep in mind, this was after Eugene Jarvis had left Midway and created a new company by the name of Raw Thrills. Anyway, this is a not-so-great racing title for the little handheld that could, despite attempting to replicate the gameplay of its big brother. As usual, you have a number of different cars to choose from and 14 different locations to race on, but the gameplay itself is not very good. The game is named Velocity, but it feels like you're racing on the moon. Everything is slow and plodding, and it just doesn't have a good feel. You do have some new features such as a turbo boost and the ability to turn on realistic damage to your car, but really, who wants that? For CRUIS'N completionists, this is a must-have, but for everyone else, I would say it's a hard pass. 17 years after the release of CRUIS'N Exotica in the arcades, rumors made the round that another CRUIS'N title was in the works. CRUIS'N Adventure was spotted at a test site in Chicago, so fans were clamoring for more information. CRUIS'N Adventure eventually became CRUIS'N Blast. This game was brought to us by Eugene Jarvis's team at Raw Thrills and was licensed by Nintendo since they own the trademark for the game. This is another fantastic racing game that sees you travel the world from Rio de Janeiro to Singapore to Madagascar. The graphics, as you would expect, are absolutely fantastic with a lot of psychedelic colors and an insane amount of detail. The gameplay is extremely, no pun intended, fast and furious with a number of insane stunts and jumps you can pull off. If you miss that good old feeling of mowing down herds of cattle in your racing games, then you're in luck because CRUIS'N Blast allows you to do just that. Thanks to the pin system, you can also upgrade your car. The game would eventually be brought to the Nintendo Switch with a number of new additions to the gameplay.
Look out!
The CRUIS'N series was in just about every theater and bowling alley I frequented back in the day. The series was tons of fun, similar to Outrun, and was something truly spectacular, especially in multiplayer mode. If you would like me to do a deep dive on the various other games in the series, let me know in the comments down below. However, if you've never had the chance to put the pedal to the metal, all the while getting to rub-a-dub-dub in a hot tub with President Clinton, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. I wanted to give a big shout out and thank you to Mr. Eugene Jarvis for answering my various questions and also filling in the holes of my research. His company at Raw Thrills have been producing a number of arcade racing games such as the Fast and the Furious, so be sure and check them out. Recreating movie-style action inside of a video game is something that developers have been attempting to do for quite some time. It started with E.T. and Alien for the Atari 2600, with both of them having been released in 1982. There have been a number of attempts along the way with varying degrees of success. Indiana Jones was also released for the 2600, but due to the primitive graphics, you almost always had to refer to the game's manual to see who and what the images depicted in the game actually were. Dragon's Lair was also released in 1983, although that really wasn't a game in the traditional sense. Other titles throughout the years that have tried to meld these two mediums together included Ninja Gaiden with its cutscenes, and even newer titles such as Uncharted. One game that did just that, but on a grander scale, even without the benefit of a licensed IP, was Cliffhanger Edward Randy, or simply known as Edward Randy. Now, based on the title, you would think this game would involve Sylvester Stallone clinging to the edge of a cliff by his fingertips, but that's not the case. This game was released back in 1990 by Data East, and it's one of those games you've probably never played, but you most definitely should. What was the inspiration for this game? What was so unique about the health system? Why wasn't this game ever converted to home systems? What is the connection between this game and Gunstar Heroes? So hold on to the seat of your pants because this is the history of the Cliffhanger Edward Randy. The company of Data East, or abbreviated as DECO, was founded in Japan in the year of 1976 by Tatsuo Fukuda. The company released a number of arcade games worldwide, with its US division opening in 1979. They were the first company to introduce an interchangeable game system, most notably the Deco cassette system. This was a full 10 years before companies such as SNK were doing it. Now, any fan of my channel will tell you that game companies ripping off popular IPs was a common practice all over the world, but especially back in the early days. As far as Data East is concerned, it wasn't just video games they were taking inspiration from, such as Lock and Chase being a pretty direct ripoff of Pac-Man, but other popular genres such as TV shows and movies. The company didn't just develop its own arcade games, but also distributed titles they felt would resonate with the general audience. Thanks to the success of martial arts flicks, they jumped on the bandwagon and distributed Kung Fu Master and Karate Champ. Due to the success of Japanese pro wrestling, and right around the time Hulkamania was going to explode, the company released Tag Team Wrestling. As soon as Rambo became a thing, the company released Heavy Barrel, which in turn was inspired by Ikari Warriors. The company was even responsible for the best unofficial James Bond video game Sly Spy Secret Agent, that is, until GoldenEye was released for the Nintendo 64. Speaking of Sly Spy, it was such a direct rip that at the start of the game you were allowed to enter a 3-number identification, and even some of the bosses from the James Bond lore, such as Jaws, have been included. If you are interested in more info on Sly Spy, I did a video on it a few years back. When it came to the development of Edward Randy, the project was started as an experimental action title held by Minoru Sano, who would later bring us the fantastic Sega Saturn game Terra Diver. A number of other designers were involved, including Hitomi Fujiwara, handling all the pixel art. Hiro Nakamura designed the project, which was created in conjunction with Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja, as well as a sequel to Karate Champ. Mr. Nakamura wasn't interested in an action arcade game, but instead wanted to develop a shoot-'em-up title. However, Data East turned him down as there was another shooter already in development, which later became Boogie Wings. Due to his inexperience with fighting games, Mr. Nakamura passed on Karate Champ 2, so he was left with Edward Randy. When it came to actually planning the title, staff members introduced their favorite things into the game design document that read like a sequel to Indiana Jones. This was easier said than done. The main character of Edward Randy would use a whip as his primary weapon, but the team were having trouble implementing how to use it. This was so difficult, in fact, that the game was almost scrapped early on. However, staff members went to the higher-ups at Data East, pleading their case that this would be a viable project. Mr. Nakamura was instructed to make a sample level, and after seeing the game in action, the higher-ups finally greenlit the project. As I mentioned, the staff essentially wanted to create an Indiana Jones-type game, stealing some of the best bits from the beloved franchise, including the cinematic-style presentation. They were also well aware that no other game had captured that cinematic feeling companies have been going for since the very beginning. In addition to the obvious Indiana Jones influence, other genres such as manga and even the anime Lupin III, especially the way Lupin runs bow-legged. There were also thinly veiled homages to other classic Hollywood filmmakers such as Buster Keaton. The huge, insane action pieces were extremely memorable, but they came at a cost for Mr. Nakamura and his staff. They had a number of difficulties getting things working properly, and as a result, the PCB contained 5 times the memory size over previous releases from Data East. The higher-ups also requested a second character be playable for added revenue. The game spent a year in development, but team members have stated that Edward Randy was the most fun they ever had working on a game. The developers of the game would constantly say, "Think of Edward Randy like watching a movie that you could actually control." They were very conscious of movies when making this title, and it definitely shows. The arcade game was a huge influence on another classic game by Treasure, which is Gunstar Heroes. Some of the designers who worked on this game would later go on to work for Treasure and create Gunstar Heroes. Speaking of, the final battle on top of the biplane feels very much like the fight against Orange. The character designer Tetsuhiko Han Kikuchi was such a fan of the arcade game they named a couple of different characters in Guardian Heroes, Edward and Randy. One of the original programmers on this game would go on to work at Konami and would directly pay homage to the final boss in the game Contra for the Sega Genesis. The game sold 4,000 cabinets worldwide, with 2,000 of those in Japan alone. It did not make much of a splash here in the States, but it was scheduled to be released on the Atari ST and Amiga, and believe it or not, the Commodore 64 and Spectrum. Nothing ever came of these ports though. It was also scheduled to be released on the Sega Saturn, but again, it was never released. The graphics are absolutely amazing with a ton of 2D and 3D effects. It's one of those games that you've probably never played, but you most definitely should. The audio was also fantastic with excellent music by Akira Takimoto and Hiroaki Yoshida, who did the sound effects. Due to the design team struggling with getting the game to where it needed to be, development time took almost a year, which was quite a lot for an arcade game back in 1990. As a matter of fact, the game barely made its deadline, with Data East finally having to step in and instructed Mr. Nakamura to stop development and finish the project. They were still working on the game right until it made its debut at the 1990 Japan Amusement Expo. Due to this game being rushed out the door, a number of things went unused but were still found in the arcade ROMs, such as the original background title screen, a soldier on a toilet, an unused stone disc that features the prism, as well as different graphics for the various cutscenes. Speaking of the cutscenes, these were all removed from the World Revision 3 ROM set, which is what most people are familiar with. The Japanese version included a slightly longer opening as well as cutscenes in between each level. Since they decided to remove these, you really didn't know what the heck was going on with the story. Granted, all of the text is in Japanese, but at least you have pictures to follow along. This is perfect for a guy like me who only looks at picture books. Rumor has it the cutscenes were taken out of the World Revision to speed up the game and increase revenue. These cutscenes, however, are a must. If you just went off the original opening and ending, you wouldn't have any idea of how Edward Randy met up with Charlotte or the issue he had with his girlfriend. For anyone who is interested, I have included the cutscenes from the Japanese version at the end of this video. The level layout in the Japanese version is also different, with you starting on the biplane level and then moving on to the speedboat. Edward Randy, or the cliffhanger Edward Randy as it's known here in the States, whipped its way into arcades in 1990. As the story goes, sometime in the 1930s, in an unspecified European country, a Nazi-like general known as the Dark Ogre is attempting to build a secret weapon of mass destruction. One of the elderly scientists escapes after learning he was being manipulated by the general. He gives his granddaughter a prism, which is a stone that is an important piece of his research. Charlotte is then chased by the army and is accidentally saved by Edward Randy. Thus begins the adventure. Edward Randy is a 1 or 2 player action beat-em-up game where you have to fight an insane amount of enemies. The game takes place across 7 stages with balls-to-the-wall action and some insane set pieces to boot. The bosses in this game are absolutely massive and a lot of the time fill up the entire screen. Your weapon of choice is a whip, and although you don't sport a fedora, you can clearly see the influence of a certain whip-snapping, wisecracking, swashbuckling hero. Edward controls fairly well, with one button for your whip and the other button for jumping. Your whip can be used in 8 directions by pushing the joystick in the appropriate direction and pressing the button. The range is long for the whip, but it is a bit on the slow side. When you are close enough to an enemy, rather than use the whip, you'll resort to using fisticuffs instead. The jump button is made for climbing platforms or jumping from vehicle to vehicle. Edward can also slide into enemies to knock them out. You can also use your whip to swing and kick enemies into a watery grave. Speaking of a watery grave, when you are on the speedboat you can get knocked off, but thankfully you are transported back to the top of the boat, although you will lose some health. Similar to a trick that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 would pull off a couple of years later, on certain occasions when enemies are killed, Edward will throw them into the screen. Speaking of the health, the game utilizes a rather unique system in which your energy is tied to your score. The more enemies you kill, the more it increases. The more damage you take though, and it will go down. As I mentioned, if you fall off a boat, plane, or car, you only take a small amount of damage. If you are a fan of the Sega Super Scalar arcade games, you will absolutely love the car and plane levels. Your character travels towards the camera with everything zooming by, appearing, surprise surprise, as if you were actually watching an action movie. The levels you encounter are Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, Stage 4, Stage 5, Stage 6, and finally Stage 7. The bosses don't appear to have any names, so we'll just call them River Action Boss. The Getaway Boss. The Caves Boss. Biplane Action Boss. After defeating the final boss, the ending is shown, letting you know that the plane crashed onto the armored vessel. You have saved the prism and returned it to Charlotte. There is one thing you forgot though, which was your girlfriend, and to reward you for your heroic deeds, she gives you a nice smack across the face. After this, the game is over. As I previously mentioned, here are the cutscenes from the Japanese version.
What's going on?
In the world revision, the levels are not named. In the Japanese version, the translated names are Stage 1, Sudden Climax, Stage 2, Hundreds of Adventures, Stage 3, I Am the Trump Card, Stage 4, 100 Mile Hard Run, Stage 5, Desperate Situation, Stage 6, Go for Broke, and Stage 7, Climax at Last. In Japan, the original soundtrack was released on CD by Data East as part of a 2-pack along with Super Burger Time. If you are a fan of pixel art and classic video games, you should definitely check this out. It has a ton of action, and in 2-player mode, it's a wild party game. The game is fun to play and was one of the first arcade games to bring together movies and video games into one cohesive play experience. If you've never had the chance to experience the adventures of Edward Randy, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Hello my friends, PatmanQC here, and in today's video we are going to do something just a little bit different. Longtime fans of my channel will tell you that 99% of my documentaries are dedicated to my love of retro video games, and in particular, the big, uber sexy machines from the golden age of arcades. Every once in a while, I stray just a bit and cover entire systems, such as the videos I've done on the Atari Lynx, the 3DO, Sega CD, 32X, and the Neo Geo. So today, I thought I would take a look at a machine I always wanted to own as a kid, but never got the chance until I was much older. The machine we are looking at today is Sega's first foray into the North American home market, which was the Sega Master System. This machine didn't receive a whole lot of love here in the States, but they had some truly fantastic games, especially if you liked arcade conversions. Today, this is the story of Sega's little black box known as the Sega Master System and the various iterations that led us to the machine we all know and love. So sit back, kick your shoes off, and grab some popcorn because this is the history and the games of the Sega Master System. Before we dive knuckle deep into the history of the Master System, we have to talk about the company that brought us all those wonderful games over the years, which is Sega. The company was started in the 1960s with the title of Service Games of Japan, or Sega for short. The company started out making coin-operated games such as Punching Bag, Periscope, and Rifleman, all in the mid-1960s. They were also the first to make a two-player electromechanical bowling game by the name of Pro Bowler. That's not really imperative to the story, but I just love those old-school mechanical bowling games. After a very successful run in the arcades in both Japan and the United States, after almost 20 years the business took a downturn in 1982. Since the home video game boom was still going on thanks to the likes of Atari, Sega of Japan's president Hayao Nakayama thought it would be a good idea to use its hardware expertise to move into the home consumer market in Japan. This led to the development of the SC3000 or Sega Computer 3000. That's right, the very first home unit Sega ever developed was actually a home computer.
今日ついに僕のものになった。
セガのパソコンは豊富なソフトが楽しめ、しかもハードキーで33,800円。
After learning that Nintendo were developing their own games console, the Famicom, Sega started developing its own home video game system, the SG-1000, which would be released right alongside the SC-3000. This featured a joystick similar to the Atari, which was hardwired into the system. Rumors suggest that as early as 1981, Sega was test marketing the SG-1000.
Sega ビデオゲーム SG-1000
U.S. company Coleco, who brought us the Cabbage Patch Kids and more importantly the ColecoVision, were rumored to be in some sort of agreement due to Coleco wanting to dip its toes into the Japanese market. This might explain why the hardware between the ColecoVision and SG-1000 were so similar. In recent years, the homebrew community have also helped round out the ColecoVision library accordingly, porting over SG-1000 titles since the hardware is essentially the same. There is even a cool multi-cart for the ColecoVision that has over 90 SG-1000 games on it. Sega had initially projected to sell around 50,000 units of the SG-1000 in its first year alone, and were more than ecstatic when they sold 160,000. Unfortunately though, they couldn't catch up with the Famicom's overwhelming success. The SG-1000 was released on the same day as the Famicom in Japan. However, the Famicom was sold at a lesser price and Nintendo had better third-party relationships which produced superior titles. The Famicom quickly dominated the Japanese market and Sega was left in the dust. In 1984, Sega released an updated version of the system called the SG-1000-2, which included a redesigned outer shell, rearranged expansion ports, as well as 2 detachable controllers with the controllers themselves looking more like a Famicom pad. Similar to the original SG-1000, the SG-1000-2 runs all the games and applications from the SC-3000. There is also a handy-dandy feature that allows the controllers to be housed on the side of the console similar to Nintendo's Famicom. A number of peripherals were introduced for the SG-1000-2, including a printer, keyboard, handlebars, steering wheel, and more.
先生、あれは新しい星ですか？あれは欲しいですね。エクセリオン、オーガス、スタージャッカ、みんな欲しいですよ。
セガならソフトの数だけ興奮がある。
宇宙ソフトも続々。
Once again, the system was not very successful, so Sega went back to the drawing board one more time. The company had been hoping to compete with the Famicom on a more level playing field, or even having the advantage by utilizing newer hardware. Sega released this updated console, the Sega Mark III, in Japan in 1985. The Mark III was a redesigned version of the SG-1000 and was engineered by the same team. This included both Hideki Sato and Masami Ishikawa, who worked on the SG-1000 and would later on help develop the Sega Genesis. According to Mr. Sato, the system was redesigned because of limitations on the TMS-9918 graphics chip which was used in the SG-1000. This had to be done because the chip itself did not have enough power for the types of games Sega wanted to make. The Sega Mark III's chip was designed in-house and it was based around Sega's System 2 arcade board. The Sega Mark III launched in Japan in October of 1985.
駒崎良太郎11歳ゲームの達人と呼ばれる彼は言う
すごいやつが現れた1メガソフトの大容量セガだから4倍手強い北斗の剣とそしてダンプ松本
興奮無限大大きな違いのわかる子供の1メガゲームソフト
隣のゲームはもうつまらない
One significant upgrade is the optional FM sound unit, which includes superior sound and it sounds great. Also upgraded were the visuals. This included twice as many on-screen colors and sprites along with smoother scrolling. The system was backwards compatible with earlier SG-1000 titles but allows both cards and cartridges. Due to Nintendo's licensing practices with third-party developers, Sega could not get a foothold in its own country. Nintendo's contracts at the time required that games for the Famicom could not be published on other consoles. As early as 1984, 6 million Famicom units were sold, and by the end of 1985, 30 million cartridges were put into kids' grubby little hands all across Japan. This brings us to the North American release of the Sega Master System.
You just said the magic words. Now look what you did. And look, advanced video games for less at Toys R Us. The Sega Master System with 28K of memory, super sharp picture, 64 colors plus game cartridge, and all this. Just $129.99. And it plays these thin Sega cards packed with 256K of unlimited game power from $24.99 to $29.99 each. It's the world's biggest toy store. Let's go!
For the very first time, Sega brought one of its home consoles to the North American market, which was the Sega Master System. The system made its debut at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago in June of 1986. A number of accessories were announced for the system, including a floppy disk drive which never came out. This was going to be similar to the floppy disk drive which came out for the Famicom in Japan. It did make its debut behind glass at the summer CES. The system officially hit the streets in September of 1986 to compete with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Gone were the sickly whites of the previous Japanese Sega consoles, and in its place was a futuristic black and red design that Sega would go on to use for future projects. The original package was the power-based console, a light gun, 2 controllers, and a pack-in multi-cart for $199.99. The games included were Hang On and Safari Hunt, with Safari Hunt making use of the included light gun. The original Master System units would use both cartridges and a credit card size format known as Sega cards. There were also a number of accessories, including the aforementioned light gun, which games such as Operation Wolf utilized to its full potential. Something else that I always wanted to try but never had the chance were the 3D glasses. These were not the typical 1950s cardboard red and green lens glasses, but were state-of-the-art shutter systems that would close the left and right lenses rapidly to create a 3D effect. For its time, it was truly a sight to behold. Only 8 titles utilized the glasses, and that included Outrun, Space Harrier, and Zaxxon. A number of other peripherals were available all across the world, including a 6-button controller, the SG Commander, which is a standard controller with built-in rapid fire, a trackball, and much more. And for those of you who don't know, early models of the Sega Master System included a built-in snail maze minigame, which is a neat little Easter egg. Here in the States, Sega managed to sell 2 million units, but it was a far cry from the 35 million units that Nintendo sold in the same time frame. However, thanks to its worldwide appeal, especially in Europe and Brazil, the system would go on to sell 20 million units in its lifetime. In Europe especially, Nintendo did not have a strong foothold, so for a time, Sega was the dominant force. Even into the late 90s, the system was still popular, which resulted in a number of exclusive titles such as RoboCop vs. the Terminator, Jurassic Park, and the Smurfs. Sega did release some revised consoles, including the Master System 2, which was smaller and sleeker in order to keep production costs low, similar to the smaller and sleeker Nintendo Entertainment System. They also removed the reset button, composite video, and Sega card slot from the original. There was one game that was included depending on your region that would play if no cartridge was inserted. Typically, it would be Alex Kidd in Miracle World, but it was later switched to Sonic the Hedgehog.
The Sega Master System 2 strikes again with the toughest games in town from $29.95 to $69.95. Wonder Boy 3, Battle Outrun, The Ninja, Rastan. The Sega Master System 2, serious fun.
Yes!
Thanks to the huge popularity of the console and its games in Brazil, Tectoy became the official distributor of Sega's Master System and games. This resulted in the Master System 3 being released in 2008.
Quando parecia impossível melhorar o Master System, a Tectoy lançou o Master System 3. Arrojado e compacto, ele joga mais de 100 jogos do Master System e já vem com Alex Kidd na memória. E olha o que a Tectoy fez com o preço. Apenas 6 de 499.900 e mais um Super Kit do Sonic grátis. Master System 3 Compact da Tectoy. Compacto até no preço.
This included 2 6-button pads and over 130 built-in games. It even includes one Game Gear game, which was Sonic Drift 2. When it comes to the Master System, we definitely have to talk about the Sega Game Gear.
Whoa. Color.
Hey, there's an easier way to get color. Get a Game Gear, the full color portable with over 150 games, like the new Echo, Mortal 2, and Sonic Triple Trouble. Sega!
This was, surprise surprise, brought to market to compete with Nintendo's dominant Game Boy. However, there was one huge advantage of this system, which was its color LCD screen. With this color LCD screen though comes the Game Gear's ability to chew through batteries similar to me at a Chinese buffet. The internals of the machine are largely identical to the Master System, however, it does have slightly better color, but everything runs at a lower resolution. The system was released all over the world in a variety of different colors, including a Japanese Coca-Cola branded unit which looks really cool. There were a number of accessories available, including the much-needed rechargeable battery pack, car adapter, and TV tuner for watching your favorite television shows provided you have a magnifying glass. The system ended up selling over 10 million units in its lifetime, but, similar to the Famicom Master System war, Sega could not catch up with the Game Boy and its various iterations selling almost 120 million units. Now I would like to show off what I consider some of the best games on the Sega Master System. Growing up and playing the arcade version of Double Dragon for the first time is a memory I still have. There was nothing quite like it at the time, especially teaming up with a buddy to take down the Black Warriors. I was very excited to play it for the NES when it came out, but was sorely disappointed that the 2-player mode was missing and it was also a bit different than the arcade version. Double Dragon on the Sega Master System was pretty much a straight port of the arcade game, which thankfully includes the 2-player mode. The graphics do a good job at representing the arcade original, as does the music. The controls are pretty good, although there are only 2 buttons, so again, sacrifices had to be made. The game was a lot of fun to play back in the day, especially in 2-player mode. A Sega Master System exclusive is its own unique version of Ninja Gaiden. This is an all-new adventure with a brand new storyline developed by Sega themselves in 1992. This is fantastic with excellent graphics and everything you would expect from the Ninja Gaiden series. The cutscenes, the music, and especially the gameplay are on point, and so is the difficulty. The animation is nice and smooth and it features nice, tight controls. If you've never played this version of the game and are a fan of the series, you should definitely check it out. The one title that definitely had to make the list was Alex Kidd in Miracle World. Alex Kidd was the original Sega mascot, but a certain blue hedgehog came along, so Alex was sent to the graveyard. This is a platform game that sees you take control of Alex, who is a pretty tough little dude, traversing 17 levels as you punch your way through the various enemies and rocks. There are lots of pickups, including money, which you can use to purchase several different vehicles you can ride. The graphics look great with bright, cheery colors and nice animation. The music is extremely catchy, and after playing for just a bit, the tunes rattled around in my head, living rent-free. With only 2 buttons, the controls are pretty simple, but Alex does die by taking 1 hit. At the end of each stage, you do play rock, paper, scissors with one of the bosses, in which you can also die if you don't choose correctly. A follow-up was produced entitled Alex Kidd in Shinobi World, in which the game is essentially a parody set in the Shinobi universe. In the arcade game, the first boss was named Ken-O, but when the parody was produced, it was changed to Mari-O, with the boss modified to look like everyone's favorite mustachioed plumber. Nintendo felt this was a bit too on the nose and made Sega change it. No list of the best Sega Master System titles would be complete if it didn't have Sonic the Hedgehog. While not perfect by any means, it's a fantastic translation of its 16-bit big brother. The speed, fluidity, and gameplay are some of the best on the system. Once again, bright cheery colors are present along with smooth animation and unmatched speed. Since this is an 8-bit version, some things had to be cut down, such as the number of rings on screen at once, but overall it's a really great version. Even the music is fantastic along with the sound effects, which never get annoying. There are actually 3 Mickey Mouse games on the Master System, but the best in my opinion is the Land of Illusion. You control Mickey Mouse as he makes his way through 14 distinct different levels, taking out all the various enemies while offering up some of the best graphics on the Master System. You can either jump or throw apples at your enemies, climb platforms, and also swim in this very addictive title. Unlike similar games on the system, the backgrounds are very detailed and Mickey himself has some nice animation. The music and sound effects are also fantastic, as well as the controls. There are even a number of secrets spread throughout each level. As I mentioned, I never had the system growing up and only obtained one years later. One of the best uses of the Sega Scope 3D glasses would have to be Space Harrier 3D. This was actually the second version of the game, only this one has much better graphics and animation to take advantage of the glasses. The scrolling checkerboard is a bit smoother and gives a nice immersion when utilizing the 3D mode. Everything has been transferred into the third dimension, but I was particularly taken by the scrolling landscapes. The palette also has been updated with everything looking quite a bit nicer. This is another game that truly shines with FM sound. The controls have also been tweaked, making for an even better 8-bit version of the game. Ripping off Castlevania is nothing new, but if you want something that is just as good or even possibly better than the original, look no further than Master of Darkness. While this is a ripoff in terms of gameplay, including having to take down Count Dracula It is utterly fantastic. The game takes place across 5 rounds divided into 3 long stages. Instead of using the tried and true whip, you start with a knife which can be upgraded to an axe or something that looks like a cane, which would make the Sandman proud. Similar to Castlevania, you also have sub-weapons including boomerangs, guns, and holy water. The graphics are excellent and look extremely similar to Castlevania. There is very little flicker and the animation is nice and smooth. The music is also extremely good, along with the nice, tight controls, which you definitely need when you have to make those precision jumps. The sprites are a little large, making everything feel a bit cramped, but overall, I would rank it near the top as one of the best Sega Master System games. The Legend of Zelda is truly a classic, and one game that took the formula and translated it perfectly into a unique title for the Master System was Golvilius Valley of Doom. This overhead action RPG is clearly inspired by Zelda, but it puts its own unique spin on the genre. You take on the role of Killisis as you set out across the land in an attempt to rescue Princess Rena from the evil Golvilius. The game is divided into 7 huge areas, but you do learn new abilities as you progress through the game. There are hidden secrets and a number of enemies that you have to defeat. There are also shopkeepers which sell you a number of different items including potions, Bibles, and health. There is a fair amount of grinding that is necessary, but overall it's not too bad. The graphics are very nice and so is the audio. The music in particular is excellent. There is also a handy but dandy password feature since this game does not include a battery. It's also a fairly lengthy adventure, so you will definitely get your money's worth. One of my favorite games in the arcade growing up was Operation Wolf. We did have a version for the NES, but the graphics were a bit bland. The Master System version rectifies this by providing excellent color and smooth animation. The sprites are nicely detailed with minimal flicker. The arcade's opening attract scenes and in-between level cutscenes are present, but the voices are missing. The sound effects and music are good as well. Playability wise, it's best to use Sega's light gun, but you can also use the controller. Clearly, the light gun is the way to go. This turned out really good and was one of the best games on the Master System to use the gun. Although Shinobi was released on the NES as an unlicensed title by Tengen, it was the Sega Master System version that fared the best. One major change from the arcade version is the addition of a life bar which allows you to take multiple hits before you die. In the arcade version, one hit and you are deader than a doornail. Speaking of the life bar, by rescuing a certain kid it will increase your health. You also have new weapons in the game such as nunchucks and knives. The level layout is very close to the arcade game with bright colors and nice animation. The music is straight from the arcade game, which is iconic in itself. The controls are silky smooth and it's a lot of fun to play. Speaking of Shinobi, I have to make mention of the follow-up, which is Shadow Dancer: The Secret of Shinobi. While there were some solid versions on the home computer market, especially on the Amiga, this was the only home console release that followed the arcade game's layout. The game uses large sprites and the animation is very nice. This time around, your character also has his faithful dog, which can be used to attack enemies from afar. The energy bar from Shinobi has not been used for this version, so similar to the arcade game, it's one hit and you die. The audio is really good with the digitized voice that is heard when you use your ninja magic. It's another solid arcade conversion for Sega's 8-bit machine. Around 15 Sega Master System games were released for Nintendo's Wii Virtual Console, including Sonic, Wonder Boy, R-Type, and Phantasy Star. As I mentioned, the Master System was not as popular here as it was over in Europe, so we only ended up receiving 100 titles for the system as opposed to the 300 released in Europe. It's a nice little system that has a wide variety of games, including some pretty good arcade conversions, which are always my favorite. If you would like to see me cover more Sega Master System games, let me know in the comments down below. If you've never experienced the power of the Sega Master System, you owe it to yourself to check it out. You'll be glad you did. When people think of the wizards at Rare Software, one genre that they do not think of is fighting games. This small British company got a start in the Badlands of Leicestershire and became, at one time, one of the biggest and best developers on the planet. Just the mere mention of Rare Software brings visions of Donkey Kongs dancing in our heads and drunken foul-mouthed squirrels on the prowl. Today, though, we are talking about a truly innovative arcade game that also found great success on the home consoles. The franchise we are talking about is Killer Instinct. This spectacular 2.5D fighter brought some innovations to the gameplay, not to mention some truly breathtaking graphics. How did this game's initial premise differ from what we finally received in the arcades? What was the original name of the arcade game? Let's find out as we learn about the history of Killer Instinct. In the early 1990s, fighting games were booming, which resulted in Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat dominating arcades all over the world. Ken Lobb had been an arcade game fan and, in particular, a fighting game fan for a number of years and was constantly thinking of ways to improve the genre. After spending a number of hours and quarters on the Neo Geo multi-cabinet, he had noticed that one of the fighters by the name of Dragon had a very simple one-button move, which was an elbow followed by a fist. He liked being able to put this move anywhere in a combo, so this is where Open, Auto Double, and Finisher came from. Another SNK fighter by the name of Fatal Fury 2 also featured big moves you could do if you had a full life bar. The fighter in particular was Kim Kafwan, who had a huge combo that drained the life force of any self-respecting fighter. While this was really cool to pull off if you were the one actually doing the move, he felt that a defensive move should be put in to allow the combo to be broken up. This was the early beginnings of Killer Instinct. While Mr. Lobb was working at Namco, he was assigned a fighting game by the name of Melee and started to incorporate his ideas into the project. It was at this point, though, that he was hired by Nintendo. Going back in time for just a moment, the company of Rare evolved from the separate company Ultimate Play the Game, which was founded by arcade developers Tim and Chris Stamper. They ended up producing a number of commercially and critically successful games, including Saberwolf and Jetpack. The company grew to become one of the biggest UK-based software development companies. During the early years, they had received an imported Famicom from Japan and successfully reverse engineered it in order to better understand its programming. Nintendo had always claimed that it was impossible to reverse engineer its console, but after showing executive Minoru Arakawa several tech demos from the duo running on the Famicom, the company was very impressed. They decided to grant the team an unlimited budget for them to work on games for the Famicom system. They either worked on or created a number of successful IPs, including RC Pro-Am, Battletoads, and even a number of licensed IPs such as NARC and A Nightmare on Elm Street. A few weeks after getting hired by Nintendo, Mr. Lob flew to Japan where the Stamper Boys showed off the first level of Donkey Kong Country. He was instructed to give the company of Rare whatever equipment they needed to produce this game. The only problem was that the cost was more than Nintendo was willing to spend. Nintendo proposed the idea of signing the company for 3 games, with the first one being Donkey Kong Country and the second one being a fighting game by the name of Brute Force. This early concept was a mixture of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter II, but it definitely was not Killer Instinct. After sitting through the 20-minute presentation, Mr. Lob brought up the idea of an auto double, combo breaker, and ultra combo, much to Rare's delight. They had never produced a fighting game before, so according to Mr. Lob, they had no idea what they were doing. The company had developed an early prototype utilizing motion capture, with Jago being the first fighter they had produced. They utilized his ideas on the combos, but there was one element that would play an important part. Mr. Lob was captivated by the loud, multi-layered smacking sound that fighting games at the time would produce whenever a punch was thrown. He wanted to use this idea but only make it better. The company experimented with a number of sounds until they got exactly what they were looking for, or I suppose, listening for. Back home in the States, he received a call from Rare in which they played a sound effect of his multi-layered sound on top of a huge combo from Jago. At this point, the company knew exactly what Mr. Lob was talking about, so it was full steam ahead on the development of this brand new fighter. For the most part, he had a hand in either creating or helped create every character in the series. When it came to the nuts and bolts of the game's production, as I mentioned, a motion capture suit was used along with some extensive hardware and software. The designers would use Power Animator, which evolved into Maya because this software could produce the best results. If it wasn't for this piece of software, the game may not have looked as spectacular as it did. Kevin Bayliss was also an artist on the series, who had also worked on the Battletoads arcade game, which unfortunately was not financially successful despite it being a pretty awesome game. Chris Stamper designed the arcade board for Killer Instinct, which was custom made and included, for the first time ever, a hard drive. The hard drive was used to stream the 3D backgrounds that the fighters fought in front of. According to Mr. Bayliss, I was originally working on some ideas for a fighting game when we started experimenting on 3D software. I remember making a robot, cyborg-style character with army camouflage, all looking like Arnie with peroxide blonde hair, and ninjas with ponytails and bionic legs with claws. I guess this became Fulgore. And then Nintendo came along to look at our presentation for Donkey Kong. Once they saw that, they asked us what other ideas we had with this new 3D rendered graphic style. The motion capture suit was very primitive with a number of wires and cables connected to it. Mr. Bayliss was responsible for beta testing the software and the suit, even going so far as putting on high heels and walking like a woman, but that didn't work out too well. they ended up getting Louise Stamper to put on the suit so they could use it for Orchid's cutscenes. Mr. Bayless was an accomplished martial artist, so he created all the moves in the game. As far as the roster goes, they had dozens of character designs that didn't make it into the final game. Certain arcade characters must have been put into the Witness Protection Program because some of their names have been changed. TJ Combo originally was known as Mr. Fist. Saberwolf was known as Newton. Cinder was known as Magma. Riptor was Toxin. And Spinal was Argo, which was another reference to the movie Jason and the Argonauts. Also, Orchid was known as Roxy Rave. The arcade game did feature a number of secrets, including changing the color of your character, Combo Breaker mode, which allows easier combo breakers, random character, selecting your stage, selecting your music, and being able to play as Idol. When it came time to finalize the roster, they went with a visual variety so that no two fighters would look the same. They took inspiration from the T-1000 in the Terminator 2 movie and wanted to produce a fighter that had similar elements, which resulted in the creation of Glacier and Cinder. Despite the character having the same name as their previous computer game character, Saberwolf had no connection aside from the developers just liking the name. The only reason they wanted to include him was because they wanted a werewolf character that looked good and felt cool to play. The backstory was crucial, and they wanted each character to be brought together in a cohesive storyline. Anyone who has seen the arcade game in action has noticed the Nintendo Ultra 64 graphic on the attract screen. In the second quarter of 1994, Nintendo signed a licensing agreement with Midway's parent company, allowing the company to market arcade games with the Ultra 64 brand. This venture was titled Williams Nintendo and, as a result, saw Killer Instinct and CRUIS'N USA release for the upcoming Nintendo 64. The arcade game, however, uses a different CPU and utilizes completely different hardware, so the arcade games had to be converted or ported to work on the home console. The Attract mode also advertised that the game would be released for the Ultra 64 in 1995, which did not happen due to the system being delayed until 1996. Due to this delay, Rare did release a stripped-down port for the Super Nintendo and even the Game Boy, but more on that in just a bit. Late into production, the alternate title, Thriller Instinct, was being considered. Remnants of the title screen could still be found buried deep in the arcade game's code. Killer Instinct was released in the arcades in 1994. As the story goes, in possibly the not-so-distant future, massively evil corporations rule the world. Ultratech runs a worldwide televised fighting tournament that grants its winners whatever they desire. 10 fighters have gathered from all across the galaxy to win the competition. Ultratech has even used technology to open up other dimensions, setting free a huge creature by the name of Idol. You have to successfully guide your fighter through the tournament and claim the ultimate prize. The controls are set up very similar to Street Fighter with a joystick and 6 buttons, including Quick, Medium, and Fierce, available in both low attack and high attack. Pushing up on the joystick will jump, and also pushing down will duck. You have to press back to block high or back and down to block low. Special moves are also performed in a typical Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat style with a lot of quarter circle and half circle motions. Also similar to Street Fighter is that certain characters have charge attacks. Something that makes this game stand out from other fighters of the era besides the graphics are the combos. In most fighters, combos are an advanced technique, but here in Killer Instinct, it is pretty much a necessity if you plan on being successful at this game. The gameplay is very much a mixture of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter with its very own combo system. The attacks are reminiscent of Street Fighter, but there are also finishing moves and blood as found in Mortal Kombat. There were a few other things that helped differentiate it from the other fighters at the time, such as a double health bar. Instead of winning 2 rounds, each player starts with a green bar of health. Once the green bar is gone, you get back up with a red bar of health. Once this bar is done, the fighter gets dizzy, allowing the other person to try to perform their finisher. As I mentioned, combos are a huge deal in this game, and they typically involve openers, linkers, and auto doubles. However, if you find yourself in the middle of a huge combo, and instead of just standing there sniffing your own farts, you can always do a combo breaker which breaks up the series of moves. This is a bit tricky to pull off, so practice is a must. The combos themselves are pretty insane, helped out by an overly energetic announcer.
Triple combo, super combo, hyper combo, brutal combo, master combo, awesome combo, blaster combo, monster combo, king combo, killer combo.
There are also ultra combos as well as ultimate combos. And if you want your opponent to defy gravity for just a moment, there are single, double, and triple juggles. There are 10 characters to choose from, each one with a number of unique moves and a richly detailed backstory. The roster includes TJ Combo, Jago, Chief Thunder, Glacius, Orchid, Cinder, Saberwolf, Riptor, Spinal, and Fulgore. And the big bad of the game, Idol. He is only playable by using a special cheat. The roster itself took inspiration from other areas of entertainment, including Mike Tyson, the Human Torch from Marvel Comics, the T-1000, and the stop-motion skeletons from Jason and the Argonauts. In addition to the unique moves, each fighter has a series of finishing moves similar to the fatalities found in Mortal Kombat. Each combatant has 2 violent no-mercy finishers to choose from. The higher-ups at Nintendo have stated that no restrictions were put on Rare when it came to the violence or finishing moves in the game. I find that a bit hard to believe because the finishers are very tame even by 1994 standards. The only controversial one, in my opinion, is when Orchid flashes her opponent, causing a very comical reaction. I guess you could say Orchid was a pioneer when it came to ushering in the pointy boob revolution. Rather than perform a violent finishing move, if the victor of the fight is still on their first life bar, they can perform a humiliation finisher instead, which makes their opponent bust a move like MC Hammer. There are also a number of stage finishers as well. Let me give you the complete demonstration.
Awesome victory! Awesome victory! Awesome victory! Yeah! Awesome victory! Yeah! Awesome victory! Victory!
As I mentioned, the big bad of the game is Idol, and finishing him off will give you a personalized ending just like in other popular fighting games. The only difference between this and any other run-of-the-mill fighting game is that each ending comes with more of that lovely CGI goodness. The graphics are absolutely spectacular with smooth animation and lots of detail, especially in the backgrounds. Since this was the first arcade game to use a hard drive in conjunction with the arcade game's ROMs, it allowed massive amounts of data to be stored, allowing for some of the most detailed graphics seen in any arcade game at the time. The sprites are pre-rendered with backgrounds created using Silicon Graphics computers. Even the endings have been given the SGI treatment. The music is fantastic, having been composed by Graeme Norgate and Robin Beanland. The duo would go on to compose the music for GoldenEye 007. The sound effects are crystal clear with some bone-crunching smacks and loud claps of thunder. The announcer appears to have stopped and picked up a 12-pack of 5-Hour Energy and downed them all at once. He was voiced by Chris Sutherland, with other voices performed by Kevin Bayliss, Ken Lobb, Isaac Marshall, and many others. The fine folks at Rare and Nintendo had nothing to worry about when it came to this game's success. By May 1995, the game had received over 500 million plays. By the end of 1996, it had sold 17,000 arcade units. Thanks to the enormous success of the arcade game, a number of licensed merchandise was produced, including t-shirts, statues, keychains, trading cards, and even a line of comics from Acclaim. Bundled inside the first 100,000 copies of the Super Nintendo version was an audio CD with the soundtrack from the game entitled Killer Cuts. This included the entire remixed soundtrack from the game.
By Nintendo, makers of Super NES. Now you're playing with power, superpower.
Killer instinct. Playtime is over.
Speaking of, they said it couldn't be done. They said it wasn't possible, but Rare did just that and converted the massively powerful arcade unit into a 16-bit cartridge. Sure, concessions were made, but it still felt like Killer Instinct. Let's just get it out of the way because first and foremost, all that lovely full motion video has been given the axe, having been replaced with still images. This included even the background, so 2D parallax scrolling was used instead. Rumor has it that around 80% of the animation frames were removed. Sound effects and voices were either shortened or missing altogether, and the character sprites were smaller. With all that being said, the game turned out to be a pretty good conversion on Nintendo's 16-bit machine. It controlled fantastic with the same combos and special moves that were found in its big brother. A couple of other options were included, such as a training mode and tournament mode. All the characters, levels, etc. were included. The game was a huge success, selling over 3 million copies, with 150,000 of those sold on the very first day. A number of years back, a video surfaced of Killer Instinct for the Super Nintendo that was shown at E3 1995. This version featured a number of differences, including more animation frames in the characters, but the voice from the iconic announcer was missing. Some truly crafty individuals have even went back and modified the Super Nintendo ROM. Killer Instinct Arcade Mega Patch was produced with support for the MSU-1. Not only does this include the arcade soundtrack and sound effects, but also the full motion video, and that includes the cutscenes, endings, and the backgrounds.
One, two, three, break it down.
The Super Nintendo version was recently re-released on the Nintendo Switch Online service. And, believe it or not, they even released a Game Boy version, which could have been a whole lot worse. Yes, clearly things are severely stripped down, even when compared to the Super Nintendo version, but what they did get right was the gameplay. Similar to the Super Nintendo version, this game feels like the arcade, and that's what's important. In addition to the full motion video, voices, etc., both Cinder and Riptor were removed. The controls were also sacrificed a bit due to the use of only 2 buttons. The game did receive Super Game Boy support, which adds a little bit of color and a 2-player mode by utilizing the second controller. Killer Instinct 2 was released in the arcades in 1996, which does play similar to the first game. The roster has been updated with returning characters Orchid, Fulgore, Glacius, Jago, Saberwolf, Spinal, and TJ Combo, joined by new characters Gargus, Kim Woo, Maya, and Tusk. A super bar has been added which will fill up the more damage the player takes. After it reaches a certain point, the player can use a super move, which is a special multi-hit combo. Something else that was different is that each character has 2 to 4 different endings. The ending that's played depends on whether or not the player kills using a finishing move or simply depleting their health. The original Killer Instinct never made it to the Nintendo 64, however, Part 2 did, and it was known as Killer Instinct Gold. Due to the less powerful hardware and the use of the cartridge format, the game did suffer some major graphical downgrades. This included most of the full motion video as well as frames of animation. The backgrounds are also now fully rendered in 3D. It did include some extras such as team battles, training, option modifiers, and alternate colors for your fighters. The graphics are good, and control-wise it feels just like the arcade game. According to reports, Killer Instinct 2 was completed for the Super Nintendo, but Nintendo ultimately decided not to release it. For the longest time, this was just a rumor until Tim Stamper posted a photo online where you can clearly see a test copy of Killer Instinct 2. According to programmer Brendan Gunn, I did some work on Killer Instinct 2 on the Super Nintendo. The guy in charge of that project left the company when it was 99% finished and they asked me to finish it, a game I'd never even seen or played before, in 6 weeks. That was an interesting job. We got it finished a little bit late actually, but it was all for nothing. We were under contract with Nintendo and simply had to get it done, but they ultimately decided not to publish it. So far, no photos or ROM dumps have ever been made publicly available. 2013 saw the release of Killer Instinct exclusively for the Xbox One. This was the first game published by Microsoft Studios, but it was developed alongside Rare with supervision from Ken Lobb. When this game was first released, it was a free-to-play demo with the ability to purchase additional fighters individually. The game was released in seasons, which included multiple characters and arenas. A definitive version was eventually released, which included all the fighters and content from the first 3 seasons. The graphics on this are truly phenomenal, and if you are a Killer Instinct fan, you should definitely check this out. Also included in certain releases was the Killer Instinct Classic port of the original 2 arcade games. Quite possibly, the coolest home release I have ever seen is the arcade 1-up version of Killer Instinct. Not only is it visually pleasing and for the most part arcade accurate, but it also includes some really cool bonus features. This beautiful piece of hardware includes Killer Instinct, Killer Instinct 2, the original 8-bit Battletoads, the original 16-bit Battletoads, and also the arcade version of Battletoads. It's displayed in full 19-inch glory with a light-up marquee as well. Coming sometime in 2024, At Games is going to release the very cool At Games Legends Ultimate 4KP Killer Instinct arcade cabinet. The arcade cabinet is going to stand almost 6 feet tall with a 4K 27-inch LCD display. It includes such features as a light-up coin door as well as a themed LCD marquee which will change depending on which game you select. The price is going to be close to $1,300, although it does look really cool. And there you have it, everybody, the history of Killer Instinct. I didn't delve too deeply into the second arcade title or the reboot, so if you would like me to check these out, let me know in the comments down below. This game was definitely ahead of the curve, and while the graphics have not aged very well, for its time, it was truly groundbreaking. Whenever I see this out in public, I just have to give it a whirl at least once. If you've never had the chance to break somebody's combo just before knocking them off the side of a building, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. I wanted to give special thanks to the YouTube channel Classic Killer Instinct, which is where I got the majority of the arcade game footage from. For whatever reason, I could not get the original game configured properly on my PC. Now anyone who knows me will tell you I don't typically give up, but after 4 hours of trying to get it up and running, I called it quits. So if you're interested in anything and everything from the classic Killer Instinct game, head on over to Classic Killer Instinct on YouTube. When it comes to unique concepts in the world of video games, look no further than the arcade game Tapper. Nowadays, every idea has been done over and over and over again with little in the way of ingenuity. This not very boring, alcohol-pouring arcade game was a smash hit upon its release all the way back in 1983. It's fondly remembered among retro gamers and drunken patrons alike who had the chance to experience its distinctive controls, which saw the player pull down on an actual beer tap for customers who could not get enough of that wonderful stuff. Who was the real person that Tapper was based on? What big screen movie saw the debut of Tapper? What previous game did he star in? So sit back and chug a lug because this is the history of Tapper. In 1982, Marvin Glass associates Scott Morrison and Steve Meyer are coming up with ideas for their next arcade game. After throwing around a number of concepts, Mr. Morrison suggested a bar where beer is being served. They thought of various scenarios, including being the catcher rather than the thrower, but then decided it would be a lot more fun to be the actual bartender, instead serving as many drinks as possible to an ever-increasingly rowdy bunch. He designed several storyboards and presented them to Bally Midway, who were interested in his idea. Tom Neiman, who was head of licensing for the company, approached Budweiser to license the game for bars all across the country. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. When this game was designed, it was intended for use in bars only and not arcades. To get the look down of everyone's favorite barkeep, artist Scott Morrison went back to a previous Bally Midway game by the name of Domino Man. Apparently, before attending bartending school, our resident tapper used to play around with dominoes. The goal of the game is to set up a domino on every area marked with a black dot. You have to watch out for the local yokels who wander throughout the playfield, knocking dominoes over in the process. You also have to contend with killer bees and bullies who will sting you and stun you. Mr. Morrison thought it would be cool to pull Domino Man over and use him as the main character in Tapper. However, this was not his last appearance, but more on that in just a bit. Domino Man himself was based on toy designer Mike Ferris. Speaking of the spectacular artwork, Mr. Morrison used proprietary art tool software with a custom controller that was built from a Gorf handle with an Atari joystick on top. The game was designed to run on the MCR3 system board, which also helped keep costs down. When designing the game, the duo wanted to make sure there was enough variety in the graphics, so they created 4 distinct bars with a number of different patrons. Getting the gameplay to feel just right was the hard part, with initially there only being one section for the player to serve the drinks in. Slowly but surely, they tightened up the gameplay and, at that point, started adding different locales as well as all the wacky customers. They still weren't sure if they had enough to base this concept on a full game, so they ended up making it more difficult and adding little things such as customers leaving tips, angry customers who bear down on the bartender slowly but surely until their palate is satisfied, etc. To break up the gameplay, they decided to add the minigame where the nasty individual comes along and shakes up the cans. Employees were coming around on their lunch breaks to play the game, so the duo knew they had a hit on their hands. Since this game was designed for use in bars across the nation, the gameplay had to be simple enough that you could do it while holding a beer. To achieve this, Bally Midway used their model shop, which created a prototype version of an actual Budweiser beer tap handle, which had a nice spring to them, allowing you to serve 2 or 3 beers in rapid succession. This was changed to the final version, which included smaller plastic beer taps with the Budweiser logo on them. Something else that people fondly remember when playing the game is the music, which included Oh Susanna, Buffalo Girls, the Can-Can, and yes, even the Budweiser theme.
This much for you, for all you do. The king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, add just for you that distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
One feature that did not make it into the final game was the inclusion of sound effects where the customers would burp after drinking a beer. The company was approached by Texas Instruments with a new audio chip that allowed for digitized sounds. The duo went into a room with beer and pop, yes pop, not soda, and spent a few hours just burping into a microphone. Although they thought it was funny, it became gross and rather irritating pretty quickly. In addition to those unique controls was the actual cabinet itself. At the bottom was a brass rail footrest, and on each side, drink holders for your favorite alcohol beverage. When the game was released into bars and eventually arcades, it was a huge success. However, Bally Midway came under fire when it was discovered that Tapper was being played at regular arcades and not just bars, meaning minors had access to the game. To get around this, they released Root Beer Tapper with all references to alcohol being stripped away, including the Budweiser license, and replacing it with standard root beer. Instead of a bartender, Tapper now resembles more of a soda jerk from the 1930s. The Budweiser music that played during the bonus stage was also changed. The tried and true gameplay remains identical though. Over in Japan, a third version was found with the Suntory branding, which was a popular beer at the time. Sega has denied its existence, so it's possible it could have just been a hack. Around 4,000 Tapper machines were manufactured, including, believe it or not, a cocktail version. Tapper was served up in bars and arcades in 1984. You control Tapper as he attempts to clear the bar by serving drinks to every rowdy customer as quickly as possible. You have a joystick which will guide Tapper throughout the bar, pressing up and down, which will instantly transport him between sections. You can also move left and right in order to run up to grab tips or empty glasses. The customers will inch their way down the bar closer and closer to a mustachioed bartender, which acts as sort of a time limit. To serve those refreshing drinks, you have to hold the tap down fully until the entire glass is full. Upon releasing the tap, it sends the mug sailing down the bar. Once the patron gets the mug, they are pushed back just a bit. If they are pushed back far enough, they will exit the bar. If he is not pushed back all the way, he will drink the beer and slide the empty glass back down the bar. It is your job as Tapper to not only dispense those frothy pints, but also retrieve the empty mugs as well. If a mug falls off the bar, you lose a life. If you happen to serve a beer and someone isn't there, which results in a falling glass, you will lose a life. Certain customers will also leave tips which you can run down to grab for a big point bonus. Upon doing so, dancers will appear in the back, which is a nice change of pace, but it distracts some of the customers who will not grab any drinks if they are busy looking at the hooches. As I mentioned, the customers will continually inch towards Tapper in an attempt to speed up the drinking process. If they manage to get all the way to the end of the bar where Tapper is at, they will grab him and throw him down the bar and you will lose a life. After each round, Tapper will celebrate by drinking a pint and tossing the glass with varying degrees of success. The enemies will get more and more aggressive, but the difficulty has been fine-tuned. You should be able to clear the first few boards with no problem, but once you reach the third and fourth bars, it becomes really crazy. In between each bar is a bonus round. A sneaky son of a gun has broken into the bar and has decided to randomly shake up 5 of the 6 cans. These are all random, but you have to carefully watch which one he hasn't touched. The cans will shift around until finally coming to a stop. You have to guess which can he didn't shake up, which will earn you 3,000 points, and a little "This Bud's for You" jingle will play. Not only do the bars change, but the drunken patrons will change as well. The first bar is the cowboy bar, and you'll see a number of varmints who are just itching for a fight. The second bar is the sports bar, in which certain patrons are brandishing a baseball bat and basketball. The third bar is the punk bar with your typical 1980s punk rockers. And the fourth bar is the alien bar with some wild and wacky extraterrestrials. The game is comprised of 13 sections. At that point, it will loop, only at a harder difficulty. In 1984, Tapper decided to hang up his apron for good and move to the Great Northwest to become a lumberjack. Timber sees our hero assume the role of a lumberjack, chopping down a number of trees that will pop up from the ground. The game uses a dual stick method with one controller for the player's movements and the other for the left and right swings with the axe. This game did feature 2-player simultaneous play, but it just wasn't very popular. It came and went in my arcade like a fart in the wind. Tapper made his big screen debut when he appeared in the movie Wreck-It Ralph. Ralph is seen drinking at Tapper's bar alongside other video game icons such as Ryu from Street Fighter, as well as the chef from Burger Time. Tapper also appeared in the less than stellar follow-up Wreck-It Ralph 2, Ralph Breaks the Internet. The world of Tapper would lay dormant for around 20 years when a new version would finally be released for the iOS. The game was developed by Square One Studios and was released in 2011. Once again, you are a beer-pushing bartender who has to serve up as many drinks as possible to an ever-increasing group of rowdy individuals. Similar to the first game, the customers will inch toward you until their palate is cleansed. You have to clear all the customers out of the bar to proceed to the next level. The graphics have been redone and they look really good, however I miss the fantastic pixel art of the original. There are still ways to play this game, so Google it if you want to check it out.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Introducing Tapper, Valley Midway's arcade smash.
Hey, what are you? Where am I? With a bunch of dogs. I'm so only out 2 or 1 beer. You got redemption? What is that down?
Now an incredibly fast home game.
No, I think we're on the one behind bar. No offense, I close my side back to this. I swear that here's our how we gotta go. Oh boy, my space south of him, so earth of prayer. No one down, no one earth, come you off and hey, stand but oh my gosh, you're gonna go.
Tapper, now for all these home systems, it could be the fastest gift higher.
Give them that food at all, get home.
Or anywhere.
The game was released for a wide number of systems, all the way from the humble Atari 2600 on up. Typically, I don't show hacks or modified versions, but I had to make a special point to show off this really cool Simpsons hack. The Budweiser mugs now say Duff, and Tapper has been replaced with Moe the bartender. Lenny, Carl, Barney, Homer, Dr. Hibbard, Chief Wiggum, and even Kang and Kodos are present. Very cool indeed. Any fan of my channel will know I am a huge fan of the Amiga. The computer received a number of fantastic games and arcade conversions, but for whatever reason, some of them never made it to the system. Thanks to the budding homebrew community, we have received new and improved titles such as Final Fight Enhanced and the hopefully upcoming version of Rastan. Also recently released was an excellent version of Tapper. This is spectacular with all 4 levels and the bonus stage included. The music and sound effects are pretty spot on and it controls great. The only thing I saw missing was Tapper's celebratory animation. When looking at the conversions, we might as well go ahead and start with the Atari 2600. While this port doesn't look that great in still shots, the playability is top notch. Everything is recognizable with lots of color and detail on the screen. Tapper will whisk from bar to bar with the greatest of ease, but unlike the arcade game, he can only serve 2 beers at a time. Also, there are no tips. Everything else is present though, including all 4 bars. Instead of the not-so-kid-friendly Budweiser or even root beer, Mountain Dew has stepped in and offered their sponsorship. This is a great conversion for everyone's favorite wood-grained machine. The Apple II version is up next, and it features large, detailed characters, but the colors do tend to make your eyes bleed just a bit. Also, when the action gets fast and furious, and there are a lot of characters on screen at once, the game tends to slow down and everything sort of runs together. There is no in-game music, although we do get a short version of Oh Susanna before the start of the first level. The game features some pretty basic sound effects, and the animation is a bit choppy. When it comes to the Queef Awards of 2024, the Spectrum version of Tapper is definitely a contender. The game attempts to belt out the arcade's tunes, and I use the word attempt very loosely. The audio sounds like a 113-year-old Siamese cat heading towards the white light. I've heard some bad audio before, but this just might take the cake. The graphics are usually instantly recognizable, but due to their monochromatic nature, they do blend together when there are multiple characters right next to each other. Also, it features some pretty slow gameplay, but one positive is that it controls fairly well. One other thing of note is that certain home computer versions use the Pepsi license on the bonus stage instead of Mountain Dew. Also, similar to other versions is that you only have to press the fire button once to pour a beer instead of holding it to fill the mug. Even the BBC Micro received a version of Tapper, and honestly, it turned out pretty good. The gameplay is fast and furious. The graphics are easily recognizable, although the colors are slightly fugly. They get even more fuglier on the second level, so be warned. The music is not too shabby, with a good rendition of the arcade's tunes. Tapper moves along at a brisk pace with nice, tight controls. One thing of note is that Tapper's celebratory animation sees him do a dance like Tony Manero from Saturday Night Fever. Another console version released back in the day was the ColecoVision port. This version features some nice detailed graphics and excellent use of color, but the thing that lets it down is the choppy animation. When the mugs are zipping down the bar, it looks like something out of a flipbook. The flickering is really bad, especially when there are too many characters on screen at once. The sound effects and music are really good, although it only includes 3 of the 4 bars, with the punk bar MIA. The bonus rounds are also included, and this game features the root beer tapper motif. It controls really good though, despite the not so great animation. The Atari 800 port turned out rather well. The game features some large, detailed sprites and extremely fast gameplay. With that fast gameplay also comes some fairly smooth animation. The arcade's jingles sound really good and the controls are nice and tight. I was pleasantly surprised with this title. Despite its affinity for pink and blue, the CGA graphics of the MS-DOS version are not too bad. Everything is instantly recognizable, but the animation is a bit on the choppy side. It's not unplayable, but it is what it is. The poor little PC speaker squeaks up a storm, and while it is a bit on the raunchy side, it does a commendable job of providing the arcade's tunes. The speed of the game is similar to the arcade original and it controls great. The Commodore 64 version is up next, and this was the version I played the most as a kid. I seem to recall having this in cartridge form, so I spent many an hour playing this title. The sprites are extremely large, especially when compared to the arcade game. The colors are also a bit washed out, with some of the patrons looking like they had bad plastic surgery. The speed of the gameplay feels just a bit off, and so does the music. The SID chip is definitely not being put through its paces, but it gets the job done. Control-wise, it's not bad, but it's absolutely not one of the better versions on this list. The Amstrad version looks to be a mixture of the Commodore 64 port and some original crappy gameplay. The sprites are large and detailed with decent animation, but the gameplay is a bit on the slow side. The game uses excellent color and it even has decent music while you play. The gameplay, on the other hand, is a bit cumbersome when it actually comes to filling the mugs. The game has been included on a number of compilations, including Midway's Greatest Arcade Hits, Arcade's Greatest Hits, the Midway Collection 2, Midway Arcade Treasures, and Midway Arcade Origins. It was also included with standard controls as part of the original Arcade 1-Up Midway Legacy Edition arcade machine. This unit features 12 games, including the Mortal Kombat series, Joust, Paperboy, Gauntlet, Root Beer Tapper, and more. This is an excellent purchase for any self-respecting Bally Midway fan. And there you have it, everybody, the history of Tapper. I can recall seeing this for the very first time at my uncle's bar when I was 10 years old. I could only play it when nobody else was there, since minors were not supposed to be in the bar. It's a classic game that you should definitely check out. If you've never had the chance to serve up some drinks, all the while avoiding drunken patrons and watching dancers shake their moneymakers, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Superheroes in American culture have been around since the early 1900s. Americans were looking for a little superhero help when it came to real superhero problems, and people young and old were getting lost in these modern day adventures. I suppose we could go all the way back to Tarzan, but we were also privy to the Phantom, Superman, Batman, and the big red cheese himself, Captain Marvel. When arcades started taking off in the late 70s and early 80s, Pac-Man was the biggest and best, so it was only a matter of time before the world of superheroes combined with the world of video games. Today, we are taking a look at one of my personal favorites in the Pac-Man lineage, and no, not just because he wore a cape. The name of the game in question is Super Pac-Man. This superhero mountain of a man vowed to bring justice to the world and in the process eat as many fried eggs as possible. What is the connection with Ms. Pac-Man? So let's take a look at the hero we deserve but not the one that we need, because this is the history of Super Pac-Man. In 1981, the world was still right smack in the middle of Pac-Man fever. Not only were the Pac-Man arcade games a phenomenal success, but they spawned a load of merchandise including toys, board games, a huge song by the name of Pac-Man Fever which reached number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 and sold 1.2 million copies. Eventually, there would also be a Saturday morning cartoon which is crucial to our story. Namco, ever the forward-thinking company, wanted to cash in on Pac-Man's success and had its designers set out to create a follow-up. In the meantime, Pac-Man became one of the most bootlegged arcade games with its vast assortment of unlicensed knockoffs. A lot of these were clones that were made for the home market, with the biggest one being Casey Munchkin on the Odyssey 2. Initially, Casey was made in an attempt to obtain the Pac-Man license from Namco, but that is a story for another time. However, a company by the name of General Computer Corporation was busy selling modification kits for the original Missile Command arcade and doing pretty well. These modification kits included an upgraded experience which usually resulted in more enemies, different levels, and, more importantly, harder gameplay which would take precious quarters from unsuspecting little kids. Due to the overwhelming success of Super Missile Attack, they felt that other improvements to existing games could also be done, so they set their sights on Pac-Man. The company felt that the simplicity of Pac-Man was great, but didn't offer enough variety, so they set out to create an add-on board with some much needed improvements. This new modification was dubbed Crazy Auto, and it featured a wide range of improvements including new levels, sound, music, as well as new and improved enemy AI. During the development of Crazy Auto, Super Missile Attack became a subject of a lawsuit by Atari. The company eventually settled with Atari by developing games for their company. Part of the settlement, though, barred GCC from selling future conversion kits without approval from the original arcade game manufacturer. Rather than scrap Crazy Auto, they decided to present the kit to Bally Midway, who were the distributor of Pac-Man in North America. They of course wanted to capitalize on Pac-Man's success with the sequel, and rather than wait for Namco to produce it, decided to acquire the rights to Crazy Auto and release it as a full-blown sequel. Since Bally Midway bought the rights to use it for the sequel, the game was developed without Namco's approval. Eventually though, Namco President Masaya Nakamura was brought on board to approve the project. Despite having minimal involvement, Namco got a large share of the royalties, which could be why they approved the project in the first place. Now, this is not the superhero game that we ended up receiving because it went through a number of sprite modifications, including changing Auto into a full-fledged Pac Lady with red hair. A number of name changes also occurred, including Pac-Man and Super Pac-Man, Pac-Woman, until finally they settled on Ms. Pac-Man, which was released in arcades in 1982. Something else that was released in 1982 was the actual sequel to Pac-Man that was developed by Namco, which was Super Pac-Man. As a matter of fact, due to Namco's insistence, The character of Super Pac was introduced in the ABC's Saturday morning cartoon because they were knuckle-deep in developing the title. The character was not simply an alter ego of Pac-Man, but an entirely separate character from a different dimension. Super Pac-Man was designed by the original Pac-Man designer Toru Iwatani and was programmed by Shoichi Fukutani. Mr. Fukutani's works include Dig Dug and King and Balloon. The Super Pac-Man cabinet is also a bit different than the previous two games in the series, including a side portion cut out for Pac-Man's mouth. Super Pac-Man flew into arcades in 1982. As you can imagine, there really isn't any storyline except for eating everything in sight while avoiding the ghosts unless you are either energized or in your super form. For the two of you out there watching this video and have never heard of Pac-Man, the original object was to gobble all the dots while avoiding those nasty ghosts who were trying to kill you. You can turn the table on them by either grabbing an energizer or a power pellet, which turns them blue, at which point you can gobble them up for a big point bonus. Super Pac-Man is more of the same, but there are some key differences to the gameplay. The main goal is still to clear the maze in order to proceed to the next, but this time, instead of eating dots, you have to open the various locked gates to munch on the trapped food inside. To do this, there are keys littered throughout which will open these gates so your ordinary Pac-Man can get through. In addition to the 4 standard power pellets which once again allow you to eat those filthy phantoms, there are now the green super pellets. These allow Pac-Man to grow in size and become his alter ego Super Pac-Man. Due to his size, it has not been confirmed whether or not these green pellets are some type of gamma poisoning or Viagra. After becoming Super Pac-Man, you're able to break through any gates that are locked and fly right over the heads of the ghosts unharmed. The ghost sprites are stretched thin and flat to give the impression that Super Pac-Man is flying overhead. Keep in mind though that this is just temporary, so you'll have to be quick. Also, it's worth mentioning that if you are transformed into Super Pac-Man, you can snag a standard power pellet which will not only turn the ghost into an edible treat, but also extend your time as Super Pac-Man. While you are transformed into Super Pac-Man, you can hold down the Super Speed button which will give you a much needed boost. The further you progress into the game, the more difficult it becomes, such as having to know which keys open which gates and shorter Super Pac-Man mode. In the earlier levels, keys will unlock nearby gates, but in the later ones, the locations of the gates that are opened after obtaining a key are usually far away. Instead of a standard fruit bonus as found in previous Pac-Man games, there is a slot machine-like feature right in the middle of the screen. 2 cycling fruits will be shown next to each other, and depending on how close they are to matching, the player will earn anywhere from 200 to 5,000 points for a complete match. Every few stages are the bonus rounds in which you have to eat all the food in the quickest amount of time as a point bonus counts down. The intermission screens also make their triumphant return and are pretty unique. The different food is a welcome addition and puts a little bit of spice into the basic Pac-Man gameplay. There are 16 different boards before the game starts to repeat, so in order, these are apple, banana, donut, hamburger, fried egg, corn, shoe, cake, peach, melon, coffee, mushroom, bell, clover, the enemy ship from Galaxian, and a gift. Now, believe it or not, I love superheroes. I loved them so much that my nickname in high school was Pac-Man because I was such a huge fan of Batman. So of course, I'm going to have quite a bit of affection for this game. With that being said, I absolutely love the fast pace and unique gameplay elements this game introduced. The game is oftentimes considered the black sheep of the Pac family, but as previously stated, I really enjoyed it. The company only produced around 15,000 cabinets, which is a far cry from the production numbers of earlier Pac-Man games with numbers of over 100,000 each. Despite this, some merchandise was also available, including trading cards, bubblegum with a pretty cool display piece, audiobooks, coloring books, t-shirts, and even Super Pac-Man marshmallows and Pac-Man cereal.
Ghost Solar Pac-Man cereal! Then let's go ghost chomping! Ghost chompers! No, tired. Who's gonna help us now?
Me, Super Pac-Man. Now this crispy corn cereal has added new Super Pac-Man marshmallows like me, the biggest ghost chomper of all.
Ghost chompers! I'm a ghost chomper too! It's Pac-Man!
A chomping good part of a nutritious breakfast with me! And me, Super Pac-Man.
It was even included as part of the arcade 1-up Pac-Man machine, as well as a portable partycade machine with Super Pac-Man aesthetics. Now, it wouldn't be considered a success if it didn't get its very own LCD handheld. Grandstand released this rare version, which honestly plays just like the original LCD version of Pac-Man, only with updated Super Pac-Man artwork. Super Pac-Man made a cameo in the games Super Smash Bros. And Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. He triumphantly appears as part of Pac-Man's final smash. There was even a huge promotion back in 2006 for the introduction of the mobile version of Super Pac-Man on Sprint. You could enter the sweepstakes to win a chance for an exclusive 2006 Volkswagen Beetle customized with a Super Pac-Man theme. Very cool. The game was released as part of Jack-specific plug-and-play Super Pac-Man joystick, which also included other Pac titles such as Pac-Man Plus and Pac-N-Pal. It was also released as part of TV Games Arcade Gold plug-and-play joystick. A wide range of conversions were produced, but let me start off this by showing off the spectacular homebrew that was made for the Atari 7800. This version is really good, quite possibly one of the best home conversions not running under emulation. Everything from the arcade game is here, and that includes the original opening attract scenes as well as the cutscenes. It also controls fantastic with good music and sound effects to boot. The game was slated to be released on the 2600, 5200, and Atari 8-bit computers, but due to the video game crash, these were canceled. However, prototypes for the 5200 and Atari 8-bit computer line were released, but both of them were pretty similar. The graphics have a zoomed-in, pixelated effect, and the colors are a bit raunchy as well. With that being said, it controls really good, at least using an Xbox controller through emulation. I'm not sure how well it works on an actual 5200 controller. The sound effects and music are pretty good and do a good job at replicating the arcade original. Over in Japan, The game was released for a couple of different computers, each one with a different name change. The first one is for the Casio PV-2000 and the name was changed to Mr. Pac-Man. The game looks very accurate though, although the sprites are strictly single color. The graphics are nicely detailed with excellent sound effects and music. Most important of all is that the game controls really well. Neither of these Japanese home computer releases included the bonus rounds or the cutscenes. That same year, yet another name change took place. Power Pack was released for the Sword M5 computer in Japan. This version is very similar to the Casio version but runs a bit smoother. The same great gameplay is also present here. Supposedly, there was some sort of legal issue surrounding the Super Pac-Man game which somehow involved Marvel Comics. This only affected the Japanese home releases at the time. Speaking of the Sword version, Team Pixel Boy produced a homebrew cartridge release of Super Pac-Man for the ColecoVision, which was a port of the Sword version. It would have been so cool to play this on our actual ColecoVisions back in 1983. The home version I grew up with was the Commodore 64 port. This was released by Thunder Mountain, who had also produced a few other games on the system, including Top Gun and Summer Challenge. Anyway, Super Pac-Man turned out really good with fast gameplay and pretty good music and sound effects. The graphics are good, although certain sprites are a bit chunky like a monkey. Your remaining lives are represented by weird smiley Pac-Man characters on the right side that do look just a tad bit sinister. The gameplay is really good though, so if you are a Commodore 64 fan as well as a Super Pac-Man fan, you should definitely check this out. Thunder Mountain also released a version for MS-DOS. In still shots, if you can get past the fugly color palette, then this game looks pretty good. Once you see it in action though, everything falls apart like an 85-year-old beach walker. Now I've seen some choppy gameplay in my life, but holy Toledo, this is almost unplayable. You all need to bow down to the king of the queefs because this game does not let up. The PC speaker is what's for dinner and there is no way to shut it off. However, the gameplay is pretty good if you can get past the horrendous animation and CGA colors. An EGA version with slightly better colors was also released. It was also released as part of the Ms. Pac-Man Special Color Edition for the Game Boy Color. This version, along with Ms. Pac-Man, turned out really good, although the screen now scrolls. You also have a different view option where the entire maze is viewed with no scrolling, but it lacks detail. The ghost and Pac-Man himself are also a bit larger than normal, but I would assume it's to make up for the Game Boy's tiny screen. The music and sound effects are spot on, and the controls are nice and tight. In 2007, a version of Super Pac-Man was released for Java. While the animation is a bit ropey, the graphics have been updated and remind me quite a bit of Pac-Mania. The game looks really cool with a fresh coat of paint and updated audio. This does include the cutscenes and the bonus stages. The game has nice controls, but it's just too bad that the animation lets it down. If you don't care for that fresh coat of paint, a standard arcade version was released and it looks fantastic. The same Terrence and Phillips style animation is also present here. The game was included as part of the Namco Museum Volume 2 for the PlayStation. It was also part of Namco History Volume 3 for the PC. Namco released Super Pac-Man in the Namco Museum Remix compilation. They also brought it to the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for the Xbox 360. Bandai added Super Pac-Man to the Pac-Man Museum compilation title. It was recently added to the arcade archives for the PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch. Last but not least, it was also included in the compilation Pac-Man Museum Plus. Super Pac-Man was always one of my favorites right next to Ms. Pac-Man. I always preferred this game to the original title due to the variance in the mazes and the different cutscenes. If you've never had a chance to get chased by some ghosts, all the while eating loads upon loads of fruits, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Throughout ancient history, rivalries have existed. All it took was one person not sharing the same ideals as another person, which would result in mass hysteria. Some of the more famous rivalries throughout history include the Hatfields and McCoys, Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, Superman and Lex Luthor, and of course, my nephew Chris and a bar of soap. One famous rivalry that we are going to talk about today includes a typical cat and mouse. The big tomcat was always on the prowl, looking to get rid of any tiny defenseless mice. Today, that rivalry has been transformed into a classic Namco game by the name of Mappy. This fantastic game has its roots in another classic Namco arcade title, but it was also so much fun to play. Where did the inspiration for this game come from? What sounds from another famous arcade game does Mappy utilize? So put on your badges and let's collect those stolen microwaves, because this is the history of Mappy. When it came to the creation of Mappy, we have to go back to the early days of a little-known company by the name of Namco. The company was founded all the way back in 1955 by Masaya Nakamura, with an emphasis on coin-operated rides. He installed 2 mechanical horse rides in a department store in Yokohama and started doing business with various amusement arcades. The name comes from Nakamura Manufacturing Company, but Namco sounds oh so much better. It entered into the video game industry in 1974 after acquiring Atari Japan, who had struggled to find its foothold in its own country. The first commercial release was GB, but it followed that up with a number of major arcade hits, including 1979's Galaxian and the arcade game that would change the world as we knew it, Pac-Man, in 1980. Typically, there would be multiple Pac-Man cabinets due to the high demand for the game. Arcade games were everywhere, from gas stations to grocery stores to funeral homes, because apparently people were dying to play these games. Namco would go on to produce even more successful games after Pac-Man, including Rally X and one of my all-time favorite shooters, Galaga. In 1983, designer Eiji Sato had wanted to make a typical cat and mouse game due to his fondness for the American cartoon Tom and Jerry. At this point, though, he hadn't decided upon the premise, just that he knew he wanted these two arch rivals to face off. Mr. Sato was also inspired by the gameplay elements in Pac-Man and wanted to create a game where instead of a round, pizza-shaped protagonist being chased by a ghostly individual, it would involve cats chasing mice. It was at this point that Mr. Sato decided to flip the script and have the mouse chase the cat. Since this is an early Namco arcade game, it runs on the same hardware as Super Pac-Man, but has been modified to support horizontal scrolling. Unlike Pac-Man though, this game did have a backstory. Besides the game's design from Mr. Sato, the artwork was done by Hiroshi Ono, who had designed a number of pixel art for games such as Dig Dug and Galaga. Speaking of which, the designer of Galaga, Shigeru Yokoyama, even dubbed him the authority on pixel design for arcade games. When it came time to design the look of this dynamic cat and mouse duo, Mr. Sato simply had to look in-house. A few years prior, there were a couple of tin robots created by Namco. The Goro robot came first in 1980, and Mappy, which is simply dubbed the maze-solving robot, in 1981. He liked the look so much that he didn't change a thing and even used the same names. As far as the origin of the name Mappy, I'll let 4-year Okinawan resident Retro Rob explain.
Thank you, good sir. As for the name Mappy and its origin stories, there are two theories. The most prominent one from the Meiji era, where many police officers were from the Satsuma domain, so they were derisively called Satsuma-po. Over the years, it was shortened to Mapo and then just Mappo, as it has also been said that it comes from the American occupation of World War II, where military police wore helmets that said MP. They were said to be referred to by the Japanese as Mapapo, so the Americans couldn't understand what they were saying. And now, back to you, Pat.
That toe-tapping music you get while playing this game was composed by Nobuyuki Onogi, who had worked on a number of other titles such as Pole Position and Xevious. The arcade cabinet was a thing of beauty with its unique design and its huge topper, letting everyone in the arcade know exactly where Mappy was. Mappy was released in the arcades in 1983. As the story goes, you take control of Mappy, who is a police mouse on a quest to recover all the stolen loot that those dastardly Meowkies have taken. These sneaky little cats have stashed all their stolen merchandise in the various mansions of the gang's leader. Not only do the Meowkies have sticky fingers, but they also have a fondness for trampolines. You have to make your way through the various hideouts, bouncing to your heart's content while avoiding the cats and retrieving the stolen merchandise. The arcade attract screens even feature a nice sequence showcasing the gameplay and introducing the characters. We have Mappy, who is our titular member of law enforcement, the Meowkies gang, and the big boss of the game, Goro. These names were changed from the Japanese version, but it's likely the name Mappy is derived from Mappo, which is Japanese slang for a policeman. Meowkies is a bit obvious, but in Japan, Goro was originally known as Nyamko, which is a combination of the two words Nyanko or kitty cat and Namco. The controls are simple with a standard two-way joystick and a single button which is used to open doors. Each level is divided into 6 floors, which also includes a top floor where the enemies are spawned. There is no jump button in the game, so the only way to get between the floors is to hop onto the trampoline scattered all throughout. The stolen property that you have to retrieve include televisions, safes, boom boxes, computers, and the Mona Lisa. Similar to other chase games, the goal is to keep track of all the enemies on the screen while finding the best way to collect all the items. There are a couple of tools to assist you in your quest, and no, they don't involve firearms or batons. These are the doors and the trampolines. The trampolines can be jumped on not only for pure enjoyment, but also as a way of getting away from the cats and traversing between the floors. There are both regular and flashing doors that you have to use. The flashing doors will emit a microwave which will knock enemies back when it's opened. The wave will travel to the edge of the screen, trapping any of the Meowkies in its path. The number of cats that are taken off the screen by the wave will determine how many points your character will earn. Regular doors do not transmit any waves when opened, but they will push Mappy back from the sheer force. When this happens, he bumps harmlessly through any Meowkies that are nearby, temporarily stunning them. While you are bouncing on the trampoline, you are invulnerable to the Meowkies. Keep in mind though that you can only bounce on each trampoline a certain number of times before it breaks. If this happens and you fall, you lose a life. If you come into contact with any kitty cats, you will also die. The leader of the gang is Goro, and to be expected, he is quite sneaky. Sometimes he will hide behind the merchandise, and if you happen to pick that one up, you are granted an extra 1,000 points. On certain levels, you'll notice bells at the top of the screen, which can be used to paralyze Meowkies on trampolines. Also, if too much time has taken place on a certain level, Gosenzo will appear from the very top floor. Unlike regular cats, Gosenzo can kill Mappy even on the trampoline, so you have to be quick when clearing each level. There are 4 different mansion layouts that will increase in difficulty. There are also bonus rounds littered throughout in which you have to collect every balloon, including the final large blue Nyamko balloon, before time runs out. The pixel art is fantastic with some extremely cute visuals and vibrant colors. The audio features some recycled sounds from games such as Galaga, but they fit in here perfectly. The upbeat main theme has been living rent-free in my head for a number of years. I didn't play this game a whole lot in the arcades back in the day, although you could never miss that giant topper. I started becoming more fond of this game with the Namco collection on the PlayStation and have been a huge fan of the game ever since. It is a lot of fun to play, but it also adds a bit of strategy when it comes to the scoring and just staying alive. When Mappy was released here in the States, it was not that big of a hit. However, in the land of the rising sun, it was absolutely huge. A number of licensed products for Mappy have been produced over the years, including t-shirts, badges, keychains, figures, watches, and even a cool tabletop mini arcade game. Back in 1983, there was even a Mappy LCD handheld game. Unbelievably, there was even a Mappy home pregnancy test. To go along with the home pregnancy test, we have the Mappy lighter, which is in the shape of a handgun. Believe it or not, there is even a Mappy slot machine that was released in Japan, which looks and sounds really cool. if Mappy was popular enough to get a slot machine in Japan, it was almost a bona fide guarantee that he would get a pachinko machine as well. The game was known as Mappy Park, and it was released in 2002. The game features Mappy, Goro, Meowkies, and a number of small metal balls that need to be launched in order to gain points. A webcomic by Shifty Look was also released in 2011, which evolved into a 13-episode series of animated shorts. It has to do with Mappy being a disgraced cop, having been kicked off the police force due to botching one of the run-ins with Goro and the Meowkie gang. The game includes a number of other characters from various Namco properties, including Dig Dug, Rolling Thunder, and Time Crisis. The animation is very basic, but it does get the job done. I found the episodes pretty entertaining, so you just might want to check it out. By the way, the rendition of the intro tune from the game is extremely cool and very addicting. Due to the overwhelming success of the original arcade title in Japan, it was inevitable that a follow-up would be released. Hopping Mappy came out in 1986, and the gameplay is quite different. This time around, you control the micro-police mouse Mappy as he bounces on a pogo stick around the Meowkies collecting the various treasures. The Meowkies will patrol horizontally and vertically, although Goro is present as well, and he does patrol in a zigzag pattern. There are 8 treasures that you need to grab in order to complete a round. Every so often, a treasure box will appear, scattering several assorted bonus items across the screen, which offer you a number of power-ups, including freezing the enemy, making them vulnerable, etc. The only button that you have at your disposal is a speed-up button, which will quite obviously speed up your movement. There are also bonus rounds as well. To me, the gameplay is a bit reminiscent of Qbert, which could be where the inspiration came from.
2001年のクリエイターたちへマッピーランドカラフルに新発売
The very first Mappy game released exclusively for the Famicom and Nintendo was Mappy Land. This attempted to expand upon the original concept with a wider variety of levels and different play mechanics. This time around, Mappy is attempting to win over the heart of his soon-to-be hoochie mama Mappico. The basic concept of Mappy is present here, in which you have to collect a certain number of items before you can proceed to the next round. You still have trampolines, and the Meowkies are still out to get you, but you also have ladders to climb up and down. To make it just a bit more difficult, there are also dead ends on certain platforms, so you have to be careful. There are unique traps spread throughout the game for you to use, such as zip lines, punching bags, and cannons. The Meowkies can also be distracted by toys, but this will not work on the big bad Goro. Since he is used to taking bribes, only coins can distract him. The graphics have that early Famicom look, and even though the game came out 3 years after the arcade original, they are nowhere near as attractive. The music is missing its iconic theme as well, but what we have is not too bad. However, it's still a fun little game to play, especially if you love Mappy. Continuing the story of Mappy and his family, we were presented with Mappy Kids in 1989. Since Mappy Land told the story of two mice in love, it was only a matter of time before the Mappy family tree would grow. Mappy Kids follows the son of Mappy who is looking for a wife, but she will not marry him until he becomes a good provider for his family. The game is a standard 2D platformer which takes away a bit of its charm in my opinion. What is cool though is that it does feature two players simultaneously, which is a nice touch. The goal is to reach the end of the level while watching out for all the various Meowkies and obstacles. The controls are simple, with you having the ability to jump and kick. Also, while in midair, you can tap the jump button rapidly, which will make your character hover and slow his descent, similar to Pac-Land. This time around, you do have a health bar, which does make the game a bit easier. There are also a number of treasure chests to open as well. Inside are coins, rings, crystals, etc. There are also hearts you can pick up to restore some of your energy, as well as roller skates which will increase your speed. For a platform game, it's pretty much run-of-the-mill, so if you are interested, there was an English patch that was released back in 2013, since this game was only released for the Japanese Famicom. In 1995, as part of the Namco Classic Collection Volume 1, Mappy Arrangement was released. This arcade exclusive featured an original or arranged version which played very similar to the arcade original. The objective is to retrieve all the stolen items on each stage while avoiding the cats and other obstacles. The graphics and music have been updated and they look and sound great. It keeps the basics but updates them ever so slightly. The game also features a two-player co-op mode with the first player controlling Mappy and the second player controlling Mappico. However, this does make the gameplay screen very small. Some stages now have levers which will send your player to the floor above him. Also, after levels 12 and 25 are boss fights with a Goro robot, which is a nice callback to the early roots of the franchise. There is also a hidden mode allowing you to change the graphics, turning Mappy and the Meowkies into realistic mice and cats. There were some mobile games that were released afterwards that have unfortunately been lost to time, including Teku Teku Mappy, which was released in 2003. Apparently, this is a puzzle game similar to Pipe Mania, where the player has to build a path for Mappy to walk across. Another one that was lost was Mappy D-Puzzle, which was also released in 2003. The series would lay dormant for 13 years until Mappy Showdown was released in 2016 for mobile devices everywhere. This utilized the basics of the original game but used individually designed levels in landscape format. Similar to the original, you still have to collect all of the items to progress to the next stage. The enemies are also defeated by the microwave doors and bells, but other traps are also available, such as rolling barrels. Certain levels will flood the screen with enemies, including of course Meowkies and Goros, but then you will have other enemies from various Namco games, such as the Ghost from Pac-Man or the baddies from Dig Dug. Certain levels also have bosses as well. This was another free-to-play game which involved getting new costumes for Mappy, such as the suit Dig Dug wears. 2018 gave us Touch the Mappy, and, contrary to popular belief, this is not an erotic title. This was another touchscreen game which was actually designed by many of the early development staff from Namco, including Mr. Sato and Mr. Ono. Originally, the game was going to star Goro, but it was changed in the final product back to Mappy. The gameplay is a bit different in that you don't actually control Mappy, only summoning temporary platforms for him to walk on. Since he walks forwards and backwards, these platforms have to be placed so he can access all of the stolen items. As you would expect, making contact with Goro or any Meowkis will kill him. There is a 3-star ranking system for each level. If you get all of the level stars, it unlocks a portion of pixelated Famicom box art. An updated version entitled Touch the Mappy with 80 stars was released a couple of years later, but several new characters could be played, including Dig Dug and Pac-Man. The enemies, designs, etc. were also changed accordingly. Another mobile game that was released in 2011 is Mappy World. This is another game that has apparently been lost to time, but it did feature Mappy traveling the world with gameplay reminiscent of the arcade original. You have to retrieve the stolen items from the Meowkis while traveling the world, including jungles, pyramids, snowy mountains, and pirate ships. Mappy was not just confined to his own series in the world of video games, but has also made a number of cameos throughout the years. Either he or his cronies have appeared in over 50 different video games, so here is just a sampling. His first ever crossover appearance can be seen in Stage 1 of the 1985 NES title Battle City, with the map looking very much like Mappy. He appeared in a Blink and You'll Miss It cameo in the PlayStation light gun shooter Point Blank 3. He has also appeared numerous times in the Ridge Racer series, including having his own special car in the game R4 Ridge Racer Type 4. The Japanese exclusive arcade game Tinkle Pit features a number of characters from previous Namco games such as Pac-Man, Galaga, Xevious, and of course Mappy. You can also see him floating along in the bonus stage of the arcade version of Marvel Land. Everyone's favorite mouse with a badge also appears in the PlayStation 3 game Nobi Nobi Boy. Mappy is going for a nice leisurely stroll as you make your way through the level. The feline fury of Goro can also be seen in the background riding a pig and riding a bike. As I mentioned, the game was extremely popular in Japan with a number of home conversions made available. A lot of these were on the popular Japanese computers at the time, most of these converted by Denpa. Similar to other popular arcade games though, there were a number of knockoffs and clones that were made to cash in on Mappy's popularity. Here are just a few examples. 1983 saw the release of Little Gang for the FM7 in Japan, and there's no getting around it. This is clearly Mappy in everything but name. The ColecoVision received a port in 2016 which looks to be based off of the original MSX version. This turned out rather well, although the sprites are strictly single color. The music is good and it plays well. 2018 saw the Wizards at Champ Games once again pull a rabbit out of their hat and gave us this spectacular version of Mappy. Everything from the track screen to the excellent music is here, although there is a bit of flickering going on. It is possible it could be an emulation issue, but overall, I cannot believe how accurate this conversion turned out to be. The homebrew scene even went back and reworked the NES version, giving it better sound and more accurate graphics and colors. This puts it more in line with the arcade original, and it looks and sounds fantastic. The only issue with the original Famicom release was that the graphics were a bit too basic in my opinion. This rectifies all those issues. It's not arcade perfect, but it's a whole lot better.
Pac-Man ゼビウスマッピーそしてギャラが新登場自宅で遊べるナムコット
Now on to the license conversions. The Japanese computer, the Sword S5, turned out a decent conversion on a machine that wasn't really equipped to do so. The graphics look pretty good and the sound is actually not bad. The rendition of the familiar Mappy tune rattles out of the speakers and it sounds pretty good. The controls are slightly sluggish, but overall it's not a bad conversion. The only thing missing are the intro screens and the bonus rounds. Looking at the previously mentioned Coleco version, and you'll have an idea of what the MSX version is like. This version may run a little bit slower than the Coleco version, but overall it's not bad. The single color sprites are still here and it plays just about the same. The audio is decent with music and sound effects while you play. The Super Cassette Vision port does a pretty good job with the graphics, although the colors are a bit basic. The speed of the game is pretty consistent with the arcade original and the scrolling is fairly smooth. The playability is good, but the audio has definitely taken a trip down to Queefer Town. The little audio chip tries its hardest to give us a rendition of the main theme, but it's a bit on the slow side. Overall, if you can get past the screeching audio, this game didn't turn out too bad. It wouldn't be a comprehensive Mappy video if I didn't talk about the Sharp MZ700 computer version. The MZ700 was an early 1980s business machine which did not have a graphics processor. However, that didn't stop basic games from being created for the system. Just for fun, a user by the name of Game Roman decided to see if he could get a version of Mappy up and running on the machine. He did just that. Since there was no graphics processor, all the characters and objects were comprised of letters, numbers, and basic shapes. If you squint your eyes and stand about 35 feet from the screen, it does look like Mappy, but the funny thing is, it does play just like the arcade game. There are basic sound effects and music included, and even the intro screens are here. This was never intended to be released, but Namco was so impressed with the conversion they decided to publish it themselves. The X68000 was the uber sexy, extremely expensive computer from Japan that played all those wonderful arcade ports, and Mappy was no different, as this machine actually received 2 different versions. There appears to be some confusion as to whether or not these were official ports, but regardless, let's take a look. The first one is known as the Yopino version, and it's extremely close to the arcade original. The sprites, colors, and backgrounds are done really well, and the music is fantastic. It also features nice, tight controls. The other version is known as the NK port. They threw in some extra options such as a configuration menu and slightly enhanced graphics. The music has also been upgraded as well, but personally I prefer the original. One nice little touch for all you eagle-eyed viewers is that the sprites used for the computers have also been updated to look like an X68000 tower. The most widely seen version would have to be the Famicom or NES version. This is an early NES title, and you can tell that the developers hadn't quite gotten to grips with the hardware just yet. While the graphics do a pretty good job at replicating the arcade original, the colors are a bit on the bland side. The gameplay feels the same, and it does feature some good sound effects, but the music is a bit iffy. While the main theme is instantly recognizable, it's a bit on the tinny side. Overall though, it's not bad, but with the aforementioned patch applied, it brings it more in line with its arcade big brother. The Game Gear version turned out really good, although the sprites are a lot bigger due to the resolution of the handheld. This does hamper the gameplay just a bit, making everything feel cramped, but it still plays a mean game of Mappy. The graphics are detailed with nice, vibrant colors and smooth animation. The music is pretty good, but the sound effects do tend to put a quiver in my liver after playing for just a short time. It does control really good though, and that's all that matters. Even the Game Boy received a fantastic version that was included in the Namco Gallery Volume 1. Yes, everything is in black and white, but it doesn't hinder the gameplay whatsoever. The sprites are appropriately sized with good animation and smooth scrolling. The gameplay is fast and the music is excellent with top-notch sound effects as well. Thankfully, the gameplay is just as good. Support was even included for the Super Game Boy. Speaking of the Game Boy, a version was released for the Game Boy Advance, which is essentially just a port of the NES release. Arcade Perfect versions were released in various compilations over the years, including Namco Museum Volume 2 for the original PlayStation, as well as Namco Museum DS for the Nintendo DS. It also appeared on the Nintendo Wii as a part of the Namco Museum Remix. Microsoft Windows even received a port of it with the Microsoft Windows Revenge of Arcade compilation in 1998. This was a collection of games including Ms. Pac-Man, Raleigh X, Xevious, Motos, and Mappy. It was also released as a part of the plug-and-play TV games, which included other popular titles such as Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, and Galaga. A number of ports were also released for the iOS and Android platforms. It's also one of the games included with the arcade 1-up Pac-Man cabinet. As late as 2021, Mappy was released online by the Hamster Corporation under the Arcade Archives brand for the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4. I'm sure there are a number of conversions that I missed, so if you know, let me know. Mappy is another excellent arcade game from the golden age of arcades. Any chance when I'm out and about and I happen to see it, I just have to give it a whirl at least one time. As a matter of fact, I just played it a couple of weeks ago in Chicago at Galloping Ghost. Look for my video on my adventures at Galloping Ghost coming soon. If you've never had the chance to catch some pesky cats all the while retrieving stolen merchandise, be sure and give Mappy a shot. You'll be glad you did. Big shout out to Retro Rob for helping out with some voiceover work when discussing the origin of the name Mappy. Be sure and check out Rob's excellent series of videos where he discusses all sorts of retro games. He just posted a video where he talks about all the various Transformers games in the last 40 years. The link is down below. Thanks again, Rob. The Interstate 74 Bridge, or officially known as the Iowa-Illinois Memorial Bridge, has been a mainstay in the Quad Cities since 1935. It crosses over the Mississippi, connecting the states of Iowa and Illinois. In 2019, construction was started on a brand new bridge which included a walkway. The span of the bridge is just about a mile in length, so along with my good buddy Steve, we decided to see if I could make it all the way across. We managed to do just that. It is quite possible that I am the first ever quad amputee to make the trek. It was pretty intense, so if you ever do end up taking this journey, make sure you don't go the wrong way. You'll be glad you did.
From Illinois to Iowa.
Any retro gaming fan who grew up during the 16-bit wars definitely had their favorite system. Typically, it would come down to a certain game or even a genre to make that system stand head and shoulders above the rest. For the most part, players were either in the Nintendo camp playing titles such as Super Mario World and F-Zero, while the Sega side saw players spinning out of control with Sonic the Hedgehog and riding majestic beasts in Golden Axe. Today, the game we are going to check out has its roots in another arcade classic. The name of the game is Streets of Rage. This title is fondly remembered as having some pretty spectacular music, two-player simultaneous gameplay, and in general was just a whole lot of fun to play. Why was this game created in the first place? How does the game Fighting Force factor in? So tighten up your headbands and crack your knuckles because this is the history of Streets of Rage. The beat-em-up genre had found great success with 1984's Kung Fu Master, but what blew everyone away was 1987's Double Dragon. In the late 80s, two of the biggest arcade manufacturers were running neck and neck for supremacy. That's not taking away anything from other companies such as Konami, but Capcom and Sega titles were just a little bit better than everything else. Altered Beast and Golden Axe were extremely popular for the Sega side, while Capcom was taking everyone down to Hagar Town with Final Fight. Upon its release, Final Fight was a phenomenon with its large sprites, two-player simultaneous action, as well as innovative level and enemy design. Both Nintendo and Sega had introduced their 16-bit consoles, and Nintendo wanted something that players had enjoyed in the arcade only exclusively for their 16-bit unit. Exclusivity is the key, as Nintendo locked up the rights to Final Fight fairly quickly, with no other company allowed to touch the sacred Final Fight license until Sega brought it to the Sega CD in 1993. Sega saw all those dollars slip through their fingertips, and it also gave Nintendo a huge advantage when it came to exclusive content for the Super Nintendo. All Sega could do was knuckle up and create their own 16-bit sprawling brawling beat-em-up adventure. Final Fight on the Super Nintendo was an awesome conversion, but it was hampered by the development time as well as the available ROM space. The arcade original featured 10 enemies on screen at once, whereas the Super Nintendo could only display 3. The industrial level was also missing, but the most glaring omission was the lack of 2 players simultaneously. It had also removed the character of Guy, which left only 2 selectable characters, Cody and Hagar. Sega saw these shortcomings, so when creating their brand new title, these issues would be addressed. The original game was designed by Noriyoshi Oba, whose work was obviously influenced by Final Fight, but also, believe it or not, American TV such as the A-Team and Starsky and Hutch. To see what made Final Fight tick, he actually bought his team a Super Famicom and dissected it, which he said helped greatly with the creation of Streets of Rage. He wanted to do everything bigger, badder, and better, and more in line with what fans loved of the original arcade version of Final Fight. This included 2-player simultaneous action and 3 characters to choose from. Each character would have their own unique attributes and movesets as well. The music was composed by Yuzo Koshiro, who wanted to place a lot of emphasis on the music being energetic and exciting. Initially, he was going to use rock songs for the soundtrack, but instead switched over to electronic dance music and in particular house and techno. Mr. Koshiro was one of the first to introduce this type of sound in video games, which would go on to define the genre. Something else that the game would do better than its contemporaries was the amount of moves per character. The game would feature nice tight controls, multiple endings, tag team moves, boss fights, spectacular graphics, excellent level layouts, and of course that oh so sweet music. In Japan, the game was known as Bare Knuckle, but it was almost known as D-SWAT. This was to let players know that it took place in the same universe as the arcade title E-SWAT. To back this little fact up, both police cars look very similar. While this game was content in ripping off Final Fight, they also had no problem ripping off Karnov as well. The enemy, Bongo, is a bald, fire-breathing Russian. Abadade is a clear Ultimate Warrior knockoff right down to the fact that he can't speak either. Souther has claws similar to Wolverine, etc. When you eat the food, the same sound is made when Pac-Man eats the food bonus in the original arcade title.
The largest and hottest library of 16-bit games plays on Sega Genesis, featuring Streets of Rage, the fighting game that'll knock your socks off, with 40 individually controllable attack moves, and a neighborhood crawling with punks, muggers, and urban slime. Streets of Rage, only on the 16-bit Genesis system from Sega.
Streets of Rage barreled its way onto the Sega Genesis in 1991. As the story goes, an evil criminal syndicate has taken over the lovely town of Wood Oak City. Despite the police department's best efforts, nobody can get a handle on the ever-growing situation led by the mysterious Mr. Twitter. I mean Mr. X. Corruption runs high in the government, so it's up to 3 individuals to help take back the city. The game is a 1 or 2 player simultaneous beat-em-up that sees you take control of one of 3 characters. These include Adam Hunter, whose special ability includes boxing; Axel Stone, who is our resident Cody knockoff and is proficient in martial arts; and finally Blaze Fielding, whose love of judo is second only to her love of the lambada. The game takes place across 8 levels or rounds in a wide variety of settings. Among those variety of levels, you will encounter a number of unique enemies as well as boss fights. Fans of Final Fight will have no problem picking up these controls. The B button is your standard attack, C button is for jumping, and if all else fails, you have a special attack which is the A button. Similar to other fighting games, you have an energy bar at the top which depletes with the more damage you take. Also listed at the top is the number of lives remaining. There is a bit more technique involved over Final Fight, which also helped set the game apart. Tapping the punch button near enemies starts off a basic combo. While moving in close, you can grab and hold them. After holding on to them, you can punch them a couple of more times and toss them to the side like a sack of dung. One very cool move is you can vault over the grabbed enemy. After doing so, you can perform an even more powerful attack from behind. If an enemy gets behind you and grabs you, you can kick an opponent who is directly in front of you or flip the person who just grabbed you. It's pretty seamless in its execution, and it adds a little bit of depth to the standard beat 'em up. There are even tag team moves available. If you find yourself overwhelmed and about to keel over, you can always unleash a special attack. A police car will drive up and unleash Hell on Earth. The special attacks are not character specific, so if player 1 requests assistance, then the cop car will drive up and launch Napalm. If player 2 asks for help, then he receives rocket-powered grenades. These can only be used once per round. It just wouldn't be a beat 'em up if there weren't a number of weapons. These include bottles, knives, lead pipes, baseball bats, and even a pepper shaker, which is apparently on loan from Peter Pepper. There are loads upon loads of breakable objects in the game, which usually include something tasty. Apple and beef will increase your health, there are 1-ups, and even cash and gold, which will give you an increase in your score. As I mentioned, the game takes place across 8 levels or rounds, including City Street. Inner City. Beachfront. Bridge. Aboard ship. Factory. Freight elevator. And the final level, Syndicate Headquarters. Some of the bosses you have to contend with are Antonio, Souther. Abadede. Bongo. Onihime and Nyasha. And finally, Mr. X. Speaking of Mr. X, the final stage, instead of attacking you straight away, a dialogue box pops up with you being offered a position in Mr. X's syndicate. If you say no, then it's on to fight Mr. X. If you accept his offer, it turns out to be a trick, sending you back to the factory level. One cool twist is that in a multiplayer game, if one player accepts and the other player does not, both players will have to fight each other. It's a nice little element which gives it that much more depth. After taking care of Mr. X, the credits roll by with some fantastic music in the background. There is a bad ending in the game, and it only happens when two players are fighting against each other. After defeating the other player and you still refuse Mr. X's final offer, if you go on to defeat him, you become the new leader of Mr. X's criminal organization. The game had a couple of different releases on the Sega CD. The first game appeared in the Sega Classics Arcade Collection 4-in-1, which included Columns, Golden Axe, The Revenge of Shinobi, and of course Streets of Rage. The more notable of the two is the Sega 5-in-1 compilation. This included Columns, Golden Axe, Super Monaco GP, Revenge of Shinobi, and Streets of Rage. The reason this version is notable is that Sega decided to redo the voices, allowing for a much cleaner sound. The oh so uber sexy music was not touched. The game was a huge success upon its release and has spawned a number of merchandise over the years, including action figures, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and dioramas. The music was so good that 3 different soundtracks were issued. The gang made an appearance as a comic series that appeared in issues 7 through 12 of Sonic the Comic. Since this was a Sega-created property, it only appeared on a couple of different systems. The Master System version looks pretty good, although there were a few downgrades. For starters, there is no co-op mode, so this is strictly a single-player affair. Only 3 characters can appear on screen at once, and that includes your player. Everything else is also a bit slower than its 16-bit big brother, but with what you are left with is still an excellent Master System game. There is lots of attention to detail in the backgrounds, including the rolling waves on level 3. As far as the audio goes, it includes some really good 8-bit renditions of the Genesis tracks. It's also fun to play, although not quite as intense as the original. The The Game Gear version tries its hardest to compete with the Master System version, but it just can't get the job done. Axel and Blaze were the only two characters to make it over, but this version does include co-op via the link cable. This game only has 5 stages instead of 8, but they look decent for the most part. The graphics have a ton of detail, with even some backgrounds having a good amount of animation. With this version, there are 4 characters on screen at once, making for a bit more difficult game. The collision detection, though, is not so great. Sometimes your basic combos will connect, while other times you are punching ghosts. Also, your special attacks are missing completely, so it's solely up to your knuckles to get the job done. The game has been included in a number of compilations, including the Sonic Gems collection for the GameCube and PlayStation 2, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis collection for the Xbox 360, and even a TV plug-and-play unit from At Games, which included all 3 Streets of Rage. There was a Streets of Rage collection that was released on Xbox Live, and finally a 3D version of the title was released for the Nintendo 3DS. I never had the chance to experience this version in person, but from what I've read, the 3D effect was among the best of the Genesis titles. Even while the first game was in development, plans were already afoot for a sequel. Streets of Rage 2 was released in 1992, and once again, everything is bigger, badder, and better. This title is considered the benchmark in the franchise, and when people are referring to the series, they are often referring to this one. The code for the game has been rewritten entirely, so everything feels just a bit snappier. This time around, you have 4 characters to choose from, with 2 new additions, including Max Thunder, who is a pro wrestler, and Skate, who is Adam's kid brother. I guess the situation is so intense that they have no problem sending a kid into warfare. The fabulous foursome are even more diverse this time around when it comes to moves and attributes. The moveset of each character has also been increased. If you enjoyed the giant-sized boss sprites from the first game, then you will be pleased as punch to learn that all the sprites in the game are about the same size. The police car special is no longer here, however each character does have a couple of personalized special attacks. The animation and even the backgrounds are more detailed and everything looks great. The music is in a class by itself and is once again composed by Yuzo Koshiro. If you would like me to do a deep dive on this game or any of the titles in the series, please let me know. A couple of years passed until we finally received Streets of Rage 3. This title was not as well received as the previous effort, but it was still fun in its own right. This game was completely butchered when it was released here in the States, with most of the storyline and cutscenes removed. The gameplay itself feels to be an extension of Streets of Rage 2. There are still only 4 characters to choose from, with Axel, Blaze, and Skate returning, alongside Dr. Gilbert Zan, who was a cyborg and was previously involved with the Syndicate crime organization. One of the biggest additions is that each character now has a run option. This will allow you to roll upwards and downwards, helping you evade those nasty individuals. Each character has a small meter that will recharge, allowing you to use special moves without costing precious health. The Blitz attack from the previous game also returns and can be upgraded 3 times for more damage and longer range. There are lots more interactive backgrounds, including one where you are attacked by a bulldozer. Once again, there are multiple endings, which adds to the replay value. Something else of note is a lot of the palette was changed between the Japanese and American versions. Not only that, but there was also a flamboyant gay man who fights you in his green chaps. Apparently, Sega of America thought Americans would find this offensive. We don't get the character of Ash, but we do get Roo, who is a boxing kangaroo. Overall, the game controls great and features some excellent music. When it was released here in the States though, they decided to ramp the difficulty way up, making for one difficult game. The series would lay dormant for a few years until Core Design attempted to pitch a brand new 3D version for the Sega Saturn. It started out life as a half-completed game entitled Judgment Force, which Sega planned to turn into Streets of Rage 4. Everything was going along just fine until Core decided to release the title on every major console and not just the Saturn. Sega was adamant that this would be a Saturn exclusive, which Core would not accept. At this point, Sega bowed out of the deal, so Core went ahead and finished the game as Fighting Force, which was released for every major platform including the Nintendo 64 and Windows. The only platform it was not released for was the Sega Saturn. A very cool unofficial remake was released for Windows in 2011. The ingenious title of Streets of Rage Remake is a blend of the original 3 games with 12 selectable characters. The gameplay is very similar to Streets of Rage 3 with the blitz attacks and special weapon moves. It also reintroduces the police car special. A number of options can also be adjusted to make for an even better gaming experience. The levels are large and vast and even feature branching paths. Also included are sections where you drive a jet ski and a motorbike. Something else that was added to this series for the first time is that characters can now use firearms. The music is excellent and it controls great. If you are a fan of the series, you should definitely check out this loving remake. Sega finally realized the value of their old IPs and started resurrecting these brands, and the finest among these would have to be Streets of Rage 4, which was released some 20 years after the last Genesis title. First off, let me say that developer .mu did a fantastic job. The game features 21 playable characters including Axel Stone, Blaze, and Adam Hunter. New characters who were brought to the fight include Cherry Hunter, Floyd, and Estelle. Once again, each of these characters were given a more diverse moveset and attributes. If you don't like the new updated HD graphics, then there are sprite versions of the characters from the previous titles. This was a cool little feature that I found myself returning to time and time again. Pretty much every enemy from the previous 3 games make their return and they all look fantastic. The backgrounds are excellent with lots of special effects and parallax scrolling. The music was done by a number of composers, with the highlight of the pack being the original sound designer Yuzo Koshiro. As far as the controls go, the game plays more in line to Streets of Rage 2. This time you can perform juggles and combos. Enemies can bounce off the walls, and you can now hit enemies who are knocked to the ground. This game was clearly a love letter to the original series, and as I stated, they did a fantastic job. They even released a DLC pack titled Mr. X's Nightmare, which adds 3 playable characters and 2 new gameplay modes. If you were ever a fan of this series, you should definitely check this game out. Streets of Rage 5 or Streets of Rage Revolution has also been announced, which will feature full 3D gameplay unlike all the previous titles. Streets of Rage is a series that stands the test of time. With the recently announced Streets of Rage Revolution, people will be enjoying this franchise for a long time. Where the obvious comparison is with Final Fight, in my opinion, this series expanded upon the gameplay and level design a lot better than the follow-ups to the original Final Fight. If you've never had the chance to bust up some phone booths all the while eating loads and loads of beef, be sure and give this series a shot. You'll be glad you did. As a wee little peckerwood of 8 years old, I can recall seeing asteroids for the very first time. The visuals looked very different than what I'd seen before, with its smooth rotating objects and those nasty nefarious UFOs. The control scheme took a bit of practice to wrap around my pea-sized brain, but once I did, I was in heaven. I was not the only one either, as the game would go on to become Atari's biggest selling coin-op, earning over $500 million in its lifetime. Similar to Space Invaders, the game was a phenomenon here in the States, and it was one of the earliest mega hits of the golden age of arcades. What was the inspiration for this game? What TV show sent a cease and desist letter to Ed Logg, the creator of Asteroids? Why did this game use buttons rather than a joystick? Let's find out as we venture into deepest, darkest space and learn about the history of asteroids. In the early 1970s, college student Ed Logg was hooked on a brand new game. He had played a 4-player version of Space War on a PDP machine at the Stanford Research Lab, and while he wasn't any good at it, there was something about the game that resonated with him. Mr. Logg had joined Atari due to being impressed with its video computer system, otherwise known as the 2600. He had taken the game of Breakout, put his unique spin on it, and created the very successful Super Breakout. After the success of this game, Mr. Logg had a meeting with his boss to discuss another game they were having issues with, initially known as Planet Grab, but then later renamed Cosmos. This was a multiplayer game in which players would shoot each other from the opposite side of the screen, but there was a giant, indestructible asteroid in the middle. Mr. Logg can recall endlessly shooting the asteroid to no avail, but for some reason he liked doing it. Designer Lyle Raines suggested to Mr. Logg that they have a game where they shoot these rocks instead and blow them up. Space Invaders was essentially Breakout, which used a moving gun instead of a paddle and ball, but it also featured endless enemies to be shot down. This would be a two-dimensional combination of both Space War along with the addictive gameplay of Space Invaders. Lyle Raines, VP of Engineering at Atari at the time, had this to say regarding the creation of Asteroids. I guess the way I describe it is that I'm the father of Asteroids. Ed Logg is the mother of Asteroids because he had to live with it for 9 months and deliver a finished product. All I had to do was provide the seed. After the game's concept was decided upon between the two, Mr. Raines wanted to do it as a typical raster game, but Mr. Logg wanted to do it using vector technology. The higher resolution of the vectors meant that they could have more control of where you were aiming at. The proprietary board was dubbed the Digital Vector Generator, or DVG, and was actually created off-campus at a research lab in Grass Valley, California. The vector title Mr. Logg got his feet wet with was the very first Atari vector release, which was Lunar Lander and was created by Howard Delman. Mr. Delman loved Ed's idea and recalled another game that went nowhere, which was titled Planet Grab, in which 2 players flew around the screen trying to claim and steal as many planets from each other as possible. The game was not fun to play, so it was shelved, but he knew this would be the perfect starting point for Asteroids. Once it was decided upon that Asteroids would use vector technology, a modified version of the Lunar Lander board was sent to Mr. Logg and his team. The original lunar lander PCB started out life with a satellite board connected to the bottom which produced sounds for the game. While Mr. Log was waiting for the finished hardware to be completed, his very first job was to get the game's basic concepts written down on paper. As you can see from this original planning document that was prepared by Mr. Log, the completed game is almost exactly as he describes it. Also worth taking a look at are the original hand-drawn sketches for both the player ship and the asteroids themselves. The saucer and explosions came out pretty much as it was initially laid out on paper. While working on asteroids, Lyle Raines had this to say. When we were working on asteroids, I would play asteroids for a number of hours in the evening, then I'd go home and close my eyes, and as I was drifting off to sleep, I'd see the asteroids floating around the screen. It didn't take long before he had a tiny triangular ship flying around through the blackness of space, but initially he had toyed with the idea of having no friction to decrease the forward movement of the ship. Also, a lot of those early battles on Space War helped influence the way the game was played. To keep the game from becoming mundane, he had programmed different sized asteroids but felt something else was needed to keep the player moving. This was where the idea of the UFOs came in. He had always wanted two different sized saucers, a big one that fired randomly and a little one that would just chase you down. Also, to increase tension, he had employed a timer that steadily decreased, meaning that saucer attacks steadily increased. He also included a hyperspace button which could be used in a pinch, but it was totally random where your ship would reappear. Speaking of the buttons, the game would use 5 buttons for controls with nary a joystick in sight. This was done to give you more precise controls over your ship. The game proved so popular at Atari headquarters during development that employees would frequently wait in line for a chance to play. The interruptions became so bad that they had to build a separate prototype just for the co-workers to play. It was at this point they realized they had a hit. As a matter of fact, when the game was first put on test at Golfland in Sunnyvale, California, the arcade operator had to increase the size of the container that they were using to catch the quarters due to the immense popularity. Something else that proved this game was going to be a hit was something Mr. Log experienced firsthand. When we field tested asteroids for the very first time, I saw players start a game and die 3 times, each within 20 seconds. He proceeded to put another quarter in. This tells me the player felt it was his fault he died and he was convinced he could do better. This is one of the primary goals a game designer tries to achieve, and it was clear to me Asteroids had it. During its development, the small and large saucers were known internally as Mr. Bill and Sluggo. This was unknown to the public until it was revealed in a February 1981 article in Esquire magazine, and in particular the side article, How to Win at Asteroids. However, a cease and desist letter was sent from the IP holders of the Mr. Bill show, asking that they please refrain from referring to the saucers as Mr. Bill and Sluggo. Something that folks who played the original arcade game had a fondness for was the glow that permeates from the player's ship, giving the impression of a vapor trail flowing out from behind your ship. This was completely unintentional and was nothing more than the phosphor of the ship's outline on the monitor as it moves from a stationary spot. This was something that needed to be seen on an actual Asteroids machine. Asteroids turned out to be such a massive hit that it overtook Space Invaders in 1980. Reports were that the game was making over $1,000 a week in earnings, allowing the capital investment of the arcade unit to be repaid in a matter of days. Atari sales director Don Osborne said in 1980 that Asteroids, at the height of its popularity, easily took in $10 million a week in quarters. The game has earned a reported $3 billion adjusted for inflation since its inception. Asteroids was released by Atari and smashed its way into arcades in 1979. As the story goes, blow up all the rocks and shoot the flying saucers. Honestly, when the game was released in the arcades back in the day, there wasn't a story. The Atari 2600 version released some cockamamie story about space cosmic patrols being caught in the middle of an asteroid field, and the only chance for survival is to destroy the various boulders. This is a 1 or 2 player shoot and survive extravaganza in which you have to destroy all the boulders while watching out for those pesky flying saucers. These are not the cute Kang and Kodos type, as they will kill you deader than a doornail. The game uses buttons for control of your ship rather than a joystick, as the developers felt this would be a bit more precise. You have left and right rotation buttons, which turns your ship left or right. There is a thrust button, which will move your ship forward in the direction the nose of your ship is pointing. You have your trusty, but perhaps rusty, fire button, which obviously fires missiles at the asteroids and UFOs. And finally, the hyperspace button, which will enable your ship to disappear and reappear instantly somewhere on the screen. One problem with this, though, is that it's totally random where it pops up. Typically, this is only used in emergencies. The goal of each screen is to clear all the asteroids and flying saucers as quickly and efficiently as possible. There are 3 types of asteroids, small, medium, and large, with all of the asteroids appearing large when each level starts. Each asteroid will get smaller and smaller until they finally disappear the more you shoot them. Only 26 asteroids can appear on screen at once. To make matters worse and to keep you from staying idle, flying saucers will appear with a larger saucer able to fire at you and a small saucer sticking to you like stink on a skunk. Thankfully, bonus lives are awarded every 10,000 points. Keep in mind that you can only have 255 lives before the game could potentially crash. To achieve this crazy number of lives, you have to use the lurking exploit. This involved a lurking strategy by keeping just 1 or 2 asteroids in play and destroying the saucers to accumulate points indefinitely with little risk to the player. After Atari was informed of this, they issued a patched EEPROM which fixed the problem. This also led to the creation of Asteroids Deluxe. The first 200 Asteroids machines were actually lunar lander cabinets. Asteroids was so successful that Atari cut Lunar Lander's production and released the 200 aforementioned machines, complete with their original Lunar Lander cabinet art. 3 different cabinets were offered, including a full upright, cabaret, and cocktail format. While there wasn't a whole lot of merchandise available, there were some odds and ends that did make its way to the market, including buttons that were sponsored in a partnership with Coca-Cola, a read-along adventure, which was a record album and picture book that included the story of Asteroids, t-shirts, an Atari sleeping bag that featured Asteroids as one of the games, posters, and a Halloween costume that featured the asteroid itself as the mask. There was also a McDonald's scratch-off game that featured some of Atari's biggest properties such as Missile Command and Asteroids. This led to another classic early 1980s commercial.
Asteroids, Centipede, Missile Command, Star Raiders. The thrills of winning are all at McDonald's. You can win Atari home video and computer prizes and McDonald's food. Purchase may be required to redeem food prizes. Just scratch the card and match 2 dots without getting zapped. Sometimes you win, sometimes. Because every card can be a winner. Taste the thrill of Atari.
Asteroids made its big screen debut in the 1982 movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It also appeared briefly in the arcade scene in the movie War Games. Speaking of the big screen, the game was also mentioned in the movie National Lampoon's Vacation. It also made a rather memorable appearance on The Simpsons. Asteroids even inspired a song by Buckner and Garcia called Hyperspace, which was released on the Pac-Man Fever album. The game turned out to be a monster success, so Atari quickly brought to market Asteroids Deluxe in 1981. This was more of an Asteroids 1.5, which still used monochrome vector graphics. This game was in direct response to arcade operators who had complained that expert players on the original could play for hours, costing them precious revenue and preventing other players from having a turn. This new game would fix the lurking exploit and also introduce some different types of enemies, such as the Death Star, which after shooting it once will blow up into 3 different wedges, which will pursue you more quickly. Your ship now has a shield instead of hyperspace, and the accuracy of the large and small saucers has been improved. Other modifications included graphical backdrops, which gives the game a bit of color and the impression of depth. An extra digit was added to the score count, so now the score rolls over at 999,990 instead of 99,990. In 1982, Atari released the color vector game Space Duel. It's not clear if this was an official follow-up or just a spiritual successor, so I'll just mention it rather quickly. Although the copyright date is 1981, the game officially did not make it into the arcades until early 1982. This is a follow-up to Asteroids Deluxe, and as I mentioned, this uses a cool color vector display. Something else that is pretty sweet is that it offered 2 players simultaneously. It was even possible for one player to double his firepower by controlling 2 ships that were tethered together. The asteroids have been replaced with colorful geometric shapes like diamonds, cubes, and spinning pinwheels. This game was nowhere near as successful as Deluxe or the original arcade game, but it was still a lot of fun to play in my opinion. Blasteroids was released in the arcades in 1987. This game did away with the previous vector graphics and finally utilized raster graphics. Due to this, a lot more conversions were produced for all the major home computer formats at the time. The gameplay is basically the same as the original, in which you take control of a rotating ship which uses thrust to give the player momentum. You have to destroy the various asteroids, but this time, your ship has a limited amount of fuel to generate thrust with. The fuel comes in the form of energy that can also be used for the ship's shields. Once all the energy is depleted, the player's ship is destroyed. Your ship can also be transformed at will into 3 different versions, with a speeder which has the greatest speed, the fighter with the most firepower, and warrior which has extra armor. There are 4 different difficulty settings, each one with several different galaxies. There are now even boss characters you have to contend with. The game also offers 2 players simultaneously. It's a fun little update, and it expands upon the gameplay of the original immensely. While the graphics look nice, I'll always have a soft spot for those warm, glowing vectors. Accolade, who was known for releasing some pretty stellar Commodore 64 games, released a 2-pack of Missile Command and Asteroids for the original Game Boy. Rather than having a black background with ships and boulders, you now have a white background with gray colored objects. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but overall it's not bad. This features two different versions of asteroids. One is the original vector style game, and the other is an updated version with three-dimensional asteroids and ships. Due to only having two buttons at your command, sacrifices were made to the controls, but overall it works pretty good. The audio is not that great, and it borders on getting a gold star in queefiness. A totally different version was also released for the original Game Boy, this time with updated visuals and play mechanics. The black background makes its return with the ships and everything else having a retro 3D feel to it. There are also a number of different enemies and levels for you to play through. The original arcade game was included in 1993's Microsoft Arcade compilation. Over the years, they have constantly tried to update the original by adding better graphics and new features. In 1995, Super Asteroids and Missile Command was released for the Atari Lynx. This was two games combined into a single cartridge, which just so happened to be the final game released for Atari's little handheld. The graphics and sound have been enhanced, utilizing once again raster graphics instead of vectors. The gameplay is pretty much identical, except while killing all the UFOs and destroying the asteroids, you can occasionally grab a power-up. The Nintendo 64 even saw a version which was entitled Asteroids Hyper 64, which made the ship and asteroids 3D, which also added brand new weapons and 4 players simultaneously. It included 15 different enemies and 5 bosses. The boulders themselves were also updated, including heat-seeking asteroids which will zero in on the player. In 2001, Atari Anniversary Edition was released for the Dreamcast, PlayStation, and Windows. This included emulated versions of Asteroids and other games. This also included the Atari 2600 version, which I will cover in just a few minutes. Asteroids was also released for the Game Boy Advance in 2005. Xbox Live Arcade received a version of Asteroids in 2007, which included HD graphics and a more intense gameplay mode. It was also part of Atari's Greatest Hits Volume 1 for the Nintendo DS. It was also announced back in 2018 for the Intellivision Amico. I tried holding my breath waiting for it to be released, but I quickly turned blue and gave up. And finally, a remake, Asteroids Recharged, was released in 2021 for all the current platforms, including the Nintendo Switch. The game is a neon-colored remake of the original, and honestly, it looks really cool. There are lots of particle effects and neon, which gives the effect of the original arcade title back in 1979. There are power-ups as well, which makes for an excellent update for an already excellent game. Also returning to the arcades sometime in 2024, a full 45 years since the original debuted back in 1979, is Asteroids Recharged. This is a 3-player simultaneous game of asteroids on steroids, and it is absolutely fantastic. Anyone who knows me knows I love tabletop arcade games. A very cool Asteroids tabletop was released and it looks spectacular. The only downside is that it uses a joystick rather than buttons to control your ship. The wizards at Arcade 1-Up even introduced the Partycade portable home arcade machine, which included 8 different Vector Atari classics including Lunar Lander, Super Breakout, Tempest, and Asteroids. Unlike the tabletop game which used a joystick, this version replicated the arcade's button controls. Arcade 1-Up even introduced a 4-foot-tall version. Also, the masterminds at New Wave Toys introduced a tabletop version which even replicated the arcade's original controls.
Dear Atari Anonymous, ever since my husband Luno returned from Earth with Asteroids, the new Atari home video game, he and the rest of the family do nothing but play Asteroids. Luno says Asteroids is good practice for his interplanetary life.
Bitty bitty, bitty bitty.
Tell me, dear Atari Anonymous, with everybody hooked on Asteroids, what on earth is a poor Martian mother to do?
New Atari Asteroids, now available for your home.
If you were fortunate enough to have an Atari 2600 growing up, then more than likely one of the cartridges you had to have was Asteroids. Atari shouted from the rooftops that the only way to play this game at home was on an official Atari system, so very few conversions were actually produced. The title ended up shifting 3 million copies for the Atari VCS alone. Before we get into the official ones, let me mention that this is one of the most cloned games on the market, right up there with Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. Some of these clones even surpass the official ones made by Atari. The Apple II, TRS-80, Commodore 64, and even the BBC all received spectacular versions, although not official. One homebrew that definitely deserves a mention that would have been perfect back in the day was Rockaroids for the Vectrex. Thanks to the vector technology of the Vectrex, this conversion is probably one of the most accurate in terms of presentation that is not emulated. The first official home release was for the Atari 2600, and all in all, it turned out pretty good. Gone are the vectors, having been replaced with raster graphics, but it does a good job at representing the original arcade game. The original arcade buttons have also been replaced with a joystick and a single fire button, but after a bit of practice, it controls really well. All of the asteroids are multicolored, giving the game a bit of flair. The sound effects are not too bad, and it does include the rapidly increasing heartbeat. For a home conversion in the early 1980s, this turned out really well. The game was also released for the Atari line of computers, and while it has a few more features than the 2600 version and high resolution, in my opinion, it actually looks a bit worse than the VCS. All of the asteroids are blue and they sometimes tend to blend together. With this version though, 4 players could play simultaneously, either cooperatively or competitively. A very cool trick, especially back in 1981. As far as the controls go, it plays very similar to the 2600. The Atari 7800 received its very own version, developed in 1984, but was not released until 1986. This port was intended to show off the graphical capabilities of the 7800 and featured some nicely detailed spherical asteroids that appear 3D in appearance. This one also allows 2 players to compete simultaneously, either cooperatively or competitively. Sound effects are decent and it plays just as you would expect. Also worth mentioning is Geometry Wars. This game started out life as a minigame in Project Gotham Racing 2, but it was so popular they eventually released Geometry Wars Retro Evolved. If you ever wanted to play asteroids with the effects of being on LSD, then you should definitely check this game out. The controls use the twin stick method similar to Robotron and Smash TV, but the gameplay is more similar to our beloved asteroids. And there you have it, everyone, the history of asteroids. This is one that has been requested more than a few times over the years, but I wasn't quite sure if there was enough interest in the title to do it. There's nothing worse than spending 20 plus hours on a video and then the general public ends up not liking it. In this case though, there was a lot of little known facts and bonus clips I was able to put in, so hopefully everyone enjoyed it. Asteroids is one of my earliest gaming memories along with Space Invaders, and it's one of those games I tend to go back to time and time again. If you've never had the chance to blow up some rocks, all the while avoiding those pesky little space aliens, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. When speaking of iconic arcade games, the stage has to be set. Back in the day, arcades were dark, dank, cigarette smoke-filled neon rooms of glory that were filled with pinball and arcade machines. Before Pac-Man ruled the world, another game also had crowds around it thanks to its unique arcade cabinet and an awesome gameplay experience. The name of the game is BattleZONE, and if you were an arcade goer back in 1980, you would know this cabinet very well. This first-person combat tank shooter had players in awe thanks to its unique graphics and gameplay experience. What arcade game inspired the creation of BattleZONE? What did the US Army have to do with this game? Could you really drive to the volcano? Let's find out as we uncover the history of BattleZONE. To learn about the history of BattleZOne, we have to go back to the year 1974 when Atari subsidiary Key Games released the arcade title Tank. This title saw 2 players control tanks in an attempt to blow each other to smithereens while traversing a maze in an overhead perspective. This was the inspiration for BattleZOne. Howard Delman had developed a vector display technology known as QuadraScan, which showcased a resolution of 1024 by 768. After showcasing it for the bigwigs at Atari, they told Mr. Delman to develop it into an arcade game. This technology was used in such titles as Lunar Lander and Asteroids. Due to the success of Asteroids, which sold 55,000 units, making it Atari's best-selling game, the company decided to keep on using this technology. Atari employee Morgan Hoff had championed the idea of a tank simulator and became the project leader for a new type of game using this hardware. However, it was Ed Rotberg who was inspired by the 1974 tank game and felt this type of gameplay would be perfect for BattleZONE. According to Mr. Rotberg, where I started with BattleZONE, like all my programs, was deciding how to store the data. I knew we needed stationary objects that would have to be described, and since resources were precious, the objects had to be instanced. Hence, I repeated the same shapes throughout the game, merely varying the sizes and positioning. Doing the math for 3D was pretty straightforward for Mr. Rotberg, even all the way back in 1980. Since he was confident that his 3D would work, he started putting the camera in different positions and finally enabling controls to allow the player to steer the tank. It was at this moment that he got excited about making the game. It was all theoretical until that point, but once I could drive around the playfield, I knew the math and data structures were working, and I realized it was different. No one had ever done anything like this. Mr. Rotberg has stated around this time, others in the department were coming in on a regular basis and playing the game. Employees were constantly coming by to test out the machine, and he would routinely have to kick them off in order to continue development. Usually, when this happens, it means they've got a hit on their hands. Mr. Rotberg was limited by the number of vectors he could draw on screen at once, which would explain the sparse, barren landscape. The mountains were just a backdrop, but everything else was a delicate balancing act of what they could produce without slowing down the frame rate. There is an erupting volcano in the background, but it wasn't Mr. Rotberg who actually put it in. Initially, it was just a static volcano, but fellow programmer Owen Rubin was constantly telling Mr. Rotberg that the volcano should be active. We worked in the same lab, and every day he'd come in and ask when I was going to make the volcano active. On one particular day, Mr. Rotberg was working on a difficult problem when Mr. Rubin brought up the volcano again. Mr. Rotberg responded that if he wanted an active volcano so bad, he should program it himself. The next morning, the code for the active volcano was sitting on his chair, and within a half an hour, it was fully integrated into the game. Other things were added around this time, such as enemy tanks, UFOs, and missiles. The company of Atari was known for housing unique control devices in its various cabinets, and BattleZONE was no different. Similar to 1974's tank, twin sticks were utilized. Mr. Rotberg's reasoning behind this decision was because tanks have two treads, so a separate stick was provided for each one. A helpful diagram near the twin sticks explained exactly how to use them. The cabinet also provided another unique experience which some cite as the first primitive form of virtual reality. The full-size cabinet includes a periscope viewfinder which sees you having to press your face against it in order to play the game. This restricted the player's view, which makes it seem like a real periscope, inducing the sense of immersion. It actually felt like you were inside of a tank. However, Mr. Rotberg hated this feature as it restricted people from watching the game being played. Atari would introduce a different cabinet without the periscope, making for a wider viewing screen so that everyone could see all the action. If people can't see what type of game is being played, they are less likely to try it out themselves. BattleZONE was a certified hit with over 15,000 units being sold, including both the standard upright version and a cabaret version. It also attracted a very distinct audience, which was the U.S. Army. Since training soldiers was an expensive business, and according to some sources would cost several $1,000s apiece, the U.S. Army was interested in a potential new way to train them in a safe environment at nowhere near the cost. The Bradley Trainer idea was born from this.
That's the fact, Jack! That's the fact, Jack!
A think tank of retired Army officers approached Atari asking them if they could adapt the BattleZONE code making it suitable to train new recruits. Ed Rotberg was against the idea from the very beginning. He was a pacifist and did not want Atari to end up as a contractor for the U.S. military. He finally agreed and spent 3 months working 16-hour days working on the prototype. It was only under one condition, though, that if Atari decided to pursue this, that he would be exempt from any future work on it. Things that were added to this version included machine guns, armor-piercing shells, and more. There was no need to drive, as you were essentially a gunner inside the Bradley vehicle. The initial name was Army BattleZONE, with many changes to the original source code of BattleZONE so that it better reflected the nuances of a Bradley fighting vehicle. Another change were the controls, which used an adapted gunnery yoke, allowing the user to aim across both an X and Y axis. This made it very similar to the controls within the real vehicle. This new controller was later reused for the Star Wars arcade game as well as Road Blasters. The Bradley trainer was named after distinguished Army General Omar Bradley. 2 prototypes were delivered to the Army and the project went no further. One of these prototypes surfaced years later when collector Scott Evans found one next to a dumpster outside of the closed offices of Midway Games. The other one appears to be lost forever.
BattleZONE. It's one of a new generation of electronic games that are taking Americans by storm, especially male Americans, who flock to arcades like this one around the country to do battle with the machines. In the games, you are fighting enemy forces, and the object is to get them before they get you, which is exactly the idea in a real war for a tank gunner, or say the gunner driver of one of the Army's new M2 infantry fighting vehicles. And that gave the Army an idea.
It'd be awfully nice to be able to go downstairs if we were both gunners and spend 30 minutes each day kind of resharpening or rehoning our skills without the problem of loading up in vehicles and driving 50 miles out to find a range where you could fire.
It would be awfully nice, and it would also save on ammunition, fuel, and spare parts. The cost of them is skyrocketing. So the Army Training Command recently asked the Atari Game Company to adapt one of their BattleZONE games to have the controls, characteristics, and sounds of an infantry fighting vehicle. Be careful of that enemy tank. But wait, get the helicopter first. That's the bigger threat to you. Army officers were delighted with the machine and planned by this October to contract with a game company to build about 10 more, this time to resemble the gunner's controls on the Army's standard M60 tank.
Put them in clubs, in messes, maybe put them in break rooms, put them down in the motor pool, and find out whether or not soldiers will do this on their own and what kind of feedback we get.
BattleZONE was released by Atari into arcades in 1980. As the story goes, shoot all the enemies while avoiding their missiles. This is a first-person shooter which puts you directly inside of a tank attempting to shoot all the enemies. Since your viewpoint is limited, there is a small radar scanner at the top of the screen showing where enemies are located. As I mentioned, these include enemy tanks, missiles, and the occasional UFO. Since this was from the golden age of arcades, it's an endless game with the goal being trying to achieve as high of a score as possible. The game utilizes wireframe vector graphics with colored overlays that displays the majority of the screen green and red for the top where the score and radar are located. This is similar to the early versions of Space Invaders. You control your tank courtesy of 2 twin joysticks, which honestly at first takes a bit of getting used to, but once you do, it feels second nature. On the landscape, you'll notice an erupting volcano in the background, but contrary to rumors, you can never reach it. As a matter of fact, certain players would attempt to avoid the action and just try to explore the area. The developers had to put a routine into the game, launching a missile after would-be explorers so that arcade owners wouldn't lose as much money. There are also other items such as pyramids and blocks which are indestructible and can obstruct movement and also block your shots. This works both ways as you can use them as a shield. The game itself starts out slow, letting you get the hang of the controls. On the first couple of levels, the enemies are slow tanks that are not difficult to hit. The further into the game you get, missiles begin to appear in place of the enemy tanks. These are much more difficult to hit as they move quite a bit faster. Finally, in the later levels, faster super tanks will appear, which are extremely hard to hit and attack you more aggressively. Every so often, UFOs will appear, making a distinctive sound to let you know they are there. Since these use alien technology, they do not show up on the radar nor attack the player. However, you can shoot these for bonus points. This is another arcade game that needs the actual cabinet to fully appreciate. While MAME is great, there's just no way to replicate that original feeling of standing up and peering through the periscope, blasting all those wireframe nasties. While younger players had difficulty with not being tall enough, this was rectified when they removed the periscope and released what is now known as the full-face version. Another reason the periscope was dropped was because it was extremely expensive to produce. BattleZONE would prove to be very influential when it came to young video game developers, as we saw such titles as Robot Tank for the Atari 2600 and also Stellar 7, which I personally loved growing up.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Everyone's counting on me. If I can't stop them, who will?
Introducing BattleZONE, the arcade hit that's now an exciting new home game from Atari. The joystick puts you in control of your own tank. The radar screen helps you seek out the enemy. The action's so real, you just might forget it's a game. BattleZOne, only from Atari.
The game had a huge number of official and unofficial conversions, but before we dive knuckle deep into those, let's take a look at what came after. It all started with 1995's BattleZone 2000 for the Atari Lynx. This one, my friends, is a strange one. This allows up to 4 players to connect their machines with the ComLynx cable. When you first boot up the game, you are presented with the oh so familiar green wireframe graphics, and on the Atari Lynx screen it looks fantastic. There have been some upgrades, such as customizing your tank by spending credits to increase the value of your missiles, fuel, ammo, and shields. The game is presented in waves, with certain levels requiring you to complete it before time runs out. If you get cold feet, there is even an option to self-destruct your tank. Speaking of cold feet, one of the greatest Easter eggs in history has been included in this game. By entering a specific code, you unlock a completely brand new game. Yes, you are still in control of a tank, but there is much more customization available, plus all the wireframe green graphics have been replaced with filled-in polygons. Apparently, this has over 2,000 levels with 14 different terrains. You literally have to build your tank from scratch, picking the motor, weapons, etc. Apparently, the reason this brand new game was hidden was because the people at Atari got cold feet, thinking it was too different from the original BattleZone. This required the developers to create a green wireframe version instead. Activision released BattleZone in 1998, but it bears very little resemblance to the original arcade game. Activision turned this game into a hybrid of a tank simulation game, real-time strategy, as well as a first-person shooter. I didn't play this a whole lot back in the day, so clearly I wasn't impressed with it. It seemed to be a bit more fun this time around, so maybe I'll go back and give it another shot. The game was also replicated on Microsoft Arcade for Windows 3.1 and Windows 95. This is a compilation of classic arcade games including Asteroids, Centipede, Tempest, Missile Command, and BattleZONE. Since these were programmed specifically for Windows, it is not running under emulation, so it offers customization options such as number of lives and extra bonus levels. By the way, this game came on a single 1.4 megabyte floppy disk. In the late 2000s, a new updated version was released for the PSP, simply titled BattleZONE. This game features filled 3D polygons with some amazing visual effects. The core gameplay remains the same, but this time you have 3 different tanks, weapons, and various upgrades for your vehicle, such as increasing your top speed, regenerate health, etc. You unlock these other items by placing first in the single-player tournament mode provided. A number of game modes were also included, such as Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, and more. The game supports up to 4 players, but if you don't have anyone to play with, you can simply fill up the empty slots with bots. This is a fun little update to the original, but it is a bit on the short side. In 2008, an updated version of BattleZONE was released on Xbox Live Arcade. This game features 2 modes of play, the classic version which is unchanged from the original but there are achievements and leaderboards added. Then we have the evolved version, which is an update of the original arcade game but adding things such as Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, and Capture the Flag. It also features high-definition graphics so everything looks silky smooth, as well as Dolby 5.1 audio. At the time, it did offer Xbox Live support so you could play against up to 4 people. I spent a lot of time playing this version with my friends and had a lot of fun doing so. However, it's no longer available on the Xbox Live store. And finally we come to the last version of BattleZONE, which was released in 2016 for PlayStation 4, Windows, Xbox One, and the Nintendo Switch. This game was initially designed for virtual reality with gamepad controls, but was adapted to work on a standard home console. It was first released as an exclusive launch title for the PlayStation VR, and then other ports followed soon after. The game features a number of upgrades over the original, including a campaign mode for up to 4 players which can be played online. Players can drop in or out at any time. When you start, each player will choose a tank that they use for the entire campaign, but the tank's loadout can be changed at certain points during the game. The goal is to travel across the map trying to destroy the enemy's AI core, which is found in the volcano at the very end of the map. Later on, a patch was introduced that added Classic Mode, which recreates the original wireframe version in virtual reality. And now on to the conversions. Before we start, I wanted to mention a fantastic homebrew for a home console that would have been so cool to play back in the day. StrataMashZone is an excellent port to the machine I always wanted to own as a kid, which was the Vectrex. This replicates the original arcade game, and from what I've seen, it's a whole lot of fun to play. There is even an option to hook up 2 Atari joysticks in an attempt to replicate the original arcade feel. The official conversions were done for the most part by AtariSoft and released for a wide variety of systems in 1983. The first version we are looking at is the Apple II version, and honestly, things only have to get better. I will give the game props for using the wireframe graphics, but everything runs extremely slow. So slow, in fact, that I could make a hero sandwich in between the frames. There is no music, so most of the time the audio is as quiet as one of my wife's queefs in the middle of church. What little sound effects we get involves the standard bloops and bleeps one would expect from the Apple II. It plays okay, but with the speed so slow it ruins the overall gaming experience. Sticking with another less than powerful computer, I was pleasantly surprised with the Commodore VIC-20 version. The VIC-20 doesn't get a whole lot of love on this channel, but it was my first computer and I have fond memories of playing a lot of the Scott Adams adventure games as well as Omega Race. The wireframe graphics have been represented nicely, but the animation isn't very smooth. It does, however, offer good playability and it's fairly fast. The sound effects are decent, and overall, it turned out pretty good. The good old Commodore 64 version is a bit similar to the VIC-20 port, although it runs a bit smoother and a bit faster. The sound effects have been upgraded over the VIC version, but only slightly, and it definitely does not put the SID chip through its paces. However, the gameplay is solid, especially for a home version back in 1983. Perhaps the version most people were familiar with is the Atari 2600 port. This one ditches the wireframe models, which, due to the system's limitations, is understandable. This time around, the viewpoint sees you sitting almost behind the tank instead of actually in it. The gameplay is solid with fast action and some pretty slick animation. The sound effects are typical Atari 2600 fare, but for the most part, they aren't too bad. The ZenX Spectrum also received a port of BattleZONE thanks to Quicksilver software, and it looks pretty good. The speed of the game is pretty close to the arcade original, and the wireframe graphics do a good job at representing its big brother. The sound effects are standard for the Specky, but it's the controls that make the game a bit tough to play. From what I can tell, there's no joystick support and you can't even use the cursor keys to move the tank. To be honest, there were certain clones for the computer out there that outdid what the official BattleZone didn't. One version that never saw the light of day but was reportedly 95% complete is the Atari 5200 version. Atari canceled this project at the last minute, but thankfully a ROM was leaked for all of us to enjoy. This prototype attempts the wireframe graphics found in the arcade version, but is too much to handle as the scaling and scrolling is not very smooth. Everything has that choppy feel to it, which is never a good thing. One thing you'll notice is the filled-in mountain range in the background, which I would assume is to improve the speed on this version. The collision detection is also a problem, with bullets sometimes going right through the enemy at various points. There are also other little graphical glitches here and there, which could have been ironed out before the game was released. This version even offers the ability of using two joysticks to simulate the arcade controls. The game was released for the Atari XE, but instead of reusing the 5200 code, they decided to build a new version from scratch. This may be one of the worst conversions for a home console that attempted to replicate the vector-style graphics. While they look pretty good, everything runs quite a bit slower than the arcade game. Also, the graphics can get pixelated when you are up close and personal with an enemy or other objects. The playability is not very good, with loosey-goosey controls making it very difficult to take out the other tanks. One of the best home conversions back in the early 80s was for none other than MS-DOS. This used the wireframe vector graphics we all know and love, although only CGA mode is included. It doesn't matter though, because there wasn't a whole lot of color in the original arcade version. The vectors look great, and provided you had a fast enough machine back in the day, the scaling effects look really good. The gameplay is nice and fast, and it actually feels like the arcade, although you only have one joystick. The sound effects are pure MS-DOS speaker, which means we get to experience a whole lot of queef lovin'. Once again, I was really surprised at how good this version turned out. The Atari ST version was released in 1986, which took cues from both the Atari 8-bits and 2600 versions. This took the wireframe graphics and merged them together with filled-in backdrops surrounding everything. While the scaling of the graphics could have been better, it's not bad, but it is a bit slower than the arcade game. The sound effects, however, are very good, mimicking the original. It also plays rather well. The game would be released as part of a 2-pack along with Super Breakout for the original Game Boy. The game turned out rather well, with the familiar vector graphics and sound effects. The scaling of the objects is fairly smooth, and it plays really good. The sound effects are very similar to the original arcade game, so there is no complaints there. It does offer Super Game Boy support, which is a nice feature. However, when playing this on emulation, there is a bad amount of flicker which is not found in the original cartridge. And there you have it, folks, the history of BattleZONE. I can still recall playing this for the first time when I was 9 years old and having my dad hold me up so I was tall enough to reach the periscope. This proved to be a highly influential game as it was one of the very first-person shooters. The lovely vectors are still impressive to this day, and it's in my top 10 games of all time. If you've never had the chance to roam around a vector field all the while shooting various tanks and UFOs, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. If you like this video, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Also, if you would like to support me on Patreon, please click the link below. If you would like to contribute but not sign up for my Patreon, you can always click the donate button up above. Thanks everyone for watching.